Sound check. Let's see here. All right, there we go. Uh, testing. All right, yeah, yeah, we're ready. All right, what is going on, family? What is going on, everybody out there in the investment world, right? The traders world, forex, crypto, binary options, options as a whole, mutual funds, real estate, whatever you're doing, entrepreneur value wise, you are welcome here. And just the average everyday person, because again, we don't do a separation of degrees literally at all over here when it comes to learning how to be financially equipped to live life freely or on your terms, as many would have it to be. So, welcome everybody to the build today. Happy to have you guys in the house. I know it's Saturday. Some of you guys, probably will be out right now, clubbing right now, even with your little COVID mask on, still getting it in, popping bottles, right? With or without the Rona, or just, relaxing at home with your family, whatever. So I'm honored as always to have you, tune in, just hanging out with your brother just for a couple minutes. To me, I'm humbled by that. So as I always affectionately open up with, again, Uncle Josh and Nev in that perspective as well, life, prosperity, and health to you all. And, you know, as we all come together to discuss ways to get the bag, you know, uh, what better, as I like to say, what better time than when, all the drama has stopped around us and we can stop and focus, right? Put some thoughts together, right? Rub some brain cells together to come up with a plan to get after it when, we are back in action in real time, of course, when the market is open. Now, with that also being said, of course, we know we're under a 3-day weekend scenario. We have a holiday before us at this point. Of course, President's Day is here. And so for those who, who have what they call market withdrawals, right? Because, everybody go through that, right? Everybody got a little market withdrawals going on right now. I get it, right? It's like, man, hey, man, right about now ain't the time to be shutting the market down, right? Especially after what we saw, this past Friday again. The S&P 500 pretty much played dead throughout the entire day. After having a wild futures market that preceded it, and then literally like clockwork, as always, if you look at the algos and how they work, near 2 p.m. going into power hour, 3 p.m., all of a sudden the algos kick in. Jerome Powell cuts the printer on, and next thing you know, markets are racing up to the top side like it ain't nothing happened. Like we got some news that stimulus checks are going to get cut over the weekend, which they weren't, where they were not, whatever. Whatever, insert your favorite news reel that you would think would jolt the markets to the upside. Obviously, none of those things happened. It was just a in most cases, this is that flight to the what if, right? It was a flight to what if trade, right? We're close to all-time highs as it is. We've been stumbling in around the all-time highs pretty much for the entire week in itself, and everybody yet sat there and watched the market trade like like it was just on lethargic, like it just left for dead, out there somewhere in Norway in the freezing cold, and then all of a sudden it just wakes up, like it got hit with a shot of nitrous oxide and rushed it upside. Again, nothing that we've not seen before in the markets, but for a lot of people who are new to this, these are the things that you have to be very cognizant of and how to position yourself around, especially if this is for the trader. I'm speaking for that trader now, so you don't get caught out there, right? So this is what the market makers do, right? This is what the feds do, right? And as you can see, obviously within that, even my background here, right, pulling from the awesome movie Friday, right? Chris Tucker, Ice Cube, and the crew, right? RIP, Sonny Liston, right? Again, Debo, y'all know him affectionately known as Debo. RIP to him, of course, AIP, right? AIP to him. That's what it left everybody Friday. Again, looking at the market, how it screened up to the upside just out of the blue, it left everybody looking at the market like, dang, right? Like, that famous scene on Friday when Joker was like, man, bro, what happened? What did that, what was that all about, right? But again, this is what we know this is how they rock, right? This is what they do, right? They're protecting what they consider to be the home turf in relation to how they can continuously, right? How they can continuously keep kicking the can down the road. Now, this is good for us, of course. We got long-term portfolios like everybody else, and the broader market sentiment, as we're always speaking about on this channel, obviously carries a lot of weight. Carries a lot of weight, and knowing that, we are privy to make sure that we are always what putting our portfolios in place to recognize that, so we don't get caught sitting on the sidelines if not necessary, right? But again, you still got to do it with some level of understanding, some level of caution. And within that, that's why these discussions are very important, right? As I like to always say, you have to plan, with some level of perspective, right? You just can't go out there and throw money to the market just because you feel like everything can go up, or the idea that somebody gave you a stock tip, or whatever the case, right? You still have to do your own due diligence, right? You still have to be disciplined enough to realize that I don't care if it's a 50 cents trade or investment, or $100, to $1,000 investment or trade, right? Your money matters, right? And the attention you put behind it, or the energy you put with it, matters, right? So you never go out into the world half cocked, looking any kind of way, present yourself any kind of way. Well, don't let your money do the same thing either, right? Don't send it out there to get beat up, right? So I just want to make sure I put that out there. So peace, power, profit once again. We already got some family trickling in a little bit. We have the illustrious Miss Eva Monica Lamb in the house today, Monica Lamb Solution. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel, as I always say. Support people who support you. Help them build up their brand. Help them build up their following. Help them get to the place where you know that they are deserving of. So everybody has a YouTube channel that may be tuning in, listening with your brother today. I implore you to also post your channels in the chat. Let us post it. Let us, get behind you, right? Let us be, again, a bridge or a liaison that we can rally behind each other, right? So thank you for those who have YouTube channels so we can support you. The illustrious Miss Eva Camille in the house, right? Peace, power, profit to her, world-renowned drummer, right? Our sister, affectionately known, Sister Drummett in the house, killing it over Chris in the house, right? Another entrepreneur, right? From all walks. I love this stuff because, again, I surround myself with some awesome people, and I can begin to tell you how excited when I see the family pop up in the building, right? Because I was like, man, the cavalry is here, right? We finna get it, right? Not that President Trump type of cavalry, right? Not them type, but financial literate, hungry go-getter entrepreneur type cavalry people in the house. So peace, power, and profit to y'all, right? We have over Rich B in the building today, right? All things getting it into another resident hospice in the house, right? We also have over Brandon, because both of those two gentlemen are definitely within that space of the hospice space. So you guys don't know what that means, go look it up, right? Happy to have both of them in the house. Peace, power, and profit to you both. Both of you overs in the house today, right? We have the awesome brother Andre Boyce in the building today, right? Go check him out. Again, I don't know if you have a YouTube channel, but of course, I'm always going to be like, man, when you got something going and you got that entrepreneurial energy, you need to have multiple streams of branding out there. So, if he does have a YouTube channel, I definitely want that brother posted. Of course, you talking about another, brother in financial arms, entrepreneur, straight up and straight down, again, international player in that regard too. Boy, he probably gonna kill on that last word I said, player, right? Because he loved the ladies, right? But peace, power, profit to you, over. Happy to have you here as always. And again, sharing wisdom and knowledge, like we always do when we come together and form this Voltron, as we know it to be, in terms of a think tank, a group, investment group minded, set of people trying to find ways to get paid, right? So peace, power, profit to you. What's going on, over Jay, right? Over Jay Shelton in the building, right? Happy to have him here as always too, right? Again, I love this stuff, man. Again, when the family come through, man, I know it's Saturday, you could be doing anything right now, right? But you're gonna get wet, right? Again, using the Friday theme, right? That's why we got that up there, right? We just threw in Bernie Sanders too, because that's the meme of the year so far, right? Bernie Sanders at the inauguration with these mittens on, right? And whatever, right? So what better way to kind of make a little fun out of it? So we got the Friday theme going. It's Saturday, y'all ain't got no job, the market's closed, right? Well, crypto's still running, right? But beyond that, hey, what better way to get some knowledge in, right? So peace, power, and profit to all the knowledge seekers out there, all the go-getters out there. For those who see Saturdays as like any other day, as like a work day, right? But it's not work, right, if you have a passion for it, right? Let me repeat that. It's not work, right, if you have a passion for it. So a lot of us, I can pretty much speak for you guys. I'm pretty sure I can say this, that what we do, how we do it, right, is not work at all, right? Because we love the idea of getting after the markets, right? In some form of a fashion. Again, investment value, of course, that's the foremost thesis that we always hang our hats on. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? I repeat, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're not here to prove how well we can day trade, right? We're not trying to teach grandma how to day trade, right? Her mind and eyes can't even keep up with them, you know, 1 minute candles like that. But we're concerned about trying to generate what we know to be as uh wealth, right? Generational wealth, right? Having a skill set that will follow you literally for the rest of your days on this planet. And then from there you transfer it on to your siblings, right? Or to your children, right? Or your family members, or your peers, whomever, right? This is a transferable skill. As they say, what? Pay it forward, right? It's transient, right? So don't get it twisted. Each and every one of you guys are mentors. Each and every one of you guys are purveyors of this market craft in a way where a lot of your peers who look at this stuff as something as an anomaly, right? Or is this gambling or what is it? I mean, I've always wanted to get invested, but I don't know if I could do it at the level you. Well, this is where you sit them down, look them square in the face, and say, "Hey, are you serious about growth? Are you serious about being able to live life on your terms? Are you understanding the power of your dollar that you just blew over there in that convenience store that you didn't need to blow in, and you got products at home where you could have put that money into the market, right? Are you serious about getting serious, so to speak, right? Being disciplined. If you could do those things, then guess what? You're on your way because this, as we know it to be, right, it's the biggest wedge between those who have and those who have not. Majority of people who work hard and still can't make ends meet typically are people who don't have other investment values out there. They're not, heavily maybe entrepreneur endeavored. They just working what they can, working the hours, and they just letting the chips fall as they may, thinking that the corporate ladder of working the job scenario is going to catapult them into what? Into wealth and riches. It can happen for some, but that's a lightning that strikes again once a blue moon, right? So beyond that, you have to have again other values, other things that you can do that you should submit to that will help you what? Get to the bag, right? And so again, that's why I enjoy number one, you guys, my peers, my intellectual peers in this course. Like I always say, we are intellectual peers at this, right? Ubuntu, right? I am because we are. We stand beside each other in this, right? And so using your buddy, right, or your battle mate is important, right? It's very important. So I just want to kind of premise the conversation going forward. Thank you guys for tuning in again. Everybody over there on the YouTube side of the house. Again, we're still on here on the backup channel till the other channel comes available again. I think we get out of jail on that channel on the 22nd of February. So we got roughly around a few more days. Then we'll be back on African Emporium 1. Right. So again, thank y'all for tuning in to this one. Thank you for subscribing to this one and just following, the information. Right. So again, everybody over there on Facebook as well. Thank you guys for tuning in as well. All my Facebook family. Peace, power, and profit to you all. Happy to have you guys here in the building as well. As always, paying homage to those who put in work with you. Again, trying to find a way to get paid. All right, so shout out to you guys. All right, so I'm gonna get the link so I can share it out to everybody as well. So again, for those who want to come on to the panel, right? Again, y'all know we kind of talk about a little bit of everything when it comes to the weekend, right? As you see, I do have a few talking points in play down there, right? So that way, at least we have a little premise of conversations that we can talk in or around. Meaning those are just the startups, right? I know they'll lead to other stuff, but ultimately, I know most people here not necessarily to have a whole lot of whatever kind of conversation, but more or less, how can we make our wealth grow, our bags grow, right? Or our ideals flourish, as one would say, right? When given the opportunity to get some real knowledge before him or her, right? And so right now it's the biggest time to do it because I always say a lot of you guys who've been rocking with us for quite a while, and even if you're new, you still family. I don't care how you look at it, whether you came before or after, but we look back at 2020, we saw again one of the biggest wealth transfers in American history. Now, these things were already in play before COVID hit, because it was already a separation of class and wealth and whatever education, if you want to use that as a litmus test. But ultimately, the money was held in the hands of the few, and there was not necessarily any kind of tangible skill sets that were being offered, not necessarily even through the institution side of the house, but from some people who already had made where they can come back and say, hey, let me help you get a little bit more equipped to find a way to live life a little bit better, right? That didn't come with a big tax tag on top of it, right? People try to charge you, thousands of dollars, right? to show you how to make money, right? And knowing that they didn't pay that. Now I ain't saying that people are not worth their time to offer a certain skill set or whatever, some toolage, but let's be realistic here. When we think about fair value markets, right? And that's what's important about in learning how to invest and trade, because you get a chance to see what the fair value market is all about every day. True story, right? We read the filings, right? We check up with these companies in terms of what they're putting out quarterly, right? Biannually, annually, right? We see what the price of this is going for on an open market, right? The precious metals, the spot prices, right? When they add the tax, so we get a chance to see these things now. When before we might have looked at these pieces of data points and just said, that's not, nothing to worry about right now. But who knew, right? But anyway, in essence to that, as you saw with my initial thumbnail, we saw exactly how the Treasury Department, in tandem with the Federal Reserve, because y'all know the Federal Reserve is not necessarily a true branch of government, it's a private institution, right, that was born out of chaos, that has hung around dang near a whole dang near century, and yet and still these people have found a way to, be another, as I like to say, another blockade or from keeping everybody having a real good piece of the pie, right? Their main agenda is to so-called keep the economy running smoothly, but what they do, a lot of their techniques or their policies are directed toward those who already have, right? The corporate value out there, they're there to backstop those guys, but they're doing it with what? The taxpayers' money. And a lot of our people do not know this. And, and for the love of me, I just find that to be odd and strange, because when people get ready to go vote every 4 years for a presidential election, or even 2 years for a Senate race, and they're asking their so-called local congressman or congresswoman or whomever, what are you going to do for us? Are you going to bring opportunity back for us? You're going to bring, jobs, education, infrastructure, some of the most basic mundane things you think we would need in a very, simple scenario. Yet, as soon as they get to Washington, right, after they done got your fundraisers money and your support, they go and do the what? The business of what Washington politicians do, right? Right here in my little backyard in this little DC area, right? Or the DMV, right? They go do what they have always done, right? Go and wait to get lobbied by who? These special interest corporative people who are sitting there waiting on day one, especially these junior members or these freshman members that come in. They can't wait to link up with a corporate company that can fund their what? Their caucus or their constituency or their base. And so that's what they do. They sell you out, right? For peanuts, literally. Right. But anyway, all right, but we'll get into that, whatever. But so let me get the link out to everybody again. Like I said, guys, you want to come on, like I always do, I implore you to come on, again, just hang out with us, right? Share some of your ideas, what you might be thinking about as well. As far as in the market or any investment ideas you may got. Of course, you're welcome to share your screen and go in and teach the family, because again, this is a open forum, right? We don't do no dictatorship over here, and we don't act like we got all the answers over here. So you already know how we roll, and that don't necessarily mean we're not what privy of knowledge, is because we know how to fact check stuff over here very well. We deal with primary sources every day. But we're just saying we're in a position where we're trying to what? Learn to get better. And everybody who's new can see that process unfold, and you don't have to feel intimidated by it, right? And that's the main thing I love about when I come together to hang out with you guys. We go out our way to make sure a person feels very welcome and warm, right? And welcome to the point where they don't feel intimidated and crush their dreams before they even get started. Because that's what has happened pretty much for our entire lives, right? People will sell you up the stream again for a couple extra pennies, and they won't share the game, right? They won't share the knowledge with you, right? For some reason, because they feel like, at that point now you become a competitor, right? But in this space, that's what I love about the investment hub of life, or the global commerce or global financial market. There's so much to go around, right? You can't blame that there's a lack thereof, to the point where everybody's kind of, using the crab in the barrel, syndrome to keep everybody from coming up in this. This ain't the case here, because we're not what? Competitors against each other, right? And there's no cap on the amount of money that you can pull away from the market, given the right setup and procedure. That evens the playing field. Again, we got kids that out there like 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, 10-year-olds getting the bag from their stocks, their investments. their equity interest that they were fortunate to have a parent or somebody or uncle or brother, cousin, whomever that bought them shares of stock at some point that in something that they like as a consumer product or whatever service, and now those stocks are what matured. Right, so we've been seeing that all over the news lately. These guys making money, these, little girls and these little guys. Is you know, that's the part that gets me excited, right? That's the part that makes me like, man, see, this right here, this stuff is larger than life, man. And again, it doesn't hurt, anybody, right? To get knowledge in this perspective, it doesn't hurt anyone, right? It doesn't hurt anyone, right? So again, that's why I say, man, I'm just always grateful when I do have time to come on, when I do, have moments of where I can post information for those who want to get, information. Of course, y'all know my timeline is loaded with what nothing but crazy stuff that has to deal with what find a way to get money. All right, and every now and then I have the occasion, what's going on in the real world post, but outside of that, it's going to be strictly investment stuff, right? Because I do want to be a a liaison, so to speak, of information procurement where people can come and get some ammunition, basically, right? Come get them some ammunition, right? So they can get after this market, right? All right. So that's important. So again, as you see down in the description box, of course, the topic or the value of what we may discuss with, among other things, right? The markets, right? COVID, impeachment, stimulus, Bitcoin, right? Weekend mashup. Let's talk about it, right? Let's go, go in a little bit. I know you guys, again, got your favorite little beverages and this, that, and the third. Some of you guys probably snowed in, right? This icy weather, this snowy weather, man, hey, it ain't letting up, right? We're inside of this little polar vortex and it's blowing, man. So, again, what better time to kind of get some knowledge, I guess, right? You got nothing else to do, as they say. Again, going back to Friday, right? So thank y'all again for tuning in. So the link is out there if you want to come on to the panel and discuss what's going on in your neck of the woods, anything financial values, you are welcome, right? You are more than welcome, right? And so I'm excited to have you guys here. So first and foremost, let me get that out there. Like, share, subscribe, right? Like, share, and subscribe if you're new. Tune in, hang out, whatever, right? Doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying if you're just happy enough to want to be in the fold, then come on, right? Let's build together, right? Let's build together, right? So, yeah, so let's get at it, right? So we got Sister Monica just popped in. I think she's getting her set up together here. Again, the link is there, guys. If you want to come on, do not hesitate. Hop on and let's build, right? Let's look at this. Look at this. This wealth of information, right? Go into this wealth of information and figure out if we can turn 15 cents into $1, right? Ilba Monica in the house today. All right, what's going on, Ilba?
Whoop whoop.
Got it. I know you've been working hard all day, so I know you didn't had a very eventful day. And as always, again, happy to have Financial Battle come through and bless the family again. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. This stuff is not rocket science. Go support people who support you. It is not rocket science, right? You don't even double think or think twice, right? So how was your day, Eva Monica?
Ooh, peace, power, and profit to you, brother African Emporium, and to the chat. Man, my day was very impactful. Um, you know, and tapped in a whole nother arena that I didn't think I would be involved in. So,
Powerful.
out there selling, helping Dynamic 3D sell the CMOS smoothies and all the other different products.
Nice.
It's exciting to hear people who had the experience with the products or who experienced for the first time. The excitement and their how how they be like, "Ooh, this tastes good. Ooh, let me get another one."
Jubilation. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's kind of cool. It's exciting. So, I'm not a salesperson. However, I do what I
But of
do.
course you are. That's when I stop you and say, of course you are, right? You come from a lineage of entrepreneurs, right? If nothing else, we know how to get people organized. By the very nature of
Yeah,
that skill set, makes you what? A salesman.
yeah,
And
yeah,
salesman ain't necessarily always a negative connotation. There are also positive salesmen because how many people sat and watched you make money and you kept saying, hey, let's get involved. Let's get involved. Let's get serious about this business. Let's get them, this LLC information, get on the paper. Let's get things happening. And then you went out there and demonstrated. See? So in
yeah.
itself, that's positive.
Yeah, and you're right. And I didn't look at it like that. After a while, you can tap into so many different areas when you're out, you communicate with people, especially when it comes down to business. You'd be surprised who don't know what. And so I am. I mean, I had a very productive day. I'm really tired. I got up early in the morning. Everybody knows I'm doing the 60-day challenge. I'm on day 19, and that's been cool within itself. Those who contributed to the platform and brought content and information. I get a lot of phone calls on that. A lot of people are like, what, I'm so glad you're doing it, keep doing what you're doing. So that's great. And then kick it off to an event, sell product, increase your network, and then move around and do it all over again the next day, right? So I'm
Facts.
appreciative to the connect, Bird African Emporium. It's always good to connect with people who are productive, and it's not an overbearing or the type of productivity that drains you, but actually gives you more energy to do what you're doing. So yeah, it was kind of cool. It was cool. I had a good day. So I was looking forward. I couldn't wait for you to go live. I said, "Woo! I get to end my day on get some education."
Right, right. On,
And
on a positive note, again, just sharing it in that, the wealth of that, and again, just knowing that I always say your network determines, your network determines your net worth. And of course, like you say, this is something that was somewhat new to your, natural modus operandi, right? Within your, your field of work. But within that, you found out that you're already what? Well equipped to do these things and not what? More. Because I always tell people, there's a lot of people, we were talking about that actually the other day, right? And on one of the Zoom meetings, right? One of our training sessions that, there's a lot of, nerds in the hood, right? Not saying that we're in the hood, but there's a lot of undiscovered gems is the point, right? There's a lot of people who are waiting to now what? Branch out, given the right opportunity, right? Or the right network that they can what? Latch into or latch onto. And from there you find out that you got skills. You like, man, this stuff been sitting on the shelf. I've been waiting to dust this stuff out. But joking from the getting now. But that's just it. So again, shout out to our brother David, right? Again, some guys don't know the backstory to that. Again, me and David worked with some years back at a company that, when I was in South Carolina at that time. And of course, like anything, we're giving black people opportunity, right? Not just, we have to make it about that. But I just say for a lot of times, a lot of us are shut out from certain aspects to shine or show what we can do. Given the opportunity when that happens, we go above and beyond, right?
yeah,
Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. You giving in that moment, like Joker, if they just let you in the door, right, you will go out there and do what's necessary to compete. And so me and David went through that. And that's what we were doing. We was over there, kicking butt, taking names, and I respect the value that we offered within the company. And, again, throughout those years, we've kept in touch. Like always, you'll find people who out there have those like interests as you. You connect with them. You say, you know what, this person going somewhere, one way or the other. And wherever they are right now, I guarantee they're gonna be a lot better off years in the future, right? We've all met people
yes,
like that before, right? But that's just what it's all about, right? In all walks of life, I meet people. I've met, obviously, I've never met Sister Monica person. Like y'all, I don't even know that. Like, man, y'all always act like y'all brothers and sisters ain't there. But it doesn't matter because see, one thing I always do know about, again, entrepreneurs, right? This is a game recognized game, or entrepreneurs recognize other, go getters. That's what this is about. Again, you link up with people who have what your best interest in mind. And I can say
yeah,
100%. I know that sister has mine, and I know I have hers, and anybody else that tune in with us, because we're not sitting there trying to act like we got it all, right? This is not a
yeah,
king of the hill kind of mentality here. This is like, no, let's all build, let's all share, let's all research, let's all dig, right? Let's all, pull, right? What I'm saying? So we can get what we want, right? From the system. We all trying to pull away from what? Those who are hiding, who's stealing, who's hoarding, who's blocking. We're trying to pull that, that tug of war rope to our side a little bit. And like I said, I have no doubt when I'm, you know, in the trenches, I know, Battle Monica gonna be right there pulling too. So,
yes.
oh
And
yeah,
then it's funny because David be like, he's like, you never met a Willis in person. I was like, no. He was like, what? You just? I said, when you get amongst like minds, people aren't trying to get over on one another, who aren't looking for, okay, how can I take this or use that, and you just genuine, you care about people, you share, those people, you stick around and you use the credibility. It's like, and I'm gonna tell you, the only reason I was like, the only reason I participated in your training or even purchased your product was because of African Emporium. And I ain't gonna tell you no other way. It can taste good all they want to. It was of the brother. So, that's kind of cool. So to participate and help and support the business, and watch them grow, watch them interact and do great things out there. It's phenomenal. And I can imagine if your energy was just as great, because he talks highly of you. I was like, oh wow, but African Emporium was the man.
Yeah, I wore my, as they say, I wore my professionalism in a way where I wanted to be wanted to be perceived. And I think that's important, because I'm sure you know that too, especially, both of us been, being somewhat, veterans of the armed service in a lot of ways, in terms of the, what we got, being in that environment. Of course, it's still, even in the military, again, people, whether they know it or not, it's a class system. It's a
Yeah.
class system there too, right? And it's structured around what? Rank, right? And then here it is, you might be somebody that's older, got more experience. You might even be more successful. But just because a joke
Hey,
got another little piece of little metal on they car a little bit bigger than yours, you got to bow down to that person, right?
yes.
Imagine, having to psychologically, move in around it every day. But again, within that, you learn a lot about yourself too, right? You learn a lot about yourself, again, because you're building these kind of, real world skills, and how to be patient when when to be, boisterous if necessary. You learn a lot, I guess, and you learn how to be very, multifaceted, right? How to multitask, and that's important,
And,
right? That's important.
and the and to bring in your own story. So, everyone knows I got injured. So to be able to use the product and then be able to have your own testimony about it, and how it's doing in the properties, and then how it can help other people, especially those who are going through fibromyalgia and some of the
Yes.
other pain
Yep.
deals that coming out due to those hazardous environments. And I had some vets. I walked in the DAV for the first time. Oh my God, it's probably been in a year and a half of no devices. And they were like, they looked at me like they seen a ghost.
Right.
And they was like,
Right.
hold on, we need whatever you're eating is what we need.
What we need, right? Share the love. I see, again, you are a walking,
Yeah.
case study. And I always say, you got people around you guys. We all know everybody. I can go up and down this chat. I see beautiful people up in there. I see, my awesome sister Stephanie Patton in the building, right? One of my, you know, another, battle mates, right? She in the real estate game, right? She down there, in the city of Richmond, right? That same, situation when you see people, plugging, growing, getting after life, right? Making their situations, meet their true nature, their true worth. And that stuff is, again, is motivating when they see you go through a level of transformation, right? You might have been here, now you move, you over here, right? Something must be working, right? Something must be working, right?
Come
And
here.
that's what it is, right? I got my family in the building. Marcus Mann in the house, right? That blood family, same real. He got a strong story, right? I know some people say testimony, but I just say a strong journey, right? In my case, that's what we all have. We all have a journey, right? And some point, we're trying to get on that beeline path of success, right? As they say, the least path of resistance, right? And
Yeah.
you've demonstrated that several times, right? Like I said, a lot of people that's in the chat, they can attest to those moments in around their own lives as well. So I love this stuff.
Yeah.
Again, E. Camille on the panel. She, again, same way. This is a travel the world, doing, working her professional craft, right? And now she got another what? A craft now that, like, man, look, can't nobody take that away from her, right? And you
Yeah.
can see her what? Her track record of growth, going back, looking what? Through her timeline. You can see where a person came from here and where they are today. And I know, again, when you walked up in that building, like you was alluding to, yeah, you got them eyes and people like, man, what you on? Let me, right? What
Let
you
me get.
on?
Hey, well, I made so many artists that day. It was crazy. It was crazy,
Yes.
and I mean, I that from the skin, people know as soon as they see you, they start to
Yes.
know. You didn't even think that was happening, and I didn't even really notice my skin from it
And you know,
And first,
now I got a pinch. I got a pinch like somebody grandma. Now, because y'all know I've been pushing this stuff for a long time. All right? Y'all know I'm like what 7, 8 year vet when it comes to CMA. And I used to tell y'all like, man, y'all know that CMA. I thought my hair, skin, and nails. Hair, skin, and nails. I kept saying, you get that CMOS in your life, that stuff gonna be so good for you. But I know
and
it
my
is. Like everybody, like I gotta wait a little bit till I tell. I gotta research this stuff. But now I know you giving your story. Go in on that there.
oh oh yeah, the man, my skin
Mm-hmm.
feels so soft. Like, I was an athlete and then a soldier. So I didn't never think my skin would get soft again. But my skin is so soft and the problem, so people be like, oh my God, what kind of foundation you using? I'm like, girl, that's that sea
That's
moss.
that
I need
CMOS kicking in. Soap and actual, plant in
yes,
itself.
yes. Soap in my face, and I used two different types. I got the sea moss of the tea tree, and then the sea moss by itself. And I was talking to someone um who was dealing with the same autoimmune deficiency or whatever, and they were so stuck on the doctors. I said, well, let me ask you a question. I said, when you take what's being prescribed to you, are you getting temporary relief, or are you getting lasting relief?
Right.
And it was like, temporary. I said, because you have to take it every 2 6 hours, right? And it was like, yeah. I said, well, won't you just try? You know what? I'm just gonna bless you. I'll let you try it. After the first week, I said, I promise you, you're gonna be looking for him. You're not
That's
even
how it
gonna be
works.
trying to seek them out. I was like, I'm just telling you from my own experience how this actually just, those men, those 92 minerals, you will really realize that you was lacking a whole lot of them.
A lot of them. Yep. And it's not even close when we think about our daily dietary consumption. I know some people like, man, y'all talking about CMOS, man. I thought we were gonna talk about stock. Well, we're gonna talk about stocks too, but again, we just talking about enrichment as a whole, right? Enrichment, right? Being in a position where you have clear of mind, clear of voice, as they say, the makaru, right? Some of my comedic people out there, when you have makaru, right? Makaru basically means true of voice. And a lot of that is detailed again around you finding things that actually will work in your life that you can transfer, you can share it, right? And it what you got, the primary source, and you can say, hey, here's where this worked out for me. And so again, health and wealth is one of our greatest initiatives, right? You already know I'm gonna speak about health anyway. So if
Oh
you got
yeah,
something against health, you're on the wrong channel. Cause I always talk about my health and wealth initiative, right? You can't have
yeah.
one without the other, right? What's the use of having all the money in the world? You got bad health, right?
Man,
What's the
you
use of
can't.
having the best health on the planet and you ain't got no resources? To number one, maintain it, if anything, but number two, live a life, where you can enjoy it, So, I'm just saying, at this point in the game, it's important.
Look, it's so funny, right? So last weekend he goes to the Super Bowl. Obviously, leave me in charge. Okay, so I go out to the flea market. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to sell this. I'll put my little jewelry to the right. I'm gonna try to sell this. So we make so much money that, look, I get in the office next day. Somebody was acting crazy. I said, you know I can make this selling sea moss at the flea market on. They looked at me like,
Facts.
they was like, what? I said, I will quit right now. This little side hustle, I did that in a day. And I don't even know the product like that. They was like, you gotta be
Right.
kidding. Hey, listen, health is
Right.
well. Made me out
Health
of
is
really
wealth. And not only that, again, I always say this too, Eva. I mean, the country wisdom there, but
go
again,
ahead.
they say when it ain't work if you having passion for it, right? And then
Man,
also, again, being a purveyor of it now, of course, being a user, now also a distributor. Again, that could be anybody that's listening, but we're just saying this is something that we're offering where again, this is nature, right? This is like the truest gift that nature already provided for you, which is a path to some value of entrepreneurship in and itself, and the product gonna do what it's gonna do. This ain't no synthesis. This ain't no chemical concoction. This is nature just saying, hey, that's why they can't patent it. People mad because they can't patent it, right? Because you can't put a patent on
yes,
nature. So, right? So let nature have its way. I always keep telling people, man, you can't whoop Mother Nature. I don't care who you think you is. I don't care how bad you is in that lab. What better, what your chemist background look like or not. But at the end of the day, Mother Nature always gonna outlast you. So may as well get on board. So this is great. Again, that's a whole nother. Yeah, keep going. I know I'll be butting in, but go ahead.
I know, right? But you're a part of it. You're the reason why I know. Appreciation of I've seen like two people made a phone call to David today, and they was like, "Yo, put me on. How can I be down?" And he was like,
Yep.
you want situation, you don't go up, you don't got to go back to work. You can do this, and this. Okay, meet me over here. I'm gonna show you how it's done. And the young man showed up, and man, David was doing what he do or whatnot, and people, and he was listening. The guy was listening. How it worked out, and then as them sales start rolling, dude was looking. He was like, "Man, this is all I have to do." He's like, "Man, this product gonna sell itself. All you gotta do
Bam.
is communicate. It's gonna sell itself." And so, man, he was like, "Yo, you know what? Let me get it the next time. You go to another spot, this, that, or whatever." And I was like, you know what? Right now we're in a pandemic. A lot of people are lacking employment. You know,
Right.
but lacking waiting on stimulus. There's opportunity. You need to get for something that really can help you. Because most people, you struggling to make a certain dollar 5 days a week, and you got entrepreneurs out there with a product that actually helps people. And I'm gonna tell you what made me one of the things that made me out a believer. Garfield's daughter was
Yep.
diagnosed with Guillain-Barré, and that young lady, when she came out of that induced coma, she started using the product. She, changed her health, how she was eating and everything. And
Yep.
if you watch the story, I'm gonna interview her in there. And if you watch her story, she tell you what she did. People would think it's a miracle, but she started using the product, and man, she's bouncing around. Doing her music thing again. It's phenomenal. And I know they probably gonna be like, Mo is just so pseudo now. Listen, you can call me what you want.
Okay. I always,
I
you know what? That's just people's. That's their opinion because you standing on what? You standing
Yes,
on your what? Your primary
my
source
own
square.
yes,
You
which is
can't
my
dispute nature. See, we can challenge that stuff that they be pushing because it comes with a whole lot of ambiguity and one side this way and one side. They see they for profit. See, Mother Nature just stand on its own. Again, it don't need you to co-sign it. And so,
and
because I
also
always right, and see, this is why I say I line myself with even Brother Chief X on them here, because that's why he was going in on joke about this. But when he came down Moringa, that joke was about to
and
go to blows. But I just see him a ring. Well, he was selling something straight for nature, so you can't question it, right? You couldn't come at it.
yes, and it was crazy. I said, "Don't
You mute. You can't hear you, Sister Monica. There you. You might just have the signal.
oh man,
There you go. You there? You back? She come back. She'll come back in. But yeah, so just having that conversation naturally, guys. We got some more family coming in. We're gonna definitely get those guys going and going in a little bit too. But again, just in that space in terms of when we talk about sea moss, people are like, well, what is sea moss, right? It's genome and what's following is Chondrus crispus. Basically, it's a marine aquatic plant that has a lot of great. If you want to use the word medicinal, I just say health, right? Because ain't nothing medicine value about it. That's chemical sympathy. It's just natural medicine, right? Or natural health, right? It's just nature in the flesh, literally, right? It has a lot of awesome properties to it. Of course, like I said, I've been, having sea moss now going over there 8 years, and of course we use it, right? I was out, I sell it too, but for me, I was like, man, this is just one of many things out there that people obviously should have within their, in my opinion, in their households, right? Among a lot of other things that we grew up having as little kids, and that was just, grandma's favorite little go-to, whatever, right? Well, sea moss is that in terms of my household, and ain't no better scenario because it ain't cut with nothing but life and sunlight. So I'm excited, and so definitely look it up, find your local person, get with Sister Monica, get with my brother David. I either get with myself because again, y'all know I care it too. But as y'all see, we don't care about competition. It's not a competition thing. It's like, well, hey, we're here to share. No matter what, no matter where, it's enough for everybody, and we move under that mindset. So it's good to know, people are getting it because I just want people to get healthy. Right? That's all I care about. It's just important. So I think Sister Monica getting the technical together there. So what's going on, Eva Camille? Right? We have Eva Camille that popped up earlier too. What's going on, sis? I don't know if she able to get popping here. All right, she might be moving around a little bit too. We got Over Chris in the house. What's going on, Over Chris?
He's power and profit.
You got it, man. How's your day, man? How's life? How's everything going, man? What's going on over there in the big TX?
Uh, I'm doing pretty good. Everything pretty good. About to get hit with this winter storm, little small little winter storm for the southeast. Gonna hit
Yeah.
Texas, but besides that, you know, normal regular day shenanigans.
Say that everything is everything, right? In the words of Immortal Dr. John Henry Clark, everything is everything.
Right on, right on.
That's good, man. Again, yeah, this like I said, this polar vortex is making this move, and you got Texas of all places. It doesn't like it's not like it can't snow there, get bad weather, but it's going through its moment over there too. So they gotta, they had a nasty pilot. I'm sure you guys saw it like what 3-4 days ago.
Yeah, fourth word. Yeah,
Yeah, like 7-car pilot. Well, it wasn't 7-car. It was like more than that, but
yeah. It
like
was.
it was really bad, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was terrible, man.
And like people died. Like about 5-6 people died in it.
Yeah, that weather and hitting the major highways. It can get dangerous when that cold weather and that rain and ice
Oh
get
yeah,
to
the
freeze up
ice.
the
Woof.
road.
That's it.
Yeah. So you know, I got some family up there, so luckily nobody was hurt. So uh,
Yeah, and that's positive, of course. We all try to make sure we're comfortable and safe. And if you're gonna be out there anyway, because like I say, right now, even when this COVID environment, not that you can't still have a life, but I'm just of the mindset: if you ain't got to be out there, ain't no need being out there, right? We ain't got nothing to prove, right?
back.
If you got all your essentials, what do you need, right? And so again, that's another aspect. Again, I don't want to make it seem like that's one of the reasons why I think we're we different, but for the fact that we are somewhat sedentary in aspect because we're working from a sedentary space, right? From our computers, our cell phones, our laptops, or whatever. A lot of times we're kind of, locked in a place where we don't feel like we have to move around a lot, right? Because we're pulling our money from the market, right? Basically from off the internet, right? So, our movements are very strategic once we do go out there. And again, beyond that of COVID, if you have no need to be out there, don't chance it. And same thing happening right now. Our weekend, we going through right here in the DMV area. It's icy, it's crazy out there, and it's like, bro, it
I
ain't
already
worth
know.
it. It ain't worth it. So definitely
Hmm.
stay safe, and pretty sure you are over. And
Oh
but yeah,
yeah,
like I say,
definitely.
we still make money because like a lot of jokers out there, like, man, I may not go to work because of this, that, and third, but look, we still gonna get it. We're gonna get a lot of us hitting that crypto up right now, so we still
Back.
gonna get it.
Yep.
All right. So peace, power, and profit to you over. And again, I know we're gonna go in once we get to going in. It's gonna be on and popping. All right.
Oh
What's going on
yeah.
over, Brandon? I'm sorry. I don't know if he didn't.
Be in the cut.
What's going on, family? What's going on, A, Monica, Chris?
You got it, man. You got it. Peace,
What's
power,
up,
and
brother?
profit to you.
Man, I heard y'all talk about that CMOS. I want to get a special shout out to Mo. She had, before the CMOS, I looked like the thing off of the Goonies.
No,
Now I'm
don't
looking
say
a little
that.
bit better.
Mo might be putting some juju in that sea moss.
Uh-oh, she hit it with that
I
that
think
June Juice
so.
and wham wham.
That
They're doing
extra,
You know
that
where I'm
special brew.
from. You
So
know
the
where I'm
yeah,
Hogwarts
that
and
from.
special brew.
Hey,
She put a foot in
hey,
it. That's what she
hey,
did.
I tell you, if I end up with a boo by the end of the year, I probably put some roots in it. Don't buy none. Don't buy none.
they
Mm-hmm.
got in this deep south they call it
Oh,
roots. Right? You put some roots in there. That deep south
you
talk there.
put
I got
some
the
root.
roots in there.
The root.
I got the root in there, right?
Y'all
That's
crazy.
special juju. That's powerful, man. Happy to hear that too, because again, like I say, hey, you know, what? Yeah, man. Just we're trying to find out where to establish number one, some better health. Within our practice, of course, this just saying we're just a bit more patient and learning more about life, right? Due diligence, right? That also translates into your health awareness too, right? And I know we talk about a whole lot of health at this moment. We're gonna get into stocks, but again, you can't have one without the other, right? Again, I mean, think about your ex-president, right? He's sitting at the highest seat literally on the planet, and this joker eating McDonald's at 1 or 2 in the morning, sitting in the toilet and playing on Twitter, right? And drinking Diet Coke and Cokes all night long, just binging on Coca-Cola and caffeine. That's why he can't get no work done, because he too busy trying to tweet, act like you're a teenager, right? And I'm saying
That's
that
like a
because
teenager.
his melatonin and serotonin are probably out of what? Out of balance. Think about that. He up all night in the morning, 2 a.m. in the morning. You a president. And you up that time of the morning just tweeting and carrying on like, bro, go, you better take your behind to sleep. You can't because your body all jacked up. It's just crazy.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, it just makes you think, man. It's just important. So yeah, shout out to everybody again that takes a little bit of value of health serious. It's important. Again, to me, it's important, right? So that's power to hear that. When people say, well, hey, try a little something a little different, and then they're always scary. I know it could be in the beginning, but once you start to see, then you be like, okay, I can work with this, right? Ain't got no allergic reactions. Ain't nothing fell off. Everything intact. Okay, let's roll.
Hey, because in many cases, you're like, I mean,
Right. Right.
what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose when you already, most people are already on severe meds that's causing extra issues?
Backs and
It's a win-win situation. That's how I looked at it. I'm like, shoot, I'm already on the highest, so I might as well try it. And then look again, I ain't even have to take it. I was like, oh yes, let me go on and budget this in.
yeah, again, just a
Yeah.
substance. You just think about it. You replacing one or two, one of the little what they call on the way home type, meals, and put it into something that's a little bit more what, a little bit more, uh, better for your body, so to speak, right? So I'm not gonna get that little $5 fill up box on the way from KLC in the house. I'm not gonna get the little, hit the dollar menu on the way to the house, and somebody cooking it,
You
right? So I'm gonna skip
know my
cover,
turn. I was
I'm gonna
about
skip a cover to get me some sea moss. And that's it. I mean, yeah, y'all know the stuff go. We just started prioritizing budget yourself.
yeah,
Budget around your life, as I like to say.
yeah. Hey, listen, I was a $5 type of person too, boy. Then I think I do so. It's okay. Let me get the grill side of it, like it was going to help.
Right, like there's a big difference, right? That's how they get you. Right, still getting them antibiotics, still getting that RGBT, was it RGBHT growth hormone. You still get all that stuff that come along within that. Like that, you feel a little better because it's grilled this time instead of fried. Like it happens.
It curbs the appetite. It really curbs my appetite.
That part.
Yeah,
I've been saying that. I told y'all. I
yeah.
told you.
It gave me I he had me on a 7 day sea moss and water fasting time period. And now this is crazy because once I actually started getting used to it and it did start my appetite. Um when I tried to eat regular food, I was just like disgusted or whatever. So I changed and I started getting some meal prep with these different types of raw salads because I was trying to figure out how to get used to eating raw food again. And so
Right.
overload food. Is that when I used to not having all that overloaded food because I think Just touched up on my live one time. He's like, why are y'all eating stuff that make you sluggish? You're not supposed to be sluggish after you eat. And I was like, oh, he said, oh,
Right.
over my toes. Like, so I so I got that down. And then all of a sudden people start saying, oh, you need to eat more. I'm like, look, y'all need to make up your mind.
Right. Right.
I reached out to a friend of mine who's a caterer. She does really, really good salads, meal prep. So she preps my raw food for me, my salads and everything, and so I'm able to mix it in. So now I'm still able to eat the portions that I need, and then the water intake. And as I stated before, for people that are here, I've actually lost 20 pounds. Got another.
Hold up. You can't just say that
Oh,
on the slide.
please
Y'all
stop.
didn't hear what that sister said. You hear Sister Camille? That she trying to slip that in there, because y'all know that ain't no everyday average feat where you just hear a person, well, I didn't lost 20 pounds. Because joke like most time when you hear a person they lost 20 pounds, first thing person like, man, what you been doing? What you mean? You must be on some old, crash stuff or something. You on them old, right? What you doing? What you doing? Right?
Man, I gotta holler at you.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And the hairdo is awesome. You look awesome. I mean, you are glowing.
I know everybody keeps
That's
saying
right. Come
going.
through.
I'm
You look
like,
like you got a tan. You know how you get that glow when you be out in the sun?
yeah, it's this. That's all that CMOS. I haven't. It's crazy because my skin. I went back and looked at some pictures. I was like, what are they looking at? So I went back and looked at some pictures. I was like, wow, you did have like a dull. It wasn't like this. So
You know what that is? That's the proliferation of that wonderful female. It is a natural hydration applicant in itself, right? When you think about an aquatic plant, right? It holds what? Water really well. The one thing that we suffer from a lot of times is what? Dehydration, right? Our cellular level is what? Dehydrated, right? You have capillaries and veins that are what? Pretty much, crying for what? Right? For some oxygen, right? Because we, been bought our body with all this sugar and this salt, right? And I mean to cut it wisdom, but again, this is the part where, I go into my little scientific mode because, because I've been, on CMOS now 8-something years now. And it was that for me, it was that same reality when I got serious about the science and really got digging into the science. I'm like, man, this is why our body all jacked up, right? Because we got all the other stuff that's fighting against it, and then we get some good stuff. Our body be trying to what? Like, man, what's this? Right? You be trying to reject it, right? Now I need to go. No, let me go back to that 12 piece stuff, right? Trying to kick you back, but you're right. When your body starts cleansing itself from the inside out, I repeat, the inside out. Forget all the topical stuff you can put on your body to mask it, but when you begin to now hydrate your cells, right, respectfully, and it clean up a lot of those bads, man, it's wonders, and it'll show. Like I said, hair, skin, and nails. That's one of the greatest things that it has because it's loaded in collagen, right? It's loaded in vitamin E. That marinade, right? Go ahead, Sister Ma. I know I'll be cutting, but y'all know this is what we do. We family. We just cut in on each other. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, and I can't wait. I really can't wait to take my hair down to see, what it's done to my hair because I've yep. What it's done to my skin. And yes, indeed. I'm just super ecstatic about how this whole process has been. I didn't even think that because even when I used to purchase from Brother African Emporium, I didn't know what to do with it, so I gave it away. And even though the instructions, how you get some got the instructions.
Yeah, I mean, you say that like, you gave away that's how you give away $1 million. You done gave away $1 million.
Look, I could have bag a long time ago. I would get this CMOS in 2016. They ain't even touch it.
And the whole good shelf life too. That's crazy about it. It lasts a long time too. That's salt content.
Yeah, they would come to my house, be like, "Let me get that CMOS." I'd be like, "Okay." And then now, that I've started using it on the daily basis, I'm like, "Dang, boy, I sure gave away a lot of."
The giveaway go. You still doing the community work? What they said, right? Yeah. But it's like, man, I could have been using it too, though.
And when you put it in your smoothie, or when you drink it, like it used to take me a minute to just kind of get used to liquids, and you talk about the aqua, it lubricating and
yeah, joints,
hydrating your insides, and I try to pay attention to what's going on with what I'm using. And I'm telling you, if you guys are listening to this stream, and I know mass majority of people do, that inflammation, if you're dealing with any type of chronic pain or whatever, my dad is on it now. My dad had triple bypass surgery, his defibrillator. Since my dad been on it, he hasn't complained since. He's been taking it since November. My mom, I have a cousin, she's a nurse in Houston, and I remember when her son, he said, "Oh, I'm gonna send this to my mom." And I remember when she got it, she said, "What am I gonna do with this? If the doctor don't prescribe it, I'm not taking it." And I look at
that part right there. See, yeah. That's the one that get us in trouble right there.
She was on my live stream the other day, and she was like, "Cuz, I'm out of my CMOS. I need some more. I'm about to order. What's the Cash App?" I started laughing. I didn't even tell her anything because I was like, "Woo, got her." How you say that, Brother African Emporium?
Yep. Got him. Got him.
Yeah. And I shipped hers all. She was so excited to get that bottle. And she was like, "I'll let you know when I need some more," because she was fighting that thing. I said, "I know how you feel." So my other older cousin, they were a little older than me, and so they stopped popping in, and they was like, "Is this stuff working where you said this?" I said, "You see my situation? You see how slow I'm moving? I was going totally backwards. I didn't know how to see my way out of it." And when I tell you the quick turn, they was like, "Darn, you are moving or whatever." I said, "Wait till you see me stepping in that wedding come April."
See, that part.
That's because everybody's like
that part.
So everybody wants to know who my cousin is walking with, and he won't tell them. He said, "We just gonna wait, and when you come down that aisle, they gonna be like, what?"
Come through.
Yeah.
See. Yeah. See, because results, I always tell people, man, look here, results don't lie. As we say, because y'all know how we roll, especially, everybody on this panel can definitely attest to this. We say demonstration beats what?
Conversation.
So we have to demonstrate in order for people to take you serious, especially in life in general. You can't preach from a place and then you moving the opposite, right? That's not that don't work, especially in 2021, because people ain't that naive anymore. A lot of people waking up, standing on their truth, right? Standing on their square, and they moving from a place of demonstration. Because if you want people to really, genuinely to corral around you or follow you, that's what you're going to have to produce, right? The days of just talking is over. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, because again, even your government, showing y'all that to walk around now blissfully, still trying to act like you don't see it when you see it would just be. I mean, it's like it's suicide in a lot of ways. For lack of better words, it's suicide, right? Because again, these are times right now where we're realizing that, and we see people leave, right? And we ain't saying that this is a cure for everything. We ain't not saying that. So disclaimer: these are just our opinions based upon our use cases. But we're saying people leave here that are young. We saw what COVID did to a lot of our people, how it kind of exploited a lot of that, deficiencies, so to speak, right? Health wise, these people just got, minor aspects of the coronavirus, and it took them out, right? And couldn't make this stuff up, right? And so we realize now that something as simple as our health, which most things that most people take for granted above all things is always going to be the health first, right? Because you live within yourself. You say, I can, I'm fine, right? That's what you always convince yourself, right? But you'll go out your way to give somebody else what good advice if you can, right? But you'll go the opposite direction when you come to you taking that advice. So being able to stand on that, and say, you know what, if I'm gonna speak about it, then guess what? I'm gonna also be a purveyor, right? Then that works wonders when you can now demonstrate. And so it's important to see that now. And, just my little couple of opinions to that.
This young lady came up to the table tonight and she was like, I got COVID. My sister got COVID, and her granddad is from Jamaica who does sea moss every morning in his tea. And she said, my grandfather tried to get us to take it. She said my sister took it and she recovered in 4 days. She said I didn't take it and I suffered horribly. And I wish I would have listened. So she came over and bought some or whatnot. I said, well, you right. Hey, listen, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
And so again, it's just one of those things where, again, now your knowledge has caught up with it, with the the aspect of it, and you're getting it from both ways. You're reaping the benefit. So this is always just powerful just to hear people speak of and now realize it, right? And you got other families starting to kind of mess around a little bit. Ober Brandon say he getting at it a little bit, right? And me and the other Sister Camille, she ain't new to it. I'm not familiar if Ober Chris has a have or have not, or even Brother Matthews. But again, like I said, we ain't sitting there trying to sell y'all nothing. We're just saying, hey, this is what nature has done. All right, and this is what nature is about. And this from this perspective. And so we ain't no sloucher when it comes to research. I always tell people, do your due diligence, right? Because they're gonna hit you with that anyway.
oh yeah.
I gotta research this, man. And like I said, and they'll leave you, go right to Popeyes, go right to Taco Bell, go right to Neon Nancy. And you don't know what she got over there, and that stuff you eating from her, it ain't even got a color on the rainbow spectrum. She gonna serve it to you. You ain't asking her no question where it came from, where it's produced. Was it a hormone free cow or not? Oh, see how that works? Because again, conditioning is all, man. Look, conditioning.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Well, I had some with my carrot juice and my dinner.
Mm.
Yeah, I still got some of yours. I ate the purple.
That purple, yeah.
I mixed it up with the one I got from Sister Mo.
Mm.
Nice.
You should be feeling real good. You mix purple. Cool.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I also just did my workout too. So
Yes.
and I've been, studying all day. Did my workout, and now I'm going to look at some charts. I did my studying.
Yeah. You said something good, Sis Camille, to work out. I find my workouts are getting so much easier. So, I be talking mad trash in my training sessions.
Yeah, I'll be going for broke over it.
Yes. Yes. I take a swag of it before I start trying.
Like Dr. Umar Johnson say, speak your speech, sister, speak your speech.
Yes, indeed.
Talk that good.
And the fellas got excited this evening. I said, "Oh, go ahead, Sister Camille."
Sister Camille, you breaking up. It's breaking up, sis. Yeah, it's breaking up. It's roboting. Sister Camille is roboting a little bit. It'll get right in a minute. Get it probably it'll straighten out.
Yeah, the guys.
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go. Now you rock it. Now you cooking with.
I was saying, I lost my train of thought, but go ahead.
We talking about training. Taking it in training.
Yeah, I was saying I basically I can lose about 15 pounds, I think.
Yeah.
Water retention.
Yeah,
appetite suppressant. You know, I come from the literature. It's those things. It is appetite suppressant. It does help you retain water, right? Hydration, that is not the, again, weight water, but the proper hydration water, because again, we talking about proliferation of the cellular level, right? Water going into your cells like it's supposed to, right? Because y'all know we all walk around talking we not 77% water, and Joker like, bro, looking at some of y'all Joker, y'all may be around about 50. Well, you look dried up. You look dried up over there, Joker. You look dried up. And I'm talking about, even if you fair size person, you still could be dehydrated. Because you got more mass don't necessarily mean you hydrated, right? You could be stricter even more at that point, because the body ain't moving these vital fluids throughout your body naturally in a lot of ways. So again, you got people who suffer from arthritis. Again, like you said, fibromyalgia. Basic stuff. Thyroid stuff. Those are real bad. I had one brother. I can go down the list because I've been. Yeah. Man, I was from New York all the way down to the whole East Coast out with. Of course, I've been been doing it for years, and seeing people from all walks had all different illnesses. Goes, I'm not a doctor. Disclaimer: I'm not a doctor. I just gave him some basic understanding of, about health. Again, if you want change, you're gonna have to be the change you want. Right, and you start minimalist as possible. Right, again, start with some basic building blocks. If you want a cadre of concoctions that are in your medicine cabinet, now chances are they working against each other, trying to work for the better of what you probably think you need. And think about that. That doesn't even make sense. But they will have you thinking that. And he's like, well, man, you need to pull back a little bit and go back to some more natural health aspects and slowly add those medications in until you can wean yourself off it. Go back to eating a little bit more better. Take sugar out your diet. Take salt out your diet. Get all that heavy, lactic acid out your diet by these dairy products, right? And go in and start drinking more water, right? Eat a little bit more leafy greens. Get that chromium, that beta carotene, right? That selenium, right? And we on the list. This stuff ain't rocket science, but you know what? People are always gonna push back against that. Know why? Because they feel like it come with what? More work. That's where they look. Because again, I can't drive through that drive-through and get all that $5 fill up and have it slung through the window in my car quick. I don't want to deal with it, right? So we've become, again, very anti-preparatory people, right? Again, being able to do those things, not thinking that we'll get the best results in the end. Again, that's just my opinion, but I'm basing on some of the stuff I've seen people who now taking on this and now they've changed. Again, people with Crohn's disease. I ain't gonna say too much because how jokers is. They're gonna be like, I just leave it. They know what the transformation was, and they sitting there smiling now. They're like, but I can't think enough.
Yeah. So how much do you take a day, Sister Monica or AE?
I take the teaspoon. Because I take that per day, just straight up, straight
to the head. That's the first thing in the morning. And I gotta say that before you go in. And y'all, now I'm gonna go on the record and say this, because I know you're gonna come for my neck. That's fine. The first thing you supposed to put in your body when you wake up in the morning is what?
Water.
Thank you. Water. Somebody got to stop. I be telling people that, and they be looking at you all crazy. And like, man, my stomach ain't on take it out. If your stomach ain't taking, that means you jacked up. You
Yeah.
mean to tell me your body can't take an essential thing as water in the morning when you wake up and you got to put some sugary, salty, or whatever? That means you jacked up, right? You jacked
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
And it,
I got
yeah,
water out of bed. I be drinking water all night long.
yeah, it might be time for a change. If you can't, survive off the senses of life and water, then something really ain't right. But that's it. And then after that, of course, you do what you want. But again, after that, I'm going straight sea moss, right? I take, you get some teaspoon, tablespoon, right? And look.
Okay.
So you take this straight to the head.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was used to it with
straight.
my ginger that I've juiced, or like I have kale, carrot juice, and ginger, and then I'll pour, maybe half a cup on sea moss, in because I have a big glass. But I'll take one to the head. I'll try that, and I'll do that tomorrow first.
Yep, just take it straight to the head, move it. I put it, and then I put it in my oatmeal, and I drink my 3 bottles of water. I drink my 3 bottles of water out.
Ooh, I need to put it in my oatmeal too. I use this. What? Yeah, I love oatmeal.
Yep, that's how I've been going, and it's been working out really well. You know, I mean, just the overall energy and being able to bounce. The only reason I get sleepy and tired and fall asleep on you guys a lot of times because I'm doing them 6:30 morning sessions.
Yeah, I'll be like, woo, I'll be cheering you on, but I'll be like, I'll just be rolling over.
Yeah.
London session, I'll be like, woo, I gotta be up by like 8 o'clock for the New York session. I got to go to sleep.
Yeah, so it's really, I mean, I'm very thankful for just getting started the proper way and then being able to share with people something very natural that doesn't have added preservatives and all the extra stuff, and then being in the situation and just being able to tell them. It's crazy. I even sometimes have the doctors asking, "How can I get some?" It's because I'll tell them what I got. One doctor, she has lupus, and those autoimmune deficiencies, they could cause some really life disruptancy. And
Yeah,
so when you could get some relief and just be active, that's super important. Too many people are not active or can't get active because those simple little things, inflammation that's causing all of this extra rucket that you don't see. You give it a look. Ooh, look how pretty brother African Emporium is.
All right. I got to hit you with that. What they said, that peer pressure.
Peer
Peer
pressure.
pressure. Peer pressure. Like, but how that peer pressure, but it's right here, but they right here, they right here. Look at right here, boy, they right here.
I make mine with coconut water. Is that good?
Oh, definitely. Come in. You talking about amino acids, right?
Yeah.
You talking about proper amino acids, which is coconut water, right? We took just coconut as a whole, healthy fats, right? Again, the level of amino acids. Again, you getting the salt mineral because most of them are more what in salt environments because they feed off that salt water mineralization of salt water. So coconut water in itself, of course, no matter people always got like their own special recipes, right? They rhyme a reason. But I always tell people, of course, if you just building from some basic building blocks of life. When I say coconuts are natural, right? This is a natural, fruit, nut, whatever, right? It basically is a fruit, but I'll pick that go tomato. But nonetheless, the shavings, right? If you even eat the flesh, right? The milk in itself, right? And the coconut or just the coconut water, right? There's so many aspects of it that you can benefit from, which is great. So you add that to the value of the strength that's in sea moss too. Of course, sea moss itself has what amino acids in it, right? Again, cysteine, histidine, many other scenarios in that regard. You could just see, how that's a win-win, right? You're not sitting there having to guess, is this healthy? Well, it's coconut water. It must be good. I see the properties on the back of the coconut water bottle, right? I kind of know what's going on with the sea moss just from a basic understanding. How could you go wrong, right? Well, the only thing that most people run into when they get used to this stuff or learning how to is what? How do I sweeten it, right? And the one thing we all trying to get off of is what? White sugar, right? So guess what? White sugar ain't the only thing on the planet. I know it's gonna hurt some of y'all hard to know this, but it ain't the only sweetener out there. I'm sorry, right? There's agave. There's coconut sugar, right? There's date sugar. Date sugar runs circles around all of them, right? It's high in galactose. It's one of the best sweeteners out there. Natural dates. right? That's why a lot of people out in the Middle East, that's what they use for sweetening. They ain't got all these sugar cane farm, all that, right? They just pulverize dates, dehydrate them, and crush them up, make date sugar. And this is one of the most healthiest sugars out there.
But
True story.
I'm gonna go get my. You remember you told me to put the sea moss water in my plant. I'm gonna go get it. Hold on, I'll be back. Y'all keep talking. Watch. You gonna be like, oh my God.
You gonna see Lola all real.
Say, what are you
Miss Llewellyn, you know Miss Llewellyn, right? That, you know, she
that joint gonna be coming alive, walking around her house.
Like she be all wilted, look like she been bruised.
Going in on such a little plant right now. She got that thing. She keep hitting it with that good. That thing gonna stretch out. Right? She gonna Jack and the Beanstalk play, right? You wiggle one more thing up and went through the roof. Well, what you got going on over here, girl? You can call the cops on you over here. Well, that's it though. But no, I mean, I'm serious. Okay, you guys are,
so,
you know.
overeat.
You go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry.
My fault. Can we use like regular bananas? With the actual sea moss, can we just use regular bananas?
Perfect for that, because bananas are natural sweetener. Now y'all talking about language, right? And again, beyond the health properties of bananas, of course, you know, again, we talking about, you know, high in potassium, of course, like riboflavin, and a few other things. Again, in the same likeness, you know, bananas thrive in a high salt mineral environment, like most jungles or this, you know, saltwater environments here and there. But again, really good for what? Natural sweeteners, right? Natural sweetener, and gives it a good balance of flavor. If you, again, it could be what they call a transitory, you know, item within your mixture. It kind of blends with everything in that regard. Of course, you know, your apples, pears, peaches, kale, of course, kale and banana, right? You think about that, naturally you have a stalk of kale in one hand and banana, and you can think about what mixing together and eating like that, right? But when you blend it, guess what?
Right.
Oh, this is nice, right? It goes pairs really well together, right? So food pairing is important, right? And I'm saying that because actually I do have, some food background certification, right? It won't form part of my life, understanding the value, how food pairing works, how to put the proper foods together. Because that's what gets a lot of us in trouble a lot. We don't know how to pair certain foods because we were running off the old school, you know, food pyramid, which was garbage. We found out it was garbage, which it makes sense anyway. So people suffer from, you know, heartburn, you know, gastric problems a lot because you mixing all these starches and different acids, right? So I always tell people the three main acids you got to stay away from as much as possible is what? Uric acid, right? Somebody was saying what's uric acid?
Wait a minute.
Uric acid. This old school. I'm taking y'all back to biology, old school now. But say what it is?
That's meat.
There you go. Then you have what? Lactic acid, which is very obviously common with most black people. They always say they what? They lack what?
Dairy.
There you go. Lactic. And then you have what? Yep. And then you have carbonic acid. Carbonic acid, the name is already in it, right? The first prefix to that. Carb.
Oh, carbs.
That's it. Heavy carbs, heavy starches, heavy pastas, right? Glutens, right? Literally glue, right? Talking about Gorilla Glue, girl, right? Now, y'all putting that glue in y'all body, right? Hey, you need to go see a doctor. Don't get some of that glue out the system because that's a binder for what? For solubles, right? Bringing in oil and grease, and it connects to it, and now what? It goes right to a fat cell and just takes up residence inside your body. True story. And so you start getting your love handles. Some of our brothers, we get our little, you know, Michelin tire. Right, y'all know what's going on, right? Because that's what the body is. The true story, right? The body is coagulating those inefficiencies, those fats in certain areas of the body, and they take up harboring in around certain organs. Again, most men deal with what? Colon cancer, right? How many women you hear dealing with colon cancer, right? Their body a little bit more what? Scared to work with them, but brothers, we colon cancer all day. Impacted food, retoxicity. It's going right into back into your what? Your body, right? These bad foods that can't break down because they're so thick, right? It's that glue stuff. But anyway, I'd be here for days talking stuff. This definitely my label. I'm gonna share the love. But that's it. So again, natural things that blend well are always going to be positive, or they say a net positive for the body, right? Because most people say, well, if I buy the regular fruit and if I don't eat it fast enough, it's gonna do what? It's gonna go bad, especially bananas, right? And because bananas are, they're under gas attack all the time, right? You have certain foods around bananas fast, they're gonna ripen faster, right? A lot of people don't know that. Matter of fact, avocados, you never want to pair avocados and bananas together. Bad marriage, right? Both of them gonna get hit gas, hit with gas fast, and they both gonna ripe too soon. And so just even knowing some, small little nerds that's like that, that's going to help, you can keep your food. But I always tell people don't get it with that banana start getting a little brown, because most people look at the brown banana when it start getting brown is what, man, they got to throw this away. It's cancer. It's brown, right?
Right.
Put
Right.
it in
And
the blender. Throw it in
It's
the
cancer.
y'all know, but I'm like, no, take that banana out that casing, put it in a plastic bag, right, and put that thing in the freezer. You finna make banana what? Ice cubes with your smoothie, right? It's just gonna give it a little bit more sweet. You know what I'm saying? That way you're not wasting it. Does that make sense? Think about that, right?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Freeze it, and that way you can go right into your smoothie, right? So when you blend it up, you still get use out of it. There's little stuff like that, but y'all get it. Yeah, y'all get it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
You see it?
yeah, it's
Mr. Mo,
beautiful.
what you do to that thing?
I
Why it look like that?
Hold up, let me go live on your screen. Let me make your big screen. Hold on, I gotta put you on the big. You get that big piece of chicken. Hello, sister buddy. That big piece of chicken.
Look at that. Brother African Emporium told me put the sea moss water in it. Look at it.
Look at that thing. Look at them bud. Look at them bud. Oh, boy,
Nah, she bought two. She bought two of them.
I've only had 5 days.
Dang, that's awesome. I gotta pour some in my plants.
Look at that thing.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, Brother African Emporium. So look, when I showed David, right, he said, "Oh, we about to sell sea moss water for the plants."
I already know over David. I know him. I know my brother, right? Hey, that brother, hard hitting entrepreneur. Yeah. I already know it. I see my water for the water. That's it.
With some royalties.
That's it. I'm telling you, I ain't making this stuff up, guys. I know people like, man, y'all don't see, y'all moving on to pseudo stuff. Like, I'm telling you what I know. Nature begets nature. Stop playing, right? And most people go out to get all these high nitrous oxide level of what? Fertilizer at Home Depot. I'm like, that's garbage, bro. Y'all sitting there crying about Monsanto. Speaking of Monsanto, we're gonna go into that later because y'all know who just got adopted to be the head of the USDA, right? Y'all know who Biden just picked to be the head of the USDA. Ooh. Sidebar conversation. A guy that they call Mr. Monsanto. True story. Go look. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I'm gonna say go do your own due diligence. So get ready, USDA, right? Woo. But yeah, but no, seriously. So if you putting out those high fertilizers and stuff like that, that stuff again is killing your topsoil, right? Just to kind of get that kind of big peak pop growth in your plants is not necessarily natural because nature wouldn't produce it in nature like that. So I always tell people, especially my people that like to go fishing, right? The people who still eat fish or whatever. If you go fishing to catch fish, most people put their little fishes in the trash bag and throw it away. Wrong. Don't you ever do that. You take those fish, those innards, and put them out there in your garden. If you got a garden, if you got flowers, roses, geraniums, any of that stuff, you put that stuff in your garden, right? Think about the innards of a fish. What is a fish high in? Omega what?
3.
6s, healthy fats, fatty acids, right? You put that on next to a plant, you done gave that plant a shot of what? Ooh, boy, look at here. You gave that thing a molly. you get a natural molly. True story. Yeah. And so the same thing, it's a mineral content because some of the topsoil that's in our environments are stripped from all this nutrients, all this bad weather, acid rain. Think about that. We used to study this stuff in school. Y'all know, hey, I ain't talking about stuff that's over y'all head. Y'all have seen these stuff in textbooks before. It's just that we out of whack and stuff can't naturally get what it need because what's happening? It's being depleted by all this other stuff, right? And chemicals and stuff like that. So you have to balance that equation out. This is nature, begetting nature. As I said, you put that fish water in there, you put that sea moss water you have in them plants. I'm just saying, all right. Let me be quiet because you're going to be calling me pseudo in a minute. I'll deal with it, though. I'll take it.
Yeah, because I think the very next day, they was like, what are you doing to that plant? I said, the next day it was already starting to blossom out. I was like, wow.
Them rolls are popping, right?
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Mo, you look like you about 15.
You said,
it.
Yeah, everybody keep telling me the CMOS took 10 years off my life.
Yeah, I was saying, you look like a little girl.
Peer pressure. I'm hitting you. I'm just hitting you. That peer pressure. Y'all better get it.
Go ahead.
Show your screen. I know you're showing that CMOS.
Good.
When we would have those shows and we were alone, you'd be like, I gotta get my shake. But you used to put the little cup right in front of your camera.
Yeah, I like, man, I'm a suggestive marketing. See, that's the international market side of me. I'm suggestive marketing, right? But this time is what it's something that's good for you, right? Rarely you get people really trying to say, hey, right, hey, look into this, right? And that's my whole mentality, right? I'm trying to add value to my people, man. You know, they're crazy that they talking about this. No, don't do this and don't do that, and I can drink a 2-liter Pepsi and I'll be fine. All right, knock yourself out, bro. Go right on ahead with that.
Hey, one of the I work for was some folks that came. They gifted me with this nice little desktop they brought me, and they said, "Hey, what is that you giving the pastor? Cause he be in the parking lot spinning around." I said, "He on that CMOS."
See, look at that.
He buys some smoothies every week. I said, he just be spinning around, boss. We be like, what in the world is Mo giving him?
Yeah, you done add another hour onto the sermon. Now it's over, boy. You got that energy now. What? Another hour. We'll pack your lunch. Get it.
They're gonna be shouting for an hour.
That's it. I'm talking about y'all pass around a little, stuff, man. Pass that CMOS around the community one night. All right. And see, it's after hour talk, right? So let's go there. And it's also come on. People always say they got something to help you, help your afterlife out, or your midnight laugh out, right? I'm just saying.
Hey, them that night, they was like, "Oh, let me get some of that CMOS because it's Love Weekend." I'm like,
proliferation of the cell. We talking about hydration, brother. We talking about removing the constrictions inside of what? Capillaries and veins. I'm just saying.
CMOS babies running around.
Jokers don't want to deal with that, right? Because not even like, man, I already got some, but I got this, man. You got that garbage, bro. Get your body right. Get off that sugar. Get off that salt. Get that CMOS now. You finna open up some blood vessels that's been sitting there constricted for quite a while, right? This is science, right? Because again, they're gonna tell you that, right? A lot of times, most people go impotent because what? They have a blockage of what? Oxygen fluid that's going to the what? To the natural blood cells of the body, right? They can't sit there and figure it out, but you know why? Because of what you're eating, bro. You killing yourself. You doing this. Ain't nothing else. Or they on some, a lot of heavy drugs, right? Again, dehydration. Think about that. Dehydration. This is a simple science that goes over people's head, but they'll convince you, I need to go get that Blue Diamond pill, right? Or I need to get that stuff at the gas station, the 7-Eleven, that little stuff in the little corner package up, and you need to get some of that. I'm like, bro, you go right on ahead, get that you want to, right? You're going to be jacked up even worse, but hey, leave it to them, leave it to whatever. But I'm just saying, this just, whatever. I'll let y'all sit there and work that one outside your head, but yeah. True story.
Whatever.
That one outside your head, but yeah. True story. Get a little feedback. Somebody get a little feedback. I don't know if it's mine or yeah. Okay, we good. Yeah. But yeah, y'all go ahead, man. I know I do. Went in a little bit. Let me go cut mine off a little bit and go put the CMOS back in the refrigerator. And it can stay out on the counter. Even if you leave it out on the counter overnight, it's still gonna be good. You see, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. Living organism there. Let me go back over here. Y'all go ahead. I'm going back upstairs real quick. Put this refrigerator. Y'all go in a little bit.
There you go. Yeah.
So, sis, what did you get? What's your who's you was talking about the dietitian or somebody that been hooking up your meals?
Yeah, my friend Ashley, she has a catering company and she does our meal prep. So I wanted to start getting into eat more live foods because my dietitian, she wanted me to replace starchy food with non-starchy foods as a snack. And you get bored sometimes, or initially when you start to make this transition. So Ashley, she does these little exotic salads, she add like cranberry and basil and, she just kind of hook that and mix that all up, stuff I wouldn't be able to, don't know to do that make it taste good. And sometimes I get the shrimp. She'll do some baked chicken and shrimp. She wants to do meatless items, but I've had my experience with someone trying to prepare meals, and I didn't really like it because it was too salty. Some of those meatless items are too salty, and I'm like, okay, so if I'm trying to get all sunflower seeds, how am I gonna start eating this stuff?
Right.
So I wanted to get more raw vegetables in. So she preps my salad. So I've been doing 2 a day. In the mornings, I've been doing the oatmeal and the sea moss, and then I'll drink. We do the sea moss smoothies with fresh fruit. Um, so add the sea moss to
Mm.
those. So I have those, and so I'll have that like in the after I do breakfast, an hour or two later, and then I eat the salads. That's where I am now, and then probably once a week I'll get my Louisiana craving going. But then I've been doing salmon and some fresh vegetables
Yeah.
that way. Because what happened with me was that Louisiana food is our thing. And so,
Right.
just the idea of giving it up, I was like,
Yeah,
eating to live.
I know my family's from there too, on my mother's side. New Orleans, Mississippi,
Yeah.
South
So,
Carolina.
yeah.
That
So,
rich food's
and
gonna
then
get y'all in trouble.
I know. And it was definitely getting me in trouble. So what I went and looked up vegan Cajun meals or Creole meals, and then I found out that most of our meals just remove the starches out, all those heavy starches and whatnot. You should do fine. So I did that. I went home, got the herbs, and so I'll mix that up. But in the meantime, because I have a weight goal that I'm trying to get to, back to, and then get everything in order the way I want to, so I can be as productive as I can be, because my mental is superseding my physical, but it's almost starting to catch back up. And I'm ready to get it.
Hold up, you better say that again. See that was a t-shirt moment there. See, Jokers ain't really heard you just say it right there. Could you repeat that? If you don't mind?
You
Please
talking
repeat
about
that.
my
Yo,
mental, my
say it with your
physical,
chest. Say it with your chest. Say that
and
with
my
your chest.
physical is catching up with my mental.
Yes.
Yes, it is, because one of the things the CMOS, because it's so good in it, and your whole thought process, I think clearly. You'll be surprised the little things that you don't notice that you miss or that's going on when you start getting healthier. This is, getting healthier was not a conversation I normally have. To me, it was just one of the things you eat right every now and again. You know how you go through the fasting periods this time of year, right? I'm gonna give this up, I'm gonna give that up, and then the rest of the year you don't do any of that. But making a total transition, total total transformation. Brother African Emporium sells sea moss, and so he put his website in the chat. Um, Going through the total transformation of, you know what, either if I don't do this, I'm headed to earlier debt. Okay. Um, I so once I started to do it, and I seen how good I felt, man, it was like no holds bar at all. And I just kind of went forward. So I started doing the raw deal. And so Ashley, she tries to get me sometimes to do other things with it. And I'm like, nope, because this is where I'm at. I don't want to go back to where food is like dominating my life. And then I am back in a situation. And so that's where I'm at now. So like I don't miss some of the foods that I used to crave a lot. And I'm a big Louisiana cook, so I love, but I don't miss it. And when I go home, I thought I was gonna squirt really, really bad when I go home. But I didn't. Like I would go straight to the sweet potato shop. I would go and get those big old pies. It wouldn't even make it back to the house. I pick it up after they ate the whole thing. But some of those items I don't get. Huh? We say, Sister Camille?
Oh no, I was like, Dad, you the whole pie. You
Listen,
with my husband, boy. That he got a sweet tooth, boy. He would take some cakes and pies.
Yeah. It's bad. When you come in my house now, like my brother them will come over. And my nephew, he's like a natural vegan. Like he could just eat raw stuff. It don't bother him at all. My brother will come in and be like, we don't want to eat at Mo House. She ain't got nothing in there. But she got his leave.
Yeah, that's how my in-laws. Everybody be looking at me all weird, like I'm from outer space. We're like, what you having, a salad? I'm like, yep, I'm having a salad.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you are familiar with Deshandra Brown. She's into bodybuilding now. And when she transitioned 3 years ago and she started changing her food, the other day she told me, she's like, Mo, she said, when I go out to eat with my husband and my son, I have to bring my food with me because I can't eat that. So you can't eat with everybody else. When you go out to eat, you bring food with you or you don't go. I was like, woo.
Right.
Like that was a no-no.
Yeah, I think I probably need to do more cardio. I need to ratchet it up a little bit. I mean, but it's more muscle. I mean, because I be doing like 100 burpees, 100 dips, and sometimes 100 to 200 squats. So I mean, probably if I ratchet up the burpees, I probably if I do like 200, so I'll do sets of 10. But within a minute. So you get like you have the timer, you do 10, and at the next minute you do the next 10. You know, so it keeps your heart rate up.
Man, my trainer be having me on all kind of calisthenics, exotic calisthenics, stuff I ain't never did before. I'm looking forward to
calisthenics. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I do is calisthenics. I pull up. Well, you know, I mean, I got all that stuff in my house too. So I, you know, in the summertime, I like to work out outside, but you know, can't do that now with the snow on the ground. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, work out in my house. But yeah, I just think I need to, you know, add another 100 burpees, and I can melt off, you know, get down to the, you know, I want to be like 136, 135. I'm 150 right now, but it's muscle. But I, you know. Yeah.
It's that time.
Yeah, I see them charts. Let's go. Let's get that knowledge.
Yeah, y'all know we do a little bit of both. We multitask very well. Now y'all going in. Again, this is the weekend. We had those natural conversations within that. So this was all a part of our, you know, our mashup, right? Our weekend mashup. Again, just current events, just health and awareness. Of course, that's always a proponent of our conversations, which is very applicable to us being able to make good decisions. Because again, when you be moving into the realm of what? Better health, you start making better what? Decisions. Your due diligence goes through the roof. Your discipline begins to catch up. Your discipline begins to catch up. Like she said, her mental, her physical is now starting to catch up with her what? You know what I'm saying? That's important because now she's realizing that that parallel, that dynamic value in that when you have what we like to say a convergence, right? That's a what? That's chart terminology, right? That's market terminology, right? That convergence, right? When those that coming together, right? When things are working well, and then you have that level of growth that comes from from the back end of that expansion, right? That divergence moment, right? And so it's important. Again, we're moving off of what? Good due diligence and good discipline, right? We're no longer playing the naive role about life in a lot of ways, where a lot of us are just trying to find better avenues that we can now peruse, right? Different things that we can now latch into or latch on to, which helps us begin to feel like now we got the strength, the mental fortitude to make better decisions. Because like anything, it's out of sight, out of mind. If you're around people that's eating chicken all day, eventually you're gonna start eating chicken all day until you just can't stomach it any longer. Then you might want to switch it up. But ultimately, now your body then got accustomed to it, it's gonna crave it, etc., etc., etc. Right. So again, this is really good learning how to now break away from cycles, right? And be the kind of person that can say, I control my, my existence, right? My hunger, my habits or whatever. And so most people tell you that, you necessarily don't do away with an old habit, just find a new one, right? You replace it with another one. And so in my case, I said, you know what? Hey, why not replace with something that's very what? Giving, something
Yeah.
that's fruitful, something that has a benefit or net positive, right? Again, more of that market terminology, right? But that net positive environment. So a lot of times, again, time, having idle time on your hands is what? One of the biggest thing that hurts a lot of people. Too much idle time on your hands, or even having idle time and not knowing what to do with it. That's even more important, right? Because if you got out of time in your hand, you say, well, what can I do that make me feel good? If nothing else, well, I always put something in my mouth, right? I can always just get back and chill and just burn time. But for us, if you locked into opportunities that can help, grow you a bigger purse, right? Grow your bottom line, then that time is well used. So next thing you know, you did hours then went by, right? Minutes turn to hours, hours turn to multiple hours, and before you know it, you right up on a what? A dinner time or a breakfast or your lunch or whatever. And most times you're not even thinking about food when you engaged in what opportunities that put you in a position where you're actually winning, right? Because now you got what the dopamine effect, kicking off in your body, right? The DMT trip that your body naturally produces when you're going through a euphoric moment, right? Well, what are the things that give you that kind of level of pleasure? Love, accomplishments, money. That makes sense, guys? That's natural science, right? That's when you have that natural DMT trip. Your body is going through that, right? And it only happens during those kind of moments. And so in that moment, guess what? Appetite suppressant instantly kick in. Right? Y'all know a joke of the men in love. We all been there before. You be helpless in love, your appetite gone, and you around here losing weight. That's natural. Again, this is science in that perspective. So making money is one of those things that what produces that level of euphoria in the body. Right. And so where are you going with this, brother Afurakan? I'm going somewhere with you. Just walk with me for 2 seconds. So again, in that regard, you're moving in a place where now you're trying to what? Put a lid on it, right? Be able to control it, what I'm saying. And so this is something that you can control once you learn how to be better at what? Your due diligence and better discipline, right? Very disciplinary tactics that you can use. The market always provides us that kind of level of what? Right? Nature, right? That natural experience, right? Because you're sitting there trying to protect your what? Your capital, right? You're
Yep.
trying to protect, your existence in this opportunity in a lot of ways, right? And so you can't be successful unless you have better what? Discipline, right? Better what? A better methodology, which obviously in this case revolves around better what? Due diligence, right? So it's that convergence, right? When your in this case, right, when your mind actually catches up with the idea, or that you can actually do this, so you can have a better what? Physical life afterwards. In this case, because y'all know when you have a little extra resource, you can do some things, right? You can move around a little bit, right? You can buy you some sea malls, right, or take trips or whatever. That's why this stuff is important, right? So again, when we think about, what are some of the tools and opportunities out there that can help you get there, the instruments or whatever, then we know instantly the market is just one of those things, right? Not the only thing, but it's one of many that puts you to what? To work instantly, right? This is what they call a good distraction, right? This is
Yeah.
some of that good, not none of that John Lewis good trouble stuff. Now that we're gonna get some good trouble. No, we don't want no good trouble. I ain't gonna get hit across the head to prove my word. Now this is some of that good trouble, that real good trouble here, right? Because now you're submerged into what? Being better stewards of your capital, and also gaining more knowledge to help you make better decisions with your finances or your riches or your wealth, right? And you don't have to deal with anybody telling you where you can, when you can't, whatever, right? This is a one-man show, right? Void of anything that can bar you from it. Again, no discriminations. Y'all know the whole rundown, right? It doesn't discriminate, doesn't this, that, whatever. Third, don't care about your credit, don't care about your past life in any form or fashion. It just says, well, hey, can you learn how to slow this thing down to enough to make you some money off of it, right? And that's important. So, and keeping on with the theme that we have obviously slated for the topic that we just talked about. You got markets, of course, we got COVID, we got the impeachment, we got stimulus, we got Bitcoin, right? The markets in itself, we saw ended out last week, basically at all-time highs, right? Again, the market played what, right? It pretty much played dead the entire day, Friday, and then went on to make what, all-time high. Like, just like seriously, the market just could seem like it just do no wrong with all this kind of, level of euphoria that's in and around it. But when you say you look at the market throughout the entire past week, right? You got your Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, right? Tuesday and Monday here. Well, what did the market show you here from a very lucid picture here? We see almost like a what? A straight line almost, like, right? Almost it just consolidated and incrementally went up, throughout the entire week and held around some very interesting points of what? Support, right? And a person be like, man, the market just ain't doing it. Yeah, man. Well, of course, we understand what's going on when the market is doing that too. Is that they're trying to what? They're trying to build the what? A base, right? They're trying to prolong what we know to be the inevitable, right? Either we're gonna break out or we're gonna what? Break down, right? So the entire week, the market just went what? Sideways for the most part, right? So puts and calls pretty much in the S&P 500 were just like, mashed up and grind up to powder, right? You had to be very strategic in playing your peak to trough moments, right? If not, you were going to get decimated, right? And the market makers knew it. Those who are control, as well in terms of these banks and institutions, they knew it too. And a lot of people were trying to play for what they considered to be what? The inevitable, right? And it didn't turn out that way for a lot of people, right? And they lost money trying to trade those what? That supposed breakouts or breakdowns. In some cases, there was, a lot of people just on the wrong end of those trades. And I'm saying all that to say this because in the fact that if you start looking at the market more objectively as opposed to from a very emotional bias, because you just like, man, this can't go on forever. This can just go on forever. At some point, it got to break. Well, that'll kind of take you off your natural game to learn how to be a little bit more what? Again, objective in your analysis in a lot of ways, right? Because you're dealing with what? People's what? Greed, right? You're dealing with what? Human emotion, right? That's why I was kind of starting out with that DMT stuff. You're dealing with people who are trying to what? Make more, right? They're trying to hoard more. And so they're always going to protect what they consider to be a what? A cash cow, instrument or derivative or asset in a lot of ways. In this case, if you look at the overall broader market, that's what it is, right? It's a cash hoarding instrument of what? Income generation, a generator or a wealth generator, right? A lot of people, what? 401ks, Roth, TSPs are tied up into what? To the market, right? So just by proxy of that, the actual energy of the markets are always going to be looked at what? Positive. No matter what the macroeconomics may look like, right? No matter what school of economics you're coming from, right? Austrian or Keynesian, right? Of course, y'all know we've been going into that. There ain't nothing new to us. So if you're new to that, I would say take a trip down Google lane and look those things up. You should want to learn about your monetary system, right? The Austrian school of economics, the Keynesian school, right? These different economic schools of thought that are governing what? The stock market in a lot of ways, right? And of late, the Keynesian thought process being kind of ruling the roost. It's getting kind of outdated now, and it's starting to flip a little bit to the Austrian, right? But that's, neither here nor there. I'm just saying you got to learn how to pace yourself and feed off what the sentiment of the market may be giving you. And so saying all that again, when you're dealing with human emotion, which can be definitely a error to your what? To your bottom line, if you get caught out there trying to make the market bend to your will as opposed to you trade within the confines of what it's offering you, that could be catastrophic, right? So in this case, like I said, we're trying to curate income. We're trying to curate wealth. We're trying to follow the money, quote unquote, right? So we don't have to prove anything different because in this case, this could be good for your health or what? Bad for your health, right? No one wants to take an L, unnecessary L. And no one wants to be subjected to someone else telling them when they can and when they cannot. So whether you are gainfully employed in the system and you dependent on that to be a what source of your income and well-being, right? Well, guess what? Don't put all your eggs in that basket. Learn how to move across different lanes by learning different things, different aspects and viewpoints to make your money work for you. So that's what the market does. So literally, you saw an entire week in the market where it just kind of went what sideways, right? And it's very lethargic kind of, coming off a base here at this point here at the beginning of the week, around about 388, going up and hitting some peak points near, around 392. Obviously, a lot of that stuff happened during the, after hours of pre-market sessions, futures market at a pre-market. Then when the regular market opens up, the market just kind of went back to being nothing, right? All by design, of course, just to kind of keep retail traders from really making a whole lot of money. Of course, they have a goal to do that. They want you to be long-term harbors of the market. But ultimately, this is me speaking to the investor in you. Learn how to be patient, right? Still waters run deep, right? Y'all, we've heard that saying a million times, right? Still waters run deep. What does that really mean, right? If I was to ask you guys, what does still waters run deep mean to you guys? What does that mean to you guys?
Oh, that that the there's no end, that is going to be something to capitalize on, because it's deep, mean it's extended, it's out. I know what I want to say, but I can't put
No,
it
you
out.
saying, but that's a natural saying, because this ain't nothing new to us, right? That's an old school saying, right? Still waters run deep, right? We seen it in the movies, we hear people talk about it, right? They're brandishing an aspect of what an attribute, right? It's kind of like an attribute, right? To be
Like
able to acknowledge it,
run deep.
right? Come through, Eva Camille, right? Come, you better sing that, right? Because we understand. So basically, it's an attribute. It's a it's an energy, right? That surrounds that, and a lot of it is okay. Let me get on through the trivia. A lot of it is surrounded around your what? Your patience,
Patient, yeah.
your knowledge.
Still
So I'm saying,
water.
when knowledge and patience, there you go. Come through. When patience and knowledge marries, what happens?
Mm.
See what I'm saying? Let that marinate for a moment, right? When you marry patience with knowledge, look, you got this, right? This is Neo in the Matrix moment, right? When everything slows down, right? You see the bullets coming at you, right? You got a green thumb. You know how to take care of what? Everything. Again, that plant is an extension of just that saying, still waters run deep, right? Learning what to do to keep it keep that keep it alive and well in a lot of ways, right? So patience and knowledge helps you, right, to be a little bit more again, disciplined, making good decisions. So the market, again, in a lot of ways, is beckoning your call to do just that. If the people who are printing the money, I repeat, if the people who are printing the money is telling you that they're going to continuously what? Printing the money,
Right.
backstopping the market, then what say you to try to counter trend trade it in the short term interim? It's what we consider to be a financial suicide, for lack of better terminology. It's financial suicide, especially from a trader's disposition, because you're just mashing up your money for no necessary reason, just to try to counter trend or front run, a bigger macro picture in that of the broader market. So again, the market is engaged in trying to do what? Keep those who are in it invested in it. So it's marketing, it's selling, it's putting on the show every day to let people say, hey, your money is still what? Safer here than it is sitting in a what?
Bank.
A savings account, a bank account, right? Another use is investment, that may not can give you such a yield that we can possibly give you, right? Well, that don't necessarily mean the market's going to continue to just go up and go up and go and go up. Well, most people will obviously push back, right, against that, right? Would y'all agree? Right?
Yep.
Most people are like, well, what do you mean? Yeah, at some point it got to crash, right? Right. That's the ultimate, I guess, saying, right? At some point it's gonna crash, right? We all hear that, right? But they confuse a crash from a what? A pullback. It's the difference, right? And if you was never taught the difference, look, come hang out with us then. I'm just saying, you may be getting it back. You may be getting it wrong. It's the difference. A pullback is a what? A healthy drawdown, right? Or a correction or a reset, so to speak, in a way to balance out what? Time with what? Money, right? It's a simple thesis, right? That's why the RSI gauge, right? Relative sliding index, or a VWAP, or a 20 moving average, or a 9 moving average, or 50, or whatever you use, the 13, 100, or the 200, whatever, right? That's what it's trying to show you in a lot of ways. We're trying to move in or around a certain what? Timeline where the money is, meeting or exceeding that level of what? Interest for the markets. Does it make sense?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Now, we can prove it in a lot of ways, because again, we ain't guessing, right? We going, we know the markets are a speculative instrument, but it's still surrounded around what? Good practices based upon learning how to read when money is what? running incongruent with what time. We talked about that earlier, called the what? A convergence, right? Well, when we look at the moving average, what does the moving average signify? It's a guideline, right? Remember I said before, it's a guidelines and grid lines, right? In that regard, we're looking for peak to trough moments, but we also looking within a level of what? Parallelization, right? When the markers are snaking in around a certain moving average, that says what? That it's moving in tandem. Go ahead, somebody say something. Somebody say something.
No, what you said, moving in tandem.
Right. That's that marriage, right? So, patience and knowledge, right? Still water, right? Even though we're dealing with the greedy Wall Streeters, but that's what they're doing. They're utilizing the fact that their money is now being backstopped by who?
But the government.
Say it with your chest, right? Say it with your chest, right? By the people who have a vested interest, right? So again, when I was even showing y'all, well, the initial the initial thumbnail that I had up, right, on my screen was very important, right? There's a lot to that because y'all know I'm always, whatever. But let me see, I pull it up when I get find a way to pull up. But it's go ahead. Somebody might say something.
Oh no, I was just looking at the clip of the thumbnail.
Yeah, but even that thumbnail, but the very initial one that I pulled up, for the live stream tonight, it has a lot of, it's busy, but it's busy in a good way because y'all know I like to kind of, make people look like so you can read into what I'm actually conveying in this moment. So one little trip over there really quick to kind of set that emotion to what we're talking about here with the broader market and how that ties into what I'm talking about tonight. Among other things that we can talk about, of course, it's important, right? So we just got a new Secretary of Treasury.
Mm-hmm.
We got the old guard coming in and Jerome Powell now running incongruent with what? This new Biden administration. So they already been on the job, right? Making things happen, figuring out what works and what doesn't work, right? So now you got some continuity there, right? And you got a previous federal chairhead and Janet Yellen now being the boss of one of what? Her subsidiaries, right? And Jerome Powell, right? These are people who are of the what school of thought, right? Of the money printers, right? They believe that capital markets obviously will what? Balance out the greater good of the overall economy if it can just run at this, I'm gonna say this kind of imaginary rule of business where they can control the levers, right? Again, it's like the Wizard of Oz, right? Behind the curtain, pulling the string. Markets are not necessarily designed to be altered so much. You can alter a little bit, but not a lot, because then it becomes a problem. At some point, you're gonna have a point where something gonna imbalance in so many ways. We spoke about that a little bit the other night on one of our training sessions when we spoke about yield curve inversions, right? When you have long-term debt starting to default faster than the short-term debt. That's when you have a yield curve inversion, right? And so right now, again, they're presenting to you, again, a new president came in. We spoke about this stuff before. You got this new energy, right? Everybody's like, man, we a new change of the guard. Let's go, right? And historically, we pulled this stat up before. Markets typically do better on the Republican president or a Democrat. Which one? We spoke about this like several times.
Democratic.
Republican.
We got somebody say Republican, somebody say Democrat. Anybody else want to get on this? Anybody want to get on this? Do markets strategically, do they work better on the Republican presidency or Democratic? Anybody else want to get in on that? Anybody else going twice, right? No. They typically do better, for weird as it may seem, right? Again, anybody want to post something on YouTube before I drop that answer down there, right? Anybody want to get in on that on YouTube? Do markets do better under Democratic presidents or Republican presidents?
Democratic presidents.
All right. Somebody say Democrat. Over Brandon said Democratic. Over Rich in the chats, he's saying Democrats, right? Our sister L. Carr, entrepreneur, she says Democrats, right? All right. Joe Smo says what? Democrats, right? Right. So we got a lot of people leaning towards the Democratic side, right? So why would y'all think that the president markets do better under Democratic leadership? That's the next question.
Over them taxes. They raise taxes.
You say raise taxes?
on the wealthy people, and it make the economy grow from the bottom up. So it'll fare well with the markets.
That's a good thesis, right? That's a solid thesis too. Anybody else? That's a solid thesis over Brother Matthew. Anybody else?
They're not giving out money.
Say again?
Cut the check.
They cut the check. All right, so they cut the checks, right? So,
you give people money, they pay tax, then they're able to pay the tax. And it continuously flow, because they know we're going to spend it back with them. They balance books.
so opening up the pipeline distribution, right? In that perspective, right? Stimulation processes, right? A lot of, as they say, progressive policies, right? That obviously in their mind seems to what? Send that money back into the system, right? That kind of revamping of the system. So really some really good points there, right? So stay across the deals, but bad for them, but bad for a bad reason. Okay, so tariff leniency, right? Oh, Joe Smo said tariff leniency. So yeah, some really good answers all around, because again, we're talking about what? Disbursement of funds, right? Again, your economy, is relegated back to the level of your what? Right? How mechanized your country is in a lot of ways, right? How busy are you, basically, put it in layman terms, right? And we know that America is more of a serviceable industry nation at this point. We done sold a lot of our manufacturing up the river, but we're selling a whole lot of service stuff, right? We're doing a whole lot of services, nonetheless you still can put a bottom line to it. So, but if you have a very active Federal Reserve, right, and Treasury Department, who are now, like Sister Monica also speak about, dispersing those checks, kicking those grants down range and doing little things like that, are progressing, because they feel like that money is going to be revolving door and come back into the economy, right? And also to a degree, like he was saying, Brother Matt, like if things get really gravy, so to speak, they can now begin to kind of pay down debt by raising taxes, right? Which is the one thing that the wealthy hate above all things, because that's the biggest argument within government, right? Less government, right? Republicans want less government. Democrats want more of a use of government. But for what reason? That way it becomes tricky, because every Democrat ain't necessarily good for business. Depends on where the economy is at. And every Republican ain't good for business, depending on where we at in terms of the economy, so to speak. It definitely has to marry up perfectly. And in this case, I'm saying all that to say this, because now you have two students, right, of I'm talking about the Federal Reserve here, working now in tandem, right, to do what they love to do above all things. This is going back to that DMT money power trip. In this case, these people love printing money. They love that undeniable power, right, that it has. Because once you open up that door, it's hard to close it. And what are we dealing with now, right? We a year in, dang near, we're about to have our first year anniversary of coronavirus. Think about it, this been an entire year that went by that fast, right? And we saw one of the biggest wealth transfers ever in American history that happened underneath the coronavirus. All that money they got generated, printed, sent down range, and it went into the hands of a few.
Right.
That you guys obviously footed, or our kids and kids gonna pay the bill at some point, but you didn't benefit really from it. So what's the use, right? Like, what's the use of having government, right? What's the use of government if it ain't really working for for the people, right? Well, now you're starting to realize it ain't so much about for the people, right? It's about corporate interests, right? And those who are in power trying to retain power, right? So time ain't necessarily on your side if you are late to find other tangible skill sets that can help you survive financially. It don't work the same for us, right? In that regard, if we just waiting on government. So you got to find instruments, opportunities out there, entrepreneur endeavors that can help get you on your road to success, right? And in this case, when we say, well, if time equals money, if they're gonna pump my tax dollars into into the markets with no shame, then chances are I might need to be in or around certain industries where I can get some of it back. Does that make sense? So time and money marrying over here in the markets, whether you like it or you don't, right? Whether you like it or don't. Again, just looking at and this on the 30-minute chart, looking at the daily, this is your market for the entire time of a pandemic. Again, we didn't done this before. If y'all seen this before, ain't nothing new for a lot of us. We get it. But again, I have to keep harping on it for a reason, because there's somebody out there who's new to this. There's other people who learn it and still getting better at learning how to profound. Allow these skills to kind of become a little bit more profound in a lot of ways, right? Slowing it down a little bit. Again, when patience, marries knowledge, right? The saying, still waters run deep, right? Well, you have to be patient enough to learn how to let your money work for you for a change, right? Because you're not gonna beat the system trying to I don't know, wait on it or whatever. It just don't work that way. You're gonna wait it out, right? Like, I'm gonna wait it out right now. That's a waste, right? At some point, you're gonna have to get into the game, right? And realize the game that they're playing is this is the best, in terms of the capitalist model. Not that you have to subscribe to it, but in terms of the capitalist model, this is the best game in town. This is the best game in town. When we talk about this kind of level of a business model, not that you can't go out there and grow your wealth through building your own business out, right? Being an entrepreneur, starting a business, growing, expanding, now you in the business, franchising, whatever the case. Of course, that's definitely the ultimate way, as a lot of people see it, right? Right. But when we talk about a turnkey business model that can get you on the road to success, given the proper training, a lot faster, I'm saying find me something faster, or that's better. Find me something better. All right. That becomes the litmus test, right? Because you know what it takes to open up a business. You know what it's going to take to get you on the road to success in that lane. You know what it's going to take to get you on the road to success and moving up the corporate ladder, right? You don't get that overnight unless you just get exorbitantly lucky. And it happens sometimes. Lightning does strike in those environments like that. But when you're talking about taking average raw people off the block or the street or out of whatever, and giving them a specific set of skills that they can build around based upon a natural interactive value in a society, banking, finance, social aspects, governance and things of that nature, then again, turnkey, you rocking this out tomorrow, right? It's an explosion. It's been so great, and I'm just speaking about this for this reason, because it's been so great watching this all unfold, because COVID, really shed light of, it broke that kind of, that, that fake glass cylinder everybody thought they was, whatever. It really exposed a lot of things, right, for a lot of people, and they start to realize that, man, I've been doing this thing wrong. I thought I actually had job security. I thought I was good to go with my little, 3, 4, 5 degrees, and I thought I was really something, in the eyes of, no. You find out just how much people can care less about all that, right? Because those people, again, was in the same soup lines that everybody else that was messed up. But other people who are in this case, gainfully employed, and I say that through the capital markets, not just again equity, but we're talking about crypto, forex, whatever. They found that this is where time meets money, at a point where I have sat here and watched this thing just go up and up and up like ain't no tomorrow. And it does have corrections. It does have moments when you want to quote unquote call it crashes, but those crashes are normally anomalies, right? And typically, if they do happen, these people are going to find a way to correct it. Best way to know how. Know why? Because whose money is wrapped up in the markets? Everybody's. Pensions.
Yep.
Companies, right? See what I'm saying? It's all tied into the GDP, everything. So they're going to protect this more than they protect their own children. They will throw little Larry under the bus fast, sneaking them backwoods and catch him across the back if they can get them a buck out the market. I ain't making this stuff up. All right, because this is the climate of people that we're dealing with. And I'm not saying that you have to subscribe to it still comes with you saying, well, hey, where do I feel comfortable, right? Putting my my excess, into some kind of value of growth, right? And investment value, right? Through you, starting a hobby that can produce income or whatever. This is important. Y'all follow me there a little bit?
Absolutely.
Right? So when time meets money and patience marries knowledge, right? When still waters run deep, you learn how to slow the money down, slow the machine down, and get your portion of it too, because it's already your money that's fueling it. Don't convince me that you don't want to learn how to get invested just for the fact that you feel like, it's gambling, it's hooking, it's booking, and this, that, and third. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And then you can show somebody literally a plan of procedure how to get from A to B, and they'll still try to convince you that this is something outside of their pay grade. Yet they're being leased off of by way of the same government that they want to trust in on that side of the house to get them a better way of life. And all they're doing is taking that money and putting it right back into the market. True story. The same way your bank's been doing like since forever, right? Making all this money off your money, right? And then don't want to give you nothing but a toast or a lollipop and maybe, hey, a little email every holiday, right? It doesn't make sense. Right? To me, it does not make sense. So again, historically, markets are always going to outperform any other equity asset value out there, hands down. Real estate is tied to what? Financial markets as a whole, right? It's not exclusive to itself. Well, they all REIT stocks out there, real estate stocks, right? True story. It's all intertwined. Again, this is just saying, well, if all the money is wrapped up into this proverbial aspect of what the markets and whatever, then why am I fighting against the idea to learn it, to get better at it, right? Or to learn how to utilize it in a lot of ways to help you get where you need to go, right? And matter of fact, and just looking at this, this is on since they started the inception of the Spider Index and current in this case, right? So we know the market's been moving ever since then, because the Dow, all that. This is going back on 1990, 93?
Mm-hmm.
They opened up the Spider ticker at that point, or the Spider ETF in this case, at 40. Let's say again, Iba.
You sharing charts? We're not sharing chart.
It's not showing?
It's still on the flyer.
God, dog, I'm sitting there going in. I thought I was sitting there showing y'all. God, dog, my bad. Y'all know how I do when I get going. I got to jump in there like, hey, brother, hey, we ain't seem to tone right. What you doing? I get going. Hey, I'm sitting there showing y'all on the chart and all that. They're going in. I thought I would, but I see, it messed up. All right, let me get over back. There we go. All right. So historically, what we're seeing again is their version of Stillwater, Stillwater Run Deep. Now we know these some what? These some crooks now, and I'm saying they're crooks because they're benefiting off what? The naivety of what? The society, right? Keeping them thinned out, keeping them stressed out, keeping them feel like they can't survive without what? Government intervention. You see what I'm saying? The whole, again, we've heard this a million times. Go to school so you can get an education, so you can get a good job, right? Come work for us, right? That's what they're saying. Come work for us, right? No, don't go out there and build your own work. And if you do, of course, if you learn that, then you'll know that all the benefits now goes in the hands of the pockets who own stuff, right? Who control stuff, right? So this is again another extension of me just explaining when time meets money, where you should not push back against that. Unless you just don't want to be a part of the system. That again, that is your what? Those are your rights, right? Right? That's your right. You don't have to subscribe to this. By all means, this is not a marketing ploy to get you excited about wanting to learn how to invest your money. I'm just saying, if you want to, growth at a point where you don't feel like you got to be putting all this physical labor in place to make that happen, then what else do you have out there? That's the ultimate question I'm asking. Right? Where your waters are, still at, right? Still waters run deep. Let me see where you've learned how to calm, everything else around you, so you can start having what? The level of, financial freedom, that's warranted for the average person that don't have to give up so much to get what? Gain a little. And so the market shows you just how a machine value that it is, and showing you how they're going to always outperform any other aspect out there, right? And right when you think, well, if it's going to crash, you're going to do this and this, go there, I'm like, yeah, okay. It took a pandemic to bring the market a drawdown of about 30%. It took a pandemic. Well, what happened before the pandemic? Hurricanes, impeachments, and let's name them all. Come on with it. Give me y'all worst thing that happened in America over the past, we're gonna use the 4 years, then we can go back beyond that. Over the past 4 years, give me your worst egregious thing that happened in America. Go, anybody.
It's been the back-to-back disasters from each side, north, west. It went from 2000, Katrina, and after that, I think almost every state.
Give me the last 4 years. We can go back further than that, but give me the last 4 years if y'all would. Give me the four years of Trump, right? We just
Puerto Rico. Didn't that disaster happen there?
That was hurricane. All right, so Puerto Rico. All right, so
Houston.
Say again.
Harvey hit Houston.
Houston, right? Hurricane Houston.
Yep, we had the what they call 1,000-year flood in South Carolina. Someone took out the whole state.
Right. So big flood in South Carolina, right? Obviously, that's a low country, right? It's flood, territory down there. Of course, we know what's going on there, right? Mm-hmm. Because again, being right on the coastal areas, right? Not easy to kind of get flooded out, right? All right. What else? Anybody else? What you got? Give me your worst thing over the past 4 years. Anything? Anybody in the back chat? Drop it. What you got? Anybody? I want y'all to come with it. Everybody's skeptical at some point. The government, right? Come with it. What's the worst thing that happened?
They shut down the government every December.
Right. Shoot. So again, shutting down the government, right? Allowing it to default, right?
Yep. Stop losses and furloughs.
Right.
Trump was elected.
Right. See, bam. See, Trump was elected, right? Unorthodox politician coming to Washington, right? Right.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, good answer, right? What else? What else? Think about it. Come on with it. I'm waiting for it, man. Give me your worst. I want to hear your worst. Come on with it. Anybody?
Was that trade war bad with China?
What you think, Over Mathis? What you think? Would you say so?
Yep.
Stand on it. Because I'm saying it because y'all know in secret we complain about these things. Do we not? Let's not plan. Let's not. In secret, or behind closed doors around our peers, our family, we complain about this stuff. Man, the government this and they this and that and this and this what's happening. And man, this is bad for everybody. Ain't nobody helping them. Do we not have those discussions with our natural conversation? Do we not?
Yeah. Yep.
We do. That's just a part of our existence. Again, we talked about that earlier.
The teachers went on strike.
Teachers on strike, right? Again, we know what's going on with the education system in America. Again, you had a person like Betsy DeVos over the head of the education. This woman had no connection with nobody on no public school level, even at the look. Again, another conversation another day, but that's important. So again, the things that you have natural complaints about because these people are being sent to lobby on your behalf, whatever the case, you know that some of these people don't need to be in a certain position. We get it, right? And if they do a bad job, they get what? Typically slapped on the wrist. Every now and then they get ousted out of the post. But if the damage is done, the damage is done. Right? Just somebody else can come in and try to balance it out or fix it. Right? But ultimately, and you think about, like we said, what's the worst case scenarios out there over the past 4 years that would have stopped or stunted the growth of what?
Yeah, of the economy.
Right, or the equity markets.
Or the markets. Yeah.
Throw me your worst.
Okay, the markets. Nothing. The markets kept growing.
Hold up. This one of the moment where I had that Clayton Bigsby moment, right? A Clayton Bigsby moment, right? Y'all know I'm finna go, right? Y'all want to see my face?
Y'all want
to see my face? All right?
I was looking at some charts the other day. And I was looking at some charts the other day, and the only pullback I see from the market was the COVID, and even after that, a couple of days later, it started back in the uptrend.
Markets are always trying to do what?
The market's going.
Right? It's always trying to, live out its best life one way or the other. Yep. Right? One way or the other. I'm not making this stuff up. Right? I don't know what's wrong. My camera acting crazy now all of a sudden. Right? I guess when I did that last thing. But anyway, this is what I'm talking about. Right? So if you trying, right? So also say L. Carter, entrepreneur said what? Threat of war. Right? Right? If you're thinking about it from that perspective, if you feel those things in your respective area in the country, your little jurisdiction, your little whatever, your state, your local, your township, your city, whatever. But the broader market is not really being affected by it. Convince me how you not necessarily that you don't have a right to complain about, but convince me you worrying about that detours the broader market or the greed factor of people saying, I'm going to use this to now, feed off of what, this setback may be for this area of the country because they got hit with a, disaster, right? And FEMA kick in and all this money now gets purported to go into that environment to fix it, help things out, right? Well, a lot of that's taxpayers' money, right? So somebody in Nova Scotia or let's say Maine, right, is paying for the hurricane in what? Texas, right? Right? Just like, I ain't signed up for that. Well, of course you did, right? But we need stuff up here in our neck of the woods, right? So, and taxes are fluctuating because of this, that, and the third. Well, what else do you have out there to help balance yourself? Y'all see where I'm going with this? I know I'm saying a whole lot, but I'm trying to paint a little picture here, right? When patience marries knowledge, when again, still waters, right? Right? When you begin to now realize that if you can't beat them through, what I'm saying? How else can you partake in the riches? That's yours, right? How is he gonna get it? Working for it, working hard for it?
Yep.
Lobbying for policies to give it to you? How'd that work out? Right? You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to find that kind of silver lining, that perspective. And this is a natural general question I'm asking because, again, I'm just trying to ascertain where a lot of our people are who are pushing back against such opportunities. Because the only way you're going to be successful is you have to what? Create something.
Woo-hoo.
Think about that. You have to create something, right? At the level. And some people don't feel like that's not within their cup of tea. They found what they got, and that's fine too. This is not you have to or you don't. This is that if you do work underneath the system operandi, right? The modus operandi or status quo, then when you complain when those things happen, and then your money gets sent down range again, like a war or whatever, and you got now we thin because of all the money going to these war machines, like which again that's by design too, and you got to go without, or gas prices go up, or your milk and cheese go up, prices go up. How are you gonna counterbalance that? You gonna work more hours? Think about that for a moment. You gonna slave a little harder? I'm doing this for what? For God and country. What? Right? What? You doing it for God and country? Boy, that's some strong Jim Jones you drinking, right? It just makes sense at this day and age for us to still walk around convincing ourselves that what? That's the path we need to be going down. We've been sold that bill of goods that was what? Returned back what? Trash. So what else do you have? Right? So the past 4 years, right? Income Trump. Here come January, 224 on the S&P. All the things that y'all just named off, right?
Yep.
How did they affect the market? You still had what? Higher lows all the way up to the upside. You had higher lows the entire 4 years, even with COVID. Even with COVID, you had higher lows. Couldn't make this stuff up. Y'all seeing it right here on my screen. I ain't making this up. So when they come at y'all sideways and they try to test that, you can take them to actual data. You can take them to historical data and get them to see exactly how. And here's where they're gonna cook y'all noodle. Y'all remember when we got hit, right? Y'all remember this right here? During the month of December, right? 2018, when the market had that big pullback, right? That flash crash, so to speak. Y'all, the market went down to what? Down here, it came down as low as what? Like two. It was what? Let's click on the counter. Let's see the OHLC says, right? We've been learning how to read that, right? What was the low of 2018 on that flash crash? What's that OHLC readout up there?
What is it? OHLC.
What was the L? What was the low of 2018 December flash crash? It was what?
233. Is that what you got?
233.76.
Yeah.
right? Now, what caused that flash crash? Do y'all happen to remember?
It's when they shut down the government, isn't it?
Now, I'm asking
Yeah,
y'all tell me, right?
they shut down for like 15 days. I think it was December 18th.
Yep, that was doing, and this is on the monthly chart, but within that month of December.
Yeah, it was December. I think I
So,
want to say it was on the 18th when they did that because it was right before the holidays and the people didn't get a paycheck.
so that was one of many other things probably wrapped up in that month too, right? Because what else were we dealing with in the month of December?
Yep.
What else? What else were we dealing with in 2018, especially around the end of 2018? What was going on in our overall macro picture, right? Because keep in mind, this is part of understanding macroeconomics, right? The things that move the needle in around your what? From your nation to your state to your city, right? Go ahead.
Wasn't that like the trade wars?
Come through, right? We're dealing with what? Tariffs, right? The proliferation of that began to kind of really what? Kick in, right? That's when time met what? Money. Either aggregate growth or the what? A deficit, right? Those bills, that value of it starting to what? Pile up. That added, inadvertent effect of those tariffs now starting to cripple some what? Certain what? Companies, right? Or be authority. Would y'all agree with that?
Yes.
So this is December, right? I'm saying this, I'm laying a framework for a reason. This is how you learn how to connect the dots. Where we're not doing guesswork. We're not guessing. All we need to go back to the month of December 2018 and figure out what was going on. If it all didn't happen within that month, it must have happened what? Before it. It must have preceded it. You see how that worked?
Yep.
It's a track record somewhere. There's a ledger somewhere. How do we obtain history? We look to the what?
Look to the left.
Look to the left, to the left, to the left, to the right. If you want to obtain history, you always look to the left, right? So what preceded it? Yet and still down here, this is when Trump came into office. We talking about it, what, 220, right? Somewhere around 220, right? Or 223. And even on that massive pullback within that, or whatever the reason they call it, because we know a lot of it self-inflicted and it happened. A lot of it could have been planned. A lot of it could have just been what by happenstance. Nonetheless, you had a drawdown, but it still just made them what? All it did made them what? Higher low. Where you had a march up, literally from January when he took office around 220, all the way, and it peaked up here. It peaked up here around what? 286. That's already aggregate value or net positive value around about 60 basis points. Let that marinate for a moment. You can do the percentage gain in that in terms of that time frame. That's basically a 2-year time slot, or excuse me, 1 year time slot where the market picked up how much in percentage gain. Anybody do that math for me real quick? You got 286, all right, divided by what? 220. We'll just say January 20. We'll say 220, 220. Right? So it's 286 and 220. Somebody give me that math real quick.
26 divided by.
We're trying to get the percentage value in that. 220 and 286.
10.39.
You got 10.39?
Yep.
Everybody see that? Everybody agree with that? Anybody got any different?
286 divided by 220.
Right. Yeah, we're doing 286 by what? 220, right?
1 point. Wait a minute. Let me do it again.
So that's 100%, ain't it? 130%.
1.3.
For the decimal.
So you saying the market went up 130% since he took office?
We doing 1 year. We doing January the 1st to December 20th. Because that's what we have. See on my screen here? We're going from right here, 220 in January, right? When he took office, right? Till 1 year later, right? Because this is it. See the peak here, January 2018? The market stayed here to peak around about 286, right? What was that percentage gain in that time frame? 286 and 220. That's your what? Your variables there. Give me a what?
77%.
We know it's a division, right? Because y'all know I like to work
You
at
do
you.
the
I
lower.
ain't let you get it easier.
You do the lower by the higher, right? The 220
1.3.
by 26.
You got what? Somebody got what now?
1.3.
If you do
So
the lower,
you
Yeah,
saying
that's what I got. 1.3.
so you saying the market went up only 1.3%, 1.3%, in that 1 year from 280 to from 220 to 286?
do you take the lower number divided by the higher number?
I'm asking. This is where we got. This is where I go to work. This is where we go to work. Cause y'all know I ain't gonna. Y'all know I am. I ain't
I
gonna get
put
it.
286 divided by 220.
So I guess the sense of what I'm asking is, are y'all saying that the market went up 1.3% in that time frame?
No.
Right? Again, because that's not plausible, right? So y'all on the right path. Make it make sense though. This is how you learn how to play the game, right? This is how you learn, right? So what does that entail? What is that differential? What is that percentage gain? Right? 286, 220.
77%.
Y'all on the right path, right? It's just like on the right path.
66%.
I got 7. We got 6676.
I'm failing at math here.
So you ain't. Quick, keep my all right. Now I'm gonna do like this. If 220 to 286, right? Right, you got 220, 280, right? So that's the difference of what about what?
10, 20, 24. You said 256?
No, 280, 286. 286 was the high, and then
Yeah.
and coming from 220. Now, 220 to 220 is obviously what? 440, right?
Yeah.
That's 100%, right? Right. What's 50% of that? What's half of I guess I just said it, right? what's 50%, right? It'll be what?
Uh, half of 220?
Right.
110.
Right, and the same for 440, right? Which would be 100%, right?
Right.
So you're just doing a deductive reasoning in that perspective. You're saying that, out of that 440 aspect of 100%, and you up what, 60 points or something like that, right? Somewhere around there from 220, whatever in that regard. In this regard, you're doing what, 286 from 220. You somewhere in or around somewhere around what? Between 10 to 20%. You see what I'm saying?
1.6.
Break it down into quarters and the chunks to make it make sense, right?
Times 100.
Y'all follow me there a little bit?
76 or 77. That's it.
Well, it's not 76% because that'll be
Oh.
it'll be up near what? 300 something at that point. You see what I'm saying?
Oh.
This is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get you that base understand. So you're breaking it down to make into chunks to make it make sense. So 10% obviously seems more plausible than that of what? 70%, right?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So you're just saying, okay, let me move this thing up a little bit. Let me, I see what's going on here, right? This got to be within that what, 10, at least 10, 20% range. Does it make sense?
Right.
Y'all follow me there? I ain't gonna move it to y'all so y'all follow me there, cause I ain't trying to mess you up. I'm just saying, cause math is an exact science, right? Math is an exact science. Make sense?
Yeah.
So 286 in this case, and then what? Up against what? 220. Well, it's what? 1.3, right?
Yeah.
But those are whole numbers, right? It's not in proper fraction, right?
Right.
So obviously in this case, your decimal has to move what? No, how many places? No, these are whole numbers, not in proper fraction.
Oh,
1.
You got to move it what? One place, right? Right? Y'all follow me there? In this regard, so we're working with what? Y'all was right the first one y'all said. The
1.6.
Okay, well, give me a decimal. Move the decimal where?
one place.
One place, and it come up to what?
16.
No, you ain't got that on that calculator. So I'm gonna pinch you.
13%.
Somebody said, what was it? What that?
13%.
13%. Does that sound plausible and logical?
Yeah, I was going to.
Everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree. Right. It just threw you off a little bit because of what that whole number value, right? We used to have more point so and so, or it being in proper fraction where you don't have what two congruent values of what whole number integers, right? There's no missing aspect within that. So in this case, you just move that decimal that one place to get the percentage value in this regard, because you within that same how they break that down on the mathematical side. You within that same hundreds place, so to speak, I guess, if I can say it that way, meaning the 200s at this case, right? So it's just 6 in that regard. But that's a 13% increase, right? 13% increase in that first year, right? Y'all follow me there? 13% in the first year. Again, that's beating any money market account, etc., right? The next year, mid-year, obviously, it went on and made what? Higher highs. See right here? It curled down. Like, that's natural, right? It's healthy when markets do that, right?
Yep.
Goes on to make a higher high. You hit a higher high around September, right? Up around what? 293, right? 293. And this was what? Around September of 2019, right? And then the weight of what started happening to the markets? Y'all spoke about those problems earlier, right? Certain things might have been happening, right? COVID, was it the tax? Was it rates or what? You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff was going on, right? Interest rates, we were going through that fluctuation, right? Jerome Powell raised rates how many times under President Trump? Do y'all know this? Do y'all remember?
3
How many times did he raise under Trump?
rates.
Yeah, how many times did Jerome Powell raise interest rates under President Trump?
I don't know. Let's look.
Jacob like, that Jacob working us, boy. He be working us. I love it though, because this is what's gonna take us to be what?
Efficient.
Right, and to be next level. We talking about y'all having these same conversations with your peers, your boss, and you be like, dang, I didn't know you knew all, but you can get you a seat up here at the big house. What you know about all this stuff? And this is not outside your wheelhouse. You should know. Again, this is your money. This is the stuff that people, again, that's why I said earlier, they sit around and complain about not having because the government this, that, and the third, or this happened, this, that, and the third, and they like, well, what are you gonna do? Keep complaining about it, or you gonna get in the game? Does that make sense?
Right.
If you well equip yourself with the knowledge and proper knowledge to know how to play around it, you know how to what? Make better moves. Simple as that. I don't know no other way to explain it. Right? Because these certain things affect what aspects of the economy. It could be purposely. Say again.
Was it 3 times?
He raised what? Twice.
Oh, twice.
I don't know. You tell me.
Trump.
Yeah, it was twice.
You tell me, right? Because y'all keep on. Y'all know we don't guess and we don't.
It says over here. It says Trump rallies against Powell a day after the federal cut rate. Oh, they cut rates for the 3rd time. They cut it so twice.
Yeah. So raise rates, right? Raise rates, right? And a lot of this we can go look to what? We can go, several places to look that up, right? We can go to the Federal Reserve, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? We can go to St. Louis Fed, New York Fed, the Federal Reserve. We can go to the what? Treasury, right? You can see the fluctuation even on that side over there. You start looking at certain, interest rates, right? Which, we ain't, foreign to that, right? We some nerds over here. We some monetary nerds, right? Jokers ain't finna tell us we don't know how to hunt and fish, right? This not outside of our wheelhouse, right? Right? We do read, we do research, we do studies, and we can go there and pull that up too. But that was 2 interest rates that started culminating to the back end of the market when you was trying to meet productivity with all this new interest rate cutting, raising. At that point, that means your surplus value or your economy has to be running on all cylinders to be able to raise rates, right? And the market was still somewhat ahead of itself like it always is, right? And they didn't have the necessary organic growth to kind of help the markets, right? To really balance it out, right? Now, here's what's interesting, right? Even though I have my little cheat sheet down here, right? Even though I got my little cheat sheet down here, I see right there on my screen right there. I'm timelining my life through this stuff too with y'all. Y'all see down here in my little box right here what this thing said?
All these V-shaped reversals are you not getting it? In blue and orange.
And flow. I'm sorry, I know it. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I know it's small. I got it small.
Yeah, and are in direct pursuit
result
of inflating banks, pumping falling demand.
Failing.
Oh my goodness, that blurriness.
Now I know I said small.
Demand zones.
Mm-hmm.
Markets are exalted and hope.
On hope.
While Trump keep the land trade talks in the money.
In an effort, right?
In an effort to keep Wall Street optimistic with clients' money. One big pump, White House, free market has gone to the parasitic.
Parasitic wolves of the White House.
McMuchin, Trump, what's that other one?
Cutlow and Navarro. Right? Y'all heard the term wolves of Wall Street, right?
Yeah.
It became the wolves of what? The White House. Right? This is spawned by them trying to leverage China, right? That was his whole thing, right? So I say, give me y'all worst things that happened out of those 4 years with Trump, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody mentioned the tariffs, right? Tariffs was what? A thorn in a lot of what? Businesses side, small and large corporations, right? Small business can really account for those new tariffs because they was already running on what? On a budget. Make sense? They couldn't have any disruptive value to hurt their what? Their bottom line, having to deal with messed up supply chains and higher carrying costs and fees that came on the back end of that, especially the government wasn't going to be there to backstop them, right? So a lot of this was, Trump obviously having a cachet of people that was going to benefit off this, while other people were kind of left up the creek without a paddle. And the market just had a moment where it hit its peak and said, you know what? We can't deal with this. We can't account for this unless we really get the Fed on board, right? That's why Trump kept fighting with what? Power, right? They kept fighting until actually Powell ended up doing what? Acquiescing. Remember that moment when he acquiesced? Mm-hmm. Right? When Trump kept calling him out and Cressida, and he finally acquiesced. When he acquiesced, what happened? The market could do no wrong. He went from cutting, then he realized, oh, I made a big mistake. And that happened doing what? That month of these, matter of fact, go look up the last time the Fed cut rates. Somebody do that really quick.
Was it 2019?
I mean, raise rates. Excuse me. When was the last rate hike that we got?
Let's see.
And it's gonna come with a date on it, obviously, but I'm going somewhere with this. Yeah, I'm like, man, Africa, man, I ain't signed up to go to school for this here, man. I did. Just show me where the money at, bro. Just show me where that money at. I ain't signed up for this. I'm gonna learn today.
It was June 13th.
Think about June.
You got June 13th?
Yeah, June 13th, 2018.
The Feds did what?
Raised the rates for the second time.
Bam! You said what?
Raised the rates for the second time. Yeah.
So we talking about around the summer, right? That summer, right? Well, look what the market did for the month of June 2018. Right? See clearly what happened there, right? And right after that, the market tried to what? Backstop it, right? It tried to account for that other what? That other rate hike. Markets love climbing the wall of worry, right? Mm. It went on to make a what? New high, as you see. It culminated up here, of course, in this case, as we saw there. And then October of 2018 happened. What happened in the month of October 2018? Right? I ain't gonna take y'all through all that because y'all gonna be like, God dog, but But I'm just trying to show y'all this is your economy. This is the world you live in. You don't have to know everything about it, but you need to know enough to know when things are going in a certain way, how it's adversely affecting you. If you have these discussions in private or in around your family members of this happening, this catastrophe happening, this, that, and the third, and it's advertently affecting you again through the economy aspect, that cutting your hours or whatever the case. Hey, what else you have out there that can help you out, to balance you out? Because the markets are still what? Moving regardless. The markets are still open regardless. Right? They don't care about if your boss, laid you off or did not. It doesn't care. They don't care about hurricanes, catastrophes, and this, that, third. It has signals in it where it'll somewhat correct or try to correct itself when it gets ahead of itself, because the markets are always trying to what? Front run information, right? And then it will have its moment of pulling back, because we know what happened in December, right? We know what happened in October, in around time we had this big pullback here in this case, and then right after that, in the month of January 2019, kicked off what also happened in January 19. When did the Feds raise? When did the Feds raise rates? Cut rates under the President Trump tenure? Anybody know that date or in that month? Interesting enough too, because again, these big old green and red candles are definitely significant too, in some aspects of that. But that culmination, what happened from the raising rates in June, it became to be an issue with the tariffs, right? It became to be issues with what? Again, North Korea, right? Firing missiles, right? Y'all see my little notes up here, right? All that was just trying to hurt the market, right? But all they did, use it as a reset, somewhat of a reset, pull the market down. That people that missed getting in back here, all it did just drew down about to 280 again. Like I said, 280, 240, 240, 244. So the market was still up around about 5% in aggregate value over that time span in 2 years after that pullback. After being pretty much overbought for the length of time down here, and then and came Jerome Powell. Okay, I see what's going on here, right? He cut the rates, and here come the market rolling back. They're not gonna let this thing fall too much. Basically, my point. No matter what's going on, who playing politics, the broader market or the markets in that of the actual economy in itself are two different separate entities. They say Main Street and Wall Street, right? They both have their place, but we know most times Wall Street is stealing from Main Street. So if you can't beat them, go steal from them, right? I ain't gonna say join them necessarily, even though you're working in or around it, but go steal from the people that's trying to steal from you, right? Follow the money, right? When time meets money. Market rebounded back, got all the gains back in literally under literally 3 or 4 months. From January to that of April, right? Chopped out, built the base, and then went on to create that that higher high scenario. And then went higher. And then here come Here come COVID. Right? COVID drew the market down all the way back down to in this case here down, as you see clearly with the wick here, it came all the way back down to near 218, 217 with the March lows. Off of COVID, it took a pandemic to take the market basically all the way back down to the point where the market started out at with Donald Trump. Y'all see where I'm going with this, right? It opened up at 220. Pandemic brought it all the way back down to basically 217, 218, somewhere around there. And then right after that, if you panic, of course, that's what the whole issue was, right? That's that wealth transfer they're trying to get you, right? Not just your money, but again, pensions, retirement, social, everything that's wrapped into the markets had to go through that drawdown too. Now, you're going to have some people angry as all outdoors if they weren't going to do nothing to fix that. You're talking about a civil war. You're talking about people raiding the Capitol, right? Yeah. And come the printing press again. V-shaped recovery took out everything that was lost and made Made more and then some. Markets are always going to outperform. So my point is this: over that 4-year period, even with such a egregious drawdown as that, of course, if there's ever was a black swan event that hurt the markets, because not just the markets, but everybody else got hurt too. So it wasn't exclusive to that, just of the markets. Main Street got hurt worse, right? Right? When Wall Street catches a cold, Main Street catches the what? A flu. Does that make sense? So you say to yourself, what else do you have out there to help you in this regard, in terms of being able to recruit income outside of working for someone? If you got other means of income, that becomes important. That you cannot depend on again, just working for someone else alone, or being waiting on something else to happen, more or less, when you can go out there and commit to making things happen. Right. So market still outperformed. Right. They still outperformed. It's the point I'm making here. So 4 years after that, 2017 to 2021, you basically went from 220, right? 220 here, all the way up to where we're at now, 392. We up here near what? That level of what we talk about, right? Because we know the market will be up 100% at what price? 440. Y'all follow me there? So you had a chance 100% your money, they ain't sure finna try, right? Because y'all know if they just get 400, they might, whatever. We'll see if they can make it up there. They trying, but nonetheless, it still has outperformed in aggregate value than any other asset class out there. In terms of if you just don't have any other means to procure income, in terms of working for somebody, where else could you make that kind of money unless you own your own business and do really well? That ain't really subject to all the small stuff that hurt, small businesses as well. Besides, putting your money to work for your letting it work, right? Where you'll have all this overhead and liability, this, that, and the third. Markets are still outperforming, right? Right. And I'm just having that broader context of conversation. I know some of it, like, man, you said a whole lot, but I mean, where are you going with that? Right. Well, what I'm saying is, if you look at this stuff over a long time, because the one before the crash before that was what? Subprime lending crash, right? 2008 to 2009. You see what happened with that drawdown, right? And then it rebounded and again went on a chug and went higher. So this is a patient game. This is a still waters run what?
Deep.
They run deep. Will we agree with that? Would y'all agree with that?
Absolutely.
Hate it, love it, or indifferent to it. Hate it, love it, indifferent to it. Hate it, love it, or indifferent to it. How are you going to beat them at their own what? Their own game. Convince me. Show me how. Unless you have what? Complete ownership. You have to be an entrepreneur at one way or another. If not, you're going to find yourself having those kind of complaints that we just talked about. While their money, their riches are stored in these instruments. Your Apples, your Facebook, your Googles, your Netflix, and this, that, and the third, and whatever. Or just a broader market, you can just buy the S&P 500. It's pretty much outperforming, technically on an even scale than basically any money market account from a small, savings perspective. That's a 4-year window, even with all that pullback and all that kind of craziness. Even if you didn't see all that happen, if you close your eyes for the entire 4 years and you bought at 220 and you just open your eyes here in January or February of 2021, you can be like, oh, I made some money. Think about that for a moment. Right? Patience meets knowledge. Is that connecting the dots a little bit?
Absolutely.
When patience marries knowledge, right? You have to understand the game. This is the game. This is how they're benefiting off of it. This is how they're getting paid. This is how they're banking on you, to have these, you're feeding the machines, they say, so to speak, right? Right, through your taxes and all that. And so again, when you going through natural disasters and it seems like economic headwinds are surrounding you, and when they magnify it on the news and this is bad and this and that, but the broader market is still like, okay, and yeah, about that, bro. Drone power, crank that print up, right? Accommodative Fed, right? Y'all learned that terminology more than anything. I think y'all been heard that so much now. Accommodative Fed, like what is that? Accommodative to who? Right? You know, it ain't meant to accommodate the black folk apparently because they keep talking about how the wealth gap is getting worse. You know, from white America to the black America, right? For every 117, $120,000 that a white family would have, they say a black couple is what around about what 40,000. That's a big differential. Now, if you do that on an individual basis, a person that they don't have a business partner, obviously in this case like marriage partner, business partner to grow money, then that number is going to it's obviously worse in terms of the wealth gap. So what else do you have to help you out? If the government ain't coming to your aid, apparently they ain't coming to your aid. But they tell you that the markets do better under what type of political parties? They do better under what political parties?
Democrats.
And they supposed to be the part of what? Of the people, right?
Yep.
The progressive party, that's what they call them, right? The people that cut the check, right? The welfare check. See, but it's them type of checks. It ain't the let me help you. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone.
But we can go back and look and see how it does better under the Democrats. Like it always outperforms
because those checks get cut in a way where it really flows back into the market in more ways than it really stays in the pockets. The money, in the pockets of the people, in aggregate value, meaning they having the kind of level of I don't know, financial interest, maybe if you want to say that, so they can really grow their money, right? It's kind of filtrated into a lot of different little, policies, right? That kind of, proxy policies, I like to call them in a lot of ways, right? But it ain't really giving them that real big boost though that they need, right? Republicans come in and say, you know what? We finna lower what? Taxes, right?
Taxes.
Right, we're gonna lower taxes, right? And we lower taxes, that means we retain more what?
They also do deregulation too.
Right, they big on deregulations, which obviously opens up the floodgates for everybody can what? Hook and book and take away from what? The government, right? To exhaust the resources of the government. That's basically what they do. I ain't making this up. Y'all know this stuff. That's why we having that conversation. So
thievery.
In a lot of ways, that's basically what's going on there. Right? They open up those floodgates and then policies get downrange and grants get, submitted to family members. And I mean, think about the Trump children. How much money did they make in the White House? How much money they made off the White House or the American taxpayers? They just did a tally recently. I read an article. They say Trump's family, meaning obviously his daughter, his son-in-law Kushner, and they made hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, in aggregate value, definitely probably be up near being probably over. But I know they said Ivanka and Jared alone grossed over near $200 million, somewhere around there, near 200 million, somewhere around there, off the taxpayers' money. Now, let me ask y'all this question: what did they actually do within the White House that y'all can say that they did something to say that they actually worked for that money? Anybody, go.
Not a thing.
They ain't do nothing.
Right, the American show was praising them. Other people were praising like, oh, they did like anybody else that saw what.
No, I believe Ivanka Trump had like some kind of clothing line that she was trying to like push through there.
Right, that ain't American people there. That's she got them garments, right? She got them garments, right? Matter of fact, actually beat up her daddy about that same stuff about what made in America, right? And them old dusty little Trump hats were made in China and Mexico. they caught that joke. I remember that too. I was like, look at that. See them, there's some charlatans. Man, come on, you can't believe nothing come out these people's mouth. There's some straight charlatans. But no, seriously, but the taxpayers paid for their what? Their lavish lifestyle. They lived in one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in DC, right in DC, down here in my backyard. Doing what? Stealing your money. Right? Got wealthier off your taxpayers' money. Ain't people complaining about it that know about it, but we know what's going on here. They're utilizing the system. Right? Kelly Loeffler of Georgia, Senate, right? Senate seat holder that owned the what? The Atlanta, what the little female basketball team down there at WNBA? She owned that WNBA team. Her husband's what? Is a CEO of what? NYSC, right? They made their billions off what? Taxpayers. Utilizing the market. Again, even At the point she got caught inside the trading literally. The Senate slapped her on the wrist. I ain't making this stuff up, right? I'm not making this stuff up, right? People know where the bread basket's at, right? Don't get it twisted. Don't let them cloud your mind and get you caught up in distraction where you don't understand how to, again, see what's going on with the bigger picture, right? That converges again, time and money. The printer press is running. Interest rates are basically at near a quarter basis point, right? Been that way for quite a while since they stopped raising. They now start what? They cut. And now that Jerome has in his mind, he playing from a place of what? Quote unquote God, because he has that power now, that unlimited use of power that was granted him under Steve Mnuchin to backstop markets one way or the other, bonds, treasury back lending loans, the whole nine. We went over that literally a million times, and they just utilizing the naivete of what the American people, Main Street, right, to fundraise their endeavors. As long as they can look good, against everybody else's currencies in the world on the global currency scale, even though they're trying to kill the dollar, well, it's going to be a collateral damage up against all this printing to backstop our markets. To say that we just didn't come through that of a pandemic and everybody still got good organic growth, right? Everybody already had high forward PEs way back in 2018, 2019, right? Into 2020, before the pandemic. So all that was free cash flow that was already given to them before they actually worked to earn it. Is basically what I'm saying. That's when you send out a forward PE, that's basically what's happening. They're saying we're going to give you a higher valuation in essence to you meeting this level of demand because we think you this kind of level of company. So they give them basically money up front and say work into it. Do they do that to you at the job? When you work for Miss Charles, did they cut you a big bag early and say, work into this? Do they? I'm just waiting for wait for that day to happen, right? I'll wait for them to put a future valuation on my hard work, right? You see how that works? So I'm like, why are we sitting there trying to convince ourselves that we got to do it, the hard way? That's my whole point. Again, I know I take a long road sometimes to get to a point, but that's why I say still waters run deep in this perspective. When patience marries knowledge, right? When time and money is married thoroughly, and understanding how to follow the money and not be convinced, that you're not deserving to get your piece of the pie too, because you're gonna have to get it one way or the other. Real estate, owning your own business. Again, you better hit the lottery, if not right, something. Because in aggregate value, that's the only way you're gonna be able to get it at a pace point that's always ahead of that. It will take you. Going through, let's say, properties of the corporate ladder, right? Those, lightning strike moments. It can happen, but you know what you're going to have to put in to get that. Here it is, the market, they went from 220 up to 392 right now, right? That means you 60 basis points, excuse me, actually less than that now. You about 50-something basis points away from a 400% return over 4 years. So it don't matter when it made the most during what time. They always look back and say, well, out of the 4 years, or we divide that by every year, that's by the increase of right? Close to around, in this case at 392, it's about 17, somewhere around there? 17, 18%? Y'all agree with that? For 392 to 220, that's around about 17, 18% on a rolling scale of over 4 years.
Right.
So that means, if you had 10 racks, right? Just basically 10,000. 10,000, 17% of 10,000, 1,700, right? 1,1800, right? If you had 100,000, that's 17,000, right? If you had $1 million, that's 170,000, right?
Right.
That's just the broader market in terms of the S&P 500 and that turnover ratio, right? And seeing that as a benchmark of opportunity where that money is growing, while you're it's an additive value to your overall investment value portfolio as one value. If that's your only thing you got, then that's good money for a lot of people who got big money, because those are ones who really time invested in the market like that, right? Again, $1 million, 10 million, those guys feeding off that alone, and then before you kick in, dividends and all that. Right. But that's just the broader market in this perspective. It's still outperforming a lot of other, scenarios in that regard in terms of growth value. So you can't have just one benchmark value where you depended upon it. In this case, when you say, well, I got my education, I got a job, I'm doing this, and I'm working hard, and I'm trying to save, I'm trying to whatever. You're trying not to go through any kind of drawdowns or issue, because when COVID hit, a lot of people had to go through what? They went into their reserves, right? And a lot of people got wiped out inside of that, right? A lot of people got wiped out. Small businesses, all that got wiped out in that one drawdown, right? And they was dependent upon the government to kind of backstop them to get them back where they were. Now, if those people were not invested in the market to kind of balance that they felt that, right? They felt that. So that's why it's important. So you have to look for those opportunities. Again, what else is out there in that regard that gives you a better return? So I don't see it. I'm just knowing that this is just the SP. So now, if you say, well, there's other opportunities within that in terms of broader market that we could have all solidified, supplanted ourselves into it and benefited off, those investment values that can give you a big bang for your buck, right? Those game changer scenario, right? We talking about GameStop, right? No, I'm not saying this, don't do GameStop. But those kind of scenarios were also prevalent in the markets if you know how to work. Now, look into this thing more. Go ahead.
No, the same fish.
You broke up, sis. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, I'm saying, yeah, you look for those little moments like that can get you those leg ups. Then it becomes really, really awesome, right? So you can put a little bit of money, right, into a big thing and let it ride, or you can put a lot of money into a small thing and let it ride, right, right. And finding those little gems out there and parking your money and letting it ride. Did you talk about lightning striking for real? It could be awesome. Because they're still riding the broader market energy too, right? Off that same broader market energy. So y'all know I'm like to move around a little bit, right? I like to move around a little bit, and we can throw out some tickers, right? Because this is the part where we're gonna start throwing around some of the tickers that y'all like, right? So if you got a specific company that you looking into, throw it in the back chat right now, or open it up and let's discuss it in terms of potential growth over that time period. Right? Throw it in the back chat, or we'll discuss it here. But the one I have up on screen right now. I don't know if it's showing. It probably ain't. Let me go see if I can get it to popping. All right. Let me get it to popping. All right. When we find them, we go hard, right? We go hard. All right. When time again marries money, right? When the patience meets knowledge, right? When you learn how to now fish, right? How to hunt, right? Right. Of course, in this case, I'm just going to use this as a case study. There's others. That's why I say throw yours out there. Let's go, right? Bio-nanogenomics, right? Of course, I've been harboring about this little stock and many others. Of course, it's just one of many, right? Of course, you can see this aggregate value. All this came alive basically before 2021 kicked off into 2021. And now it's popping. Now, before that, again, you see where this stock came from. That we can pull up on a bigger time frame and look at it. But over the past literally 52 weeks, this thing went from 25 cents to $14. Right, that's a return of 2,542%. Right, the broader market in terms of SP 500 gave you at this point around about near 70%. Somewhere around there, give or take. All right, I know it might be off by between 60 to 70% from January 2017 to where it's at now. Right, these underlying assets within that, I mean, turning out all kind of crazy gains. Again, this is 52 weeks, 25 cents. Basically, 1 year time frame. If you want to put that perspective, within that range, about 2,500%. Game changer, right? That's that kind of level of turning your money over, right? These singular instruments that among many that you can park a little cash in, move on to the next, find that next one, move on a little bit. Just put that money in those fertile seeds, right? Those fertile grounds, and let them run, let them grow. Right? Again, markets in this regard are always going to outperform if you, again, learn it in a way where you know what a fertile soil is. This one here started out way up here in 2018, right? Pull all the way back from up here. This is the part of the game where people, this is what makes people get discouraged about the market. This is exactly right here. It opened up high, often when it, IPO'd or whatever the case, right? It opened up at 10, right? It had a high value of around 10, right? And then it pulled back, to a low of 5, and then closed at around 796. This is on the on the monthly chart, right? For the month. And then, subsequently after that, it trended all the way back down to here, right? They had a good use case, but they didn't have enough market knowledge, and they had to build out their business plan to get it to make sense. That point, the stock had deflated thoroughly all the way down to 25 cents a share from 10, and then they began to get they act together, right? They began to get the act together. Now all of a sudden, here comes Here comes the growth, right? Had a low. This is April of 2020, right? So they coming up on they yearly anniversary from the all-time lows to where it's at now. So basically from April 2020, less than that of a full year at this point, actually. Now it's sitting way up here at $14 a share. When these compelling stores, open up or wake up, that's all you need to know, right? In terms of just learning how to be ready to make your move. So when you shoot your shot, it's gonna count. Right? You don't have to be a pain freak in the market if you learn how to read the candles properly, meaning read the tea leaves, right? And the candles too. And find these little financial vehicles like that. That's a 2,500% return in less than a year. Right? That's a 2,500% return in less than 1 year. Right? People getting excited about the crypto again, right? Excuse me, marijuana stocks again. Some of those starting to break out under this Democratic president. Not rocket science. You can just use, these different, facts of the government, their agendas that fall underneath their the missions that they have afforded to you, and invest in those scenarios just like that. Clean energy, right? We talked about these things before, ain't nothing new, but clean energy. Right? Those stocks are kicking butt, taking names, right? Companies like Plug, right? Again, I got a long-term position in Plug. Right? Plug was sitting there trading at $1.23 back in January 2019. $1.23. I used to day trade Plug back in the day, way before then, way back in 2016, 2017, 2018. I used to day trade Plug, right? Just day trading it, It barely used to hold its gains live. We used to hit it and get out of there when it made little spurts and breakouts. But now it came alive because the expansion value of clean energy became more prolific. We know at some point this company gonna probably stand for something because a lot of people's interested in their technology. Right? Time actually caught up with their money, right? It just went sideways for a long time. Look at that. That's an ugly level of consolidation. Right? Say again, it's not showing?
Nope. You gotta look.
Thank you, sis. You know me. God, dog. I forgot I'm on StreamYard instead of Zoom. Zoom will flip with it. And this one here don't. I forgot. You got to go in and out of it unless you put it on the actual main page. So I should have done anyway. But so clearly you see what's going on here.
Yeah.
Right. So this was, let's just say we used the same thesis, right? We used the same thesis 4 years, right? We use the same thesis. Not this not for everybody, but again, it's part, a part of understanding the industry and the evolution and all that stuff. So January 2017, when Trump came in, this stock was trading at $1.20. It had a low of $1.02, right? So $1.02 on the low. Right. So let's say 4 years, right? You stuck it out. I like their technology. They're going up and down, right? You had a little small micro run in 2017 up into 2018. Close to that, you got up as high as maybe like 243, 285. All right, hit a little pinnacle around, same price around 321, and then you pull back, consolidated, had a low again around about $1.23, almost retraced that entire move, right, in 1 year, right, and then it began to kind of slowly creep back up again, and then became apparent that what they had in terms of technology was pretty solid. Income, the explosion. So everybody that was loading up at the dollar range, right, at the $2 range, right, that believed in their story in terms of the technology in this case, right, all this stuff is public information, right. It began to be apparent that at some point, this could be very good use case, and then it broke out. It finally made into the three range to the 4-4 breakout, 7-5, 7-8, lights out. Now the stock sitting at $63 a share. So on a 4-year scale, it's up how much?
Hey, Robinhood used to give those stocks out for free.
And now somebody's sitting on a bag for that one little share. That one little share. Bang it, boy. Like, God, I wish I don't know. We done that before you look in the account, man, you got a free stock, you turn around that thing, bang it. Like, man, God, I know I should put some behind it. And that's how it always get you to. But yeah, I mean, that's 6,000%, guys. That's 6,000%. 6,000%. Let me say that with my chest. That's 6,000%. In 4 years. Again, about them bank accounts, right? I always go back to that. About the bank accounts, right? About that, just work for Mr. Charlie alone, right? Let your money marry time. When time marries money in the proper right interest. I'm not saying go out and buy anything because that's not what we talk about over here. We're saying find me another instrument value that can give you such a level of aggregate gain over time. What's else out there? That's all I'm asking because I want to find it myself. Right? Beyond my entrepreneur endeavors, but be utilizing where you can put your money to work for you and you can just kind of set it and forget it. Obviously, in the right stock, we ain't saying just go out and buy anything. Don't get it twisted. You got to find that disruptive technology. You got to find that innovation, right? You have to find what's popping, right? And that brings. And I said I was going to have this conversation actually a while back, and I kind of got sidetracked, and I was like, man, I feel that I was going. I was telling somebody, I think it was who asked me, was it over Marquise and maybe overseas, or somebody asked like, yeah, they say do that show. And I said I'm gonna do it eventually, and I got caught up like always. And so you are still living in the in the perspective aspect of your evolution and technology within your economy, right? What's growing, what's working, what's not. Again, plug is an extension of that. Y'all see what happened, right? Clean energy, right? The thing with my dollar. Listen, this was just not sad part about it. This was just December 2018. It was still in the dollar. Okay, let's move to 2019 then. 2019, it was at $2, right? Okay, well, okay. All right, brother. What happened in 2020 then? Okay, 2020 thing was trading at basically $3, $3.12, $3.12. On this one here, but 253. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, right? In March of 2020, it was sitting at $2.53 a share, and then it went to 60. We had a high around about 67. I'm excuse me, 75. We had a high 75 in less than a year. All right. Those kind of scenarios like that, it's like, bruh, right? Like what's really happening out there, right? So that's what we're talking about in a lot of ways, and how these little stocks are just popping. So again, learning how to read those tea leaves, find those innovative values, marketplace that you can say, well, this is going to be next to blow. Again, Tesla used to catch all kind of mess, right? Elon was all over the press, just acting crazy. But they couldn't question the man's genius. All you had to do is be patient. Like, man, he cut all this crazy out, the stock gonna really take off. Eventually he did, Somebody got it in, got it right. That time, at money, innovation, and the stock what blue. Went from basically $200. We were day trading in around $200, $300 pre-split, right? And then it just took off and went from all the way up to $2,500. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? Those kind of scenarios like that, you like, God, dog, bro, like people always ask, man, how did I know about this? Why, how did I miss this? Right? That's what most people always say. Well, how did I miss this? How did I miss this? Right? Well, again, it's about you learning how to what? Thoroughly play the game, right? How to fish, right? How to hunt, right? Again, make it make sense. So really quick, right? And I know it's late. Thank y'all for tuning in with your brother, hanging out this late. This type of show I know I should be doing early in the day. Well, I just had a long day. But I'm gonna leave somewhere in this with this here, right? We talking about disruptive technology, how to plan ahead, right? How to stay ahead of the game, right? Let me find this really quick here. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Bear with your brother for 2 seconds, right? Bear with me for 2 seconds here. Let me share this here, right? And this is just broader market perspective. But more or less in alignment with a lot of things that we've already talked about, like a lot of times, right? Like what to look forward to, right? What are some of the markets that you want to protect, look into? So the same reason why, people invested in Plug, right? At $1 and dollar change, they just kept adding, right? They kept adding their position. They kept adding. Every time they got a little free extra money, they kept adding to their position, right? They got a little extra. Here's 20, here's 20, here's 100, right? Here's 10, here's 9, right? Here's 1,000. They just kept adding. They kept adding. And then the thing took off and went to what? 75, right? So it went up as high like 7,500% in under a year, right? That kind of scenario, right? Couldn't make this up. It's crazy. So if I was to ask you all right now, right? Y'all follow me so far? I know it's late. Y'all, I'm joking like this joke will be late. Right? Y'all with me? Everybody still with me a little bit? I know it's late. I know I'll be, hurting your brain. I get it. Right? All my YouTube family, all my Facebook family, right? Y'all follow me a little bit still. All right. So I gotta ask y'all, what are the sectors of interest that you need to be paying attention to, and that's the way you need to be trying to park your money into if you want what? That
Clean
kind of level
energy.
of growth, right? So we got one person that says clean energy, right? So we got
Biotech.
so I'm gonna write these things down in the back chat on YouTube, right? My people on the Facebook family, y'all tune in. So y'all make sure y'all take these notes. It's important, right? So we got clean energy. Somebody said what else? What was the other one?
Biotech.
Somebody said biotech, right? Biotech always been banging, right? Because you can't have, again, a quality way of life without some level of what? Biotechnology, right? Right? So we
Yep.
got clean energy, anything else? What are some of the dominant industries that's going into the future that we need to pay attention to?
Medical.
Solar,
So solar kind of fall into what?
clean energy.
Right. So that's clean energy, right? So and so said medical. Medical kind of fall into what? Biotech to a degree, right? We know there's a separation there a little bit because you got biotech, right, which is biology technology. Then you actually have medical devices, medical record keeping, data book, data filing, stuff like that, right? So it's a different, right? Surgery, stuff like that, right? It's a wide open space, but you can say the healthcare, right? Because medical is gonna fall more into what? Like health, right? Healthcare, right? Hospice. Does it make sense a little bit? Stuff like that. So it can be maybe in the biotech, but we'll marry it, right? Because we're married with biotech. Right? But what else? What else? What else?
Communications.
All right. So communicate. So a better mousetrap. What could be a better mousetrap in communication? What's a better mousetrap that's worth investing in the communication sector? What's technology in that area that's worth looking into in the communication? Because communication, is a what? A broad spectrum, right? What's specifically in communications? Open Brandon.
What are you talking about? Like what ticker in particular, or
what part of communication?
communication services?
Which will be. I know I'm testing you a little bit.
No, that's all right. Uh, communication services. Which will be. I know I'm testing you a little bit. No, that's all right. Uh, communication services. Which will be. I know I'm testing you a little bit. No, that's all right. Uh, communication services. Which will be. I know I'm testing you a little bit. No, that's all right. Uh, communication services. Which will be. I know I'm testing you a little bit.
Keep in mind, there's several aspects of what communication, right?
Right.
You got hardware and you got what? Excuse me, software, right?
Right. Hardware.
So okay, so if you go on hardware, you're talking about what? Devices,
Right. Computer chips.
chips, you know, stuff like that, right?
Right.
So that there has a broad range. That's why I kind of narrow it down a little bit to get people kind of creatively thinking. So we'll throw it up there on GP, right? So let's throw it up there. All right. Anybody else? Anybody got anything? Anybody in the back chat got anything y'all want to add? We talking about innovative technology going into the future. So when people say, "Well, how do you find these stocks? How y'all find these stocks?" This is how you find them. You finna see exactly how we find them. Anybody else?
I was gonna say materials.
All right. So innovative value, disruptive technology. Keep in mind. Notice I said disruptive technology a little bit too. So let's keep y'all in mind. So if you say materials, what's disruptive in that space? Over.
Well, when I say materials, I mean like construction materials.
So just basically, so house building maybe possibly, right? Or just construction as in general, I should say house building. But even that's
Right.
been that market been on fire lately though. Lately they have. But disruptive technology, keep in mind, those I said disruptive, right? Disruptive technology. So technically, what's technical in that space? What would be a branch of technology within the material space?
Semiconductor.
Like semiconductor, he spoke about that in terms of what? Communication, right? Right, so that's gonna fall within that communication. So semiconductor chips, right? Chipset, stuff like that. Integrated values, hardware in that regard, right? Lines and all this stuff that come within that componentries, right? Cell
Gold and
phone.
silver don't fall in that.
All right, so key words. See I'm taking y'all a bit technology. Keyword is what? Technology, right? So what's a disruptive technology that's going to be what we're going to walk into in the future? Our kids are going to benefit from. These are going to be the things that's going to give you what? Aggregate growth returns in the market if you front run them, because they're what? They're just starting to what?
Pop.
Start banging, right? Okay, so let me go there. Right? Y'all, we've done this before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in 2000, right? Turn of the century, right? Disruptive technology during 2000. We look back and say, man, that's crazy, man. Look where we're at now, right? Disruptive technology. What were some of those things that during that time frame? What were some of the companies at that time that was at the head of that? Let's go back even before that. Let's go back to 1990. What was some of the disruptive technology back in 1990? What came out of that 10-year window of commerce that was explosive in growth during 1990 to 2000?
That was public or that wasn't public just yet?
Anyone, right? But you could definitely say public because we're in the market.
Was Apple one of them?
I was gonna say Amazon.
How long Apple been around?
For a while.
Would you call Apple disruptive technology?
Absolutely.
You definitely would now. You would. You better. Them niggas sit down with $1 trillion valuation, right? Right. That dream came alive, right? But then it really began to take off opposite when it became apparent that their innovation caught up with what? With the market, right? With the consumer, right? Their evolution in terms of the technology. That's why we say disruptive technology, meaning it's coming in the door, kicking down the door early. But it was back then in some of the, in terms of its legacy components, right? Or legacy competitors, right? Microsoft, all those type, right? Well, what do we have in the 90s? We had the what? The dot-com what?
Bubble.
Dot-com bubble, right? We had the dot-com bubble. All kind of, Wall Street innovations, Silicon Valley innovations, whatever, right? And look where those things at now. You see what I'm saying? But back then, these companies were budding companies. You go back and look at their share prices, you be like, God dog. Right? Hold up, my screen acting crazy. Can I see my screen still? Is it showing?
Yeah.
Okay. I know. I just saw it on my side. So again, right here. I ain't gonna talk y'all to death. Just gonna show you. All right? I ain't gonna talk you down. I'm gonna show you. Inside of 2000, that's why I said inside of 2000. Last 20 years, it's been what? Okay, Google public right here in what? 2004, they went public, right? Look at the share price. $52. Now it's sitting at what? 2095.
Man,
What was y'all doing in 2004?
one thinking about no stock market.
See how that work? See how that work? see how that work? See how they get you? See how they get you? You utilize it though. You one of the biggest users, right? I mean, us, the consumer, we some of the biggest users, right?
Yeah, we use Google.
And now it's at what? 2095. That's an increase of what? That's over what? Based about what? How much is that? That's about a 4,000% increase, somewhere around there. Y'all agree with that? From 52 to 2095, that's about what? That's about 4,000%, right?
Yep. That's
Somewhere around there, 400%, somewhere around there. 400%. I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know. We can do the math and get that percentage gain, right? Based from 52 to 2095, so that it's going to be around about 4 something, right? Because 5 going to 20, what, about 4 times, right? Anybody want to give me that? Say about 2,000. We'll see. I just gonna cheat, right? But you see it, right? You see the growth. Get used to looking at numbers, guys. Get used to these numbers. Get excited about the percentage growth. This is the stuff that keep me up at night. I'm not lying when I say that. I'm like, man, look, these investments are going what? They catching out. They breaking out. These things are happening.
yes.
These little investments are kicking butt, taking names. Right? I could day trade and long-term invest and do all these things and capture the market from all walks of life. That's what it's about. All you have to do is be patient. So again, I'm saying this is within our what? Our existence. These are things that happen on our watch. When time marries what? Money, right? When patience marries knowledge, right? Or when patience and knowledge intertwine, still waters run deep. You got to learn how to sit still enough to learn how to put your money to work to you what? Positively. If not, we're gonna be the ones who's what? Sitting around complaining about what? What the government not doing. Not what they're doing, but what they're not doing. Also what they're doing too, because it could be harmful, but what they're not doing. Most cases. Does it make sense? You ain't gonna change the situation until you change the game. Simple. Or you're gonna have to get in the game. You ain't gonna beat it. You ain't gonna beat the system like that. 100%. That's it, Joe Smo, 4,000%. Right? That's 2004 to 20. That's 16 years, basically. 16 years, give or take, right? 16, 15 years. And you're now at what? 4,000% gain. And Google. Right? And Google. Does that make sense? Well, this happened on y'all watch. While y'all was using Google. Right? While y'all was using the product. We done this like several million times. Disruptive technology. Google was disruptive technology during that time frame. Do y'all agree with that? Google had been out before 2004, obviously, but they became publicly a traded company at that time frame, right? They were already. Was y'all using Google back then? Some of y'all?
Yep, on the gateway computer.
See, look at that. Got that cow box. Got that old cow box from Best Buy. Got it. Right? That old cow looking box from Best Buy. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? All right. Again, we talking about that 20-year time span. Right? Some of y'all was doing what during that time frame as well? Y'all was Netflix and chilling, right? Some of y'all, right? Many of y'all probably were Netflix and chilling, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yep. 2002. Yeah. What was y'all doing in 2002? Just chilling. Bro, man, feel flow. Right? Finna make a couple sandwiches and me and mom finna watch the Jack Benny show, right? Right? Netflix and chilling, right? We just chilling. Netflix was $1, what, $1.65, somewhere around $1, and then it went. Where's that now? 5,556, somewhere around there, some crazy number.
Man,
How much percentage gain is that? I mean, what's the percentage gain in that? What when you go from $1 to $556? What?
That's like a 500,000% gain, ain't it?
It was seen, so we're up there, right? But you know, in this case,
Man.
all you gotta do is move that zero, right? You move them zeros, right? Get them extra little zeros in there. So yes, I don't know if I want to hurt y'all head, like not they don't come with the other math stuff, brother. Move on, move on. But y'all gotta see this stuff because that's the only thing that's gonna really get you, in my opinion. Of course, it's gonna really ignite that side, that innovative side of you, that that math genius or that scientific genius or that that genius in you to start looking at. Okay, here, man, this is okay. There's some gains in here, right? It's some opportunity here, right? So you got that. When you start looking at it from that perspective, it began to be real and apparent. The importance of where a lot of people got their money wrapped up into what they're doing, and how you can now benefit from that. In a lot of ways, right? Again, these jokers here make money. All they have to do is what? Sit still. Still waters run deep, right? Matter of fact, at that time, when was that? When we got open, it was at what? We had a low of what? 99 cents or 84 cents was the low. So 84 cents was the low on June the 3rd of 2002. 84 cents, right? Let me do that math real quick. Look at him, man. Look at him. You're gonna look slug here, right? That's it's in proper fraction, of course. So you got to make sure you have to move that zero over. So to be 5. Goodness gracious. Ooh, doggy. I don't know if y'all want to see that number there. Y'all know if y'all want to see that one. I'll let y'all see that one
no,
on your
here.
own.
What's the number? What's the number?
Man, look what y'all. I gotta do like what y'all got. What y'all got? What y'all got? What y'all got? What y'all got? They're like, what you got? What you got, man? Boy, that's a big old number there, boy. Right? That's a big old number there. Woo, 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 woo. See, Joker finna get this work now. If y'all hanging out late tonight, let's get that work, right? Let's get that work, right? We talking about. Some of us were around when that was going down, right? Again, of course we was around, but you know what I'm saying. I understand at least. Okay, this this is a part of technology that's unfolding before us. This whole cord cutting thesis, right? This disruptive technology to the cable company, right? Your Time Warners, your AT&T, your Spectrums, and your and what Comcast and them types, right? They hated Netflix. All you had to do is say, "Oh, I'm finna get invested in Netflix. I'm finna take advantage of this. That stock publicly traded. Yeah, I'm all in." So if you do the percentage gain, right? So how do you do that percentage gain? This is the improper fraction. It was at 84 cents, right? It was at 84 cents. On the low of June the 2nd in 2002, right? It hit a high of 556, right? So you go what? 556, right? Y'all follow me here? Y'all with me?
Yep.
556 divided by what? Point what? 84, right?
84.
Y'all with me there?
Yep.
Yeah.
What y'all got?
What do you mean?
How much y'all got?
661.
661?
Yep, 661 and 90.
So what's the percentage gain?
You got to move the decimals over 2 places, so I got 66,000.
Math is exact science. Oh, well, I gotta hit you with that because I ain't gonna let you not stand on your truth, right? So you gotta say it with your chest. You can't be wrong if the numbers are right, right? You know what I'm saying, right?
1,000%. I was Netflix and chilling.
Everybody agree with that? Anybody want to challenge that? Anybody in the back chat? Anybody want to challenge that? 66,000%. 66,190%. Anybody want to challenge that? Anybody? So you talking about 18 years, right? That's a child's what? That's a child's level of what? Maturity, emancipation through grade school. Y'all follow me? See where I'm going with this? Some other child got put through college by way of what? Mom and dad Netflix and chilling in the stock and not on the couch. And not, hello. Are we in agreement there? Is that 66,000%? I'm just waiting for anybody to let me know if we running an error or we're not. Right, anybody want? I guess nobody want no smoke, right? There it is then. So that's 18 years. First thing a person said, what? I done missed it. I done missed the opportunity. So you mean tell me Netflix is the only stock out there? That's disruptive technology in this day and time? How you looking at things, right? So this is that moment again where you're like, man, I got to start really thinking about this. Because if you really trying to get a leg up, because you saw people, again, we look around a lot in this space for those who are in it. We look around and see a lot of people just out the blue, just wake up next day, they up what, hundreds of $1,000s, right? Millions of dollars, right? Overnight. And a lot of that be in trades that they've been in. Some of them be long-term investment. I mean, they put two brain cells together and put them a thesis together and what? Time and money married and caught up with where they are in terms of their investment, right? Their aggregate value, what? Adding to their position, right? Because they've done all the research to get to where they need to go. Make sense? Their due diligence led them to that investment. And it still was beating that of their what? Savings account, right? It still had more aggregate value than that of a savings account because guess what? This is what they call what? Dollar cost average, right? Principal level of investing. The same way you'll be putting in money every week into your bank account. You get paid weekly and you put a certain portion of your paycheck into your savings or your money market account, right? And then the rest go to bills and ad leisure, whatever, right? You saying over 18-year period, if the money market account stays, at a certain level, because we know the money market accounts are more are based upon what? Interest rates, right? Mm-hmm. Whether they go up and go down, right? Whether you make money in your money market account, right? Even more so right now in the lower interest rate environment where the money interest rates are basically what? At zero. How much money you making in the money market account? Peanuts, right? Does it serve you better to leave your money parked in there and gain nothing? Or to put it to work in a specific what? Financial vehicle? Some level of disruptive technology. Not only that, you can monitor it day to day, do your research behind it, and put several stop losses on that money to make sure you ain't losing in case the company go under if you just really found the limit, right? But you even can backstop your money with that to keep it from what? You don't go to zero. You just say, I find that one to work. Again, if it will be sitting in the account collecting the dust, making nothing, waiting to get liquidated, how you arguing against that? Or in other words, what else do you have if you're gonna go out there and build your own business? What else? What other business models out there? So this is your Netflix and chilling. That's 66,000%. 66,000%. Now they done, man. You can go pull up anytime they done splits on. You can go do all the math and see what it is in aggregate value. But you're talking about anything well over tens of thousands percent. Seriously, 18 years. That's your child through college. Right? And then some. So $1,000, right? $1,000 on 66,000%. How much is that? Anybody? What's 66? $1,000 on 66,000%. Anybody in the back chat? Anybody on the panel? So if you put 1,000 in Netflix back then, right?
Okay.
Got 60 million.
Times, you doing what? 66,000%, right? 66,000, right? 190%, right? Right?
66,000.
That's a lot of money, ain't it? Jacob like, well, that's a lot of zero. I'm scared you can do that, man. I don't want to cheat myself. I might mess around and cheat myself a couple zero. That's the kind of stuff that scare you, don't it? When those kind of numbers is just like, it's crazy, right? So here's how it makes sense. So what's 100% of 66,000?
660,000. No, 660,000. Yeah.
Think about it. So 100% of 66,000 is what? It'd be 66,190 times what? Times 2, right? Y'all agree with that? That's 100%, right? Two 66,000%, right?
Yeah.
Y'all agree with that?
Yeah.
Times what? 2, right? That's 100%, right? How much is that? 100 and what? What's 66,000 times 66,190 times 2 is how much? That's 100 and what?
132,000.
380.
380.
I need that 380 over math. I'm sorry, I need that 380. That's
Yeah,
mission money.
384. My fault.
I need all that money, right? So if you got 10 of those, well, what's that? How much is that? You see what I'm saying? So that's how you get. Well, slightly, right? But we're talking about in this regard. Well, you ain't getting in aggregate value of the 10. I'm just saying of that 66,000 initial value of 1,000, right? You got $1,000 off in this case on a 6,000% value, right?
Right.
Oh, 100.
Excuse me, 66,000%. I'm messing. Let me slow down. $1,000 times 66,190. How much is that? I'm sorry. That's when you say you're just moving the zeros. Keep in mind, you're just moving those zeros, right?
You said 1,000 times 66,190.
Yeah, percent.
It'd be $661,900. Right?
Math is exact science. I ain't trying to confuse y'all, but we got to get used to these numbers, right? These big numbers, because it's happening in and around y'all every day. So you mean tell me that's over $500,000? 1,000 turned to $500,000? That's you follow me there?
Yeah.
Think about that. Money. That's a lot of money, right? Because if you had 600% of 1,000, you talking about what? $6,000, right? You follow me? If it's 6,000% on $1,000, that'll be around about what? $60,000. You follow me there?
Yep.
If it's what? 66,000, right, percent on $1,000, now you're talking about what? $661,000. It makes sense?
Yeah.
So you mean your college, your child college plan, that 529 plan, y'all know about the 529 plan. Y'all know I always go in on that, right? I ain't nothing new. Y'all know me. I go in on that 529. We can whoop that 529 plan if you learn how to what? Invest in the market thoroughly, right? We can whoop it. Well, Netflix just showed you how to do it. Netflix did it. In 18 years, your 529 plan in relation to you putting a grand in the Netflix, you got 660. Look. Right? All right. We ain't saying every stock gonna go to the moon like that. I get it, because people like, we don't know the unknown. We don't know the future. We're talking about disruptive technology. We're not saying all eggs in one basket. This is a game that's what? If you learn how to what? Spread evenly, spread your money across the what? A basket of opportunity, and see which one has the most fertile soil, right? Money that you can what? Afford to what? Invest with. And some people say, well, afford to lose. Well, of course, you ain't got to lose even to that level, because you can backstop your money with stop loss and all that. But we're just saying to say, I want to let it what? Let it grow. Let's say, for instance, that year you and the family, you and the wife or the husband said, we're going to put this income tax, at least a third of or 2/3 of it into what? Little Johnny's, little Ray, what? College fund. In the 18 years, disruptive technology, we done our research. We see like this is going to be one of the what? Industry that's going to be these industries are going to be booming, right? We're going to do a little bit in biotech. We're going to do a little bit in, technology as a whole, whatever. whatever, and then whatever you may want to add it to metals, pressure, and we're gonna see what what works out. Right? So you got $5 grand, you split that $5 grand evenly, and those moments, look, man, that kind of mentality, right? That kind of mentality, right? And there's many others we can look at like that and see exactly what we're talking about in terms of things that within your your lifespan, that's within your within your area of operation and within the industries that are kicking butt, taking names. All right, okay. We talking about what? $1.06, October 2019. $1.06, 2019. So a year and what? 3 months, 4 months, year and 4 months. A year and 4 months, $1.06, and the stock, obviously hit a high of 70, up in the 70, right? Up around that point, up somewhere around there. It spazzed out up around about what? What we went to? We went 66, excuse me, 66.90, 66.90, excuse me, we were like 66.99, right? Up near 70 base. Well, how much percent gain is that? That's a massive gain. That's what. I mean, the numbers are so crazy. You're like, man, you can't even put it. God, it's just crazy. The amounts of gains that's happening, right? This in these little stocks. This is October of 2019. NEO. Obviously, y'all can see my screen. NEO, right? Disruptive technology, electrical vehicles, right? And that little bit of time, the stock way up here. Disruptive technology. I know I'm taking a long road to make a point, but sometimes it takes that. If you really want to learn how to really stop, sit still enough again, let steer wheels run deep. When time marries money, patience marries knowledge, you got to sit still long enough to kind of put some of the same energy into figuring out what is a great investment value. How can I piggyback off another man's business model, a woman's business model, and let my money go work for me? It's supposed to be work for it. I can go out and do other things, other entrepreneurial endeavors, make other multiple streams of income come into my existence. But also, I got this money working over here, money over here, and money over there. And you just wake up 10 years later like, oh, okay, right? Oh, okay, right? That kind of reality. Now, most people say, well, I think I've already missed this trade. If I was to ask y'all, do y'all think NEO is done growing at this point? Do y'all think NEO is done for it?
No, not at all.
Probably still some more growth in NEO at this point. You probably think
A lot
so.
more.
Lot more growing, right?
Yeah.
So did you miss the trade?
No.
Disrupt technology. Well, who is the next competitor?
Tesla.
Not even rocket science. You had to think twice. Already. $816 stock. If NEO can just capture what? You know what I'm saying?
A quarter.
Tesla not did
right?
that.
A quarter, 2/3, right? A third, right? Or a little over 50, 60% of that, right? That'll put NEO around about what? 300, 400, you know what I'm saying? $500 a share. Right? From 60, even at where it's at now, 61. So what's 500? Let's say 500. 500 divided by 61. What's that? What's that percentage value?
About 820%, something like that.
So that means you can still probably what 8x that. You got another 8x. Hold up, what you got?
Wait a minute.
You can buy 8 shares worth of NEO.
What was that number?
500. If NEO just makes it to $500 a share, right now it's at what, 61, right? $61, right? Somewhere around there, give or take for NEO. if it can just again capture, like I say, a third, two thirds out of a Tesla. Let's say if it makes the $500, right? Because there's numbers out there already saying it can get up there. Whatever. What's their percentage gain left in potential value of Neo? So basically, what's that 500 divided by 61? What's their percentage gain?
Great. Say that again. Sorry.
Uh, you want to divide
500.
500 by what? 61, right?
Okay.
Because keep in mind, it's going to be improper because it's what 500 is bigger than 61. Well, I say improper, but it ain't even whole numbers. So you got 500 divided by what?
8 by 8.19672131.
So around by 800. What now?
300%.
So about 800% left in there still. Y'all agree with that? Anybody agree with that? Anybody disagree with that? I should say. Excuse me. Anybody disagree with that?
Mm-mm.
Math is exact science, man. I know it be scary sometimes. Like, man, I don't want to mess this up. but this, you learn how to what? Protect your money, right? Because if you don't do it, who gonna do it for you? Wall Street, the government, somebody, the bank, right? So 800%. That's still about an 8x.
Probably got any shares of Neo.
Say again.
The bank probably got shares of Neo.
Oh, lots of them. I can go show you that right now too. When we go look at they holdings, institutional holdings. Where you can go show you all the banks loaded in there with your money. they load the boat with your money. True story.
Yeah, so that's that run up.
They be like, man, where your money? Hey, bro, you ain't cut me no check. Where my Neo dividend? Excuse me, sir. They like, what? They look at you like, what? Excuse me, sir. Somebody go get the pistol. We got us a crazy. We got a mad one in here today. Got to get the pistol. They ain't even hear the radio, right? But I ain't tell y'all to use my money to make this money. But look, bro, you got just as much chance we do. So convince me that you know what I'm saying? That's 8x. That's potential 8x value. If it goes to 600, that's what?
$900.
Well, it'd be 1,000 up there. Cause that's 10x. You in 10x. That 10x will put you up, in that perspective, right? That's a 10x. Y'all know people live to get a 10x return on their money. In that regard, basically that just, woo, right? We talking about crypto type of what numbers, and it's still an equity asset. And I'm saying that because again, when time marries money, patience marries knowledge. Still waters run deep. If you let your money work for you and realize that it's a long game in this perspective, marathon out sprint. Now you can still day trade too. Hey, y'all know how this stuff work, right? You can make money in around that moment too, right? You ain't missing nothing. You see what I'm saying? Once you learn how to play the game. Y'all see how that work? Because you already look at something, man, I could have got in there as $1. I was day trading the mess out of Neo in around that point too. True story. I didn't get long on Neo and in a somewhat of a long-term portfolio until it got around the 30s. I detailed that before. I was like, man, I kind of messed around a little bit. But, I say that now, but, I was still trying to make it make sense in terms of where at that time what would be the most, strategic investment with a lot of my, my money I was moving around. That happens. You ain't gonna get everything. And then it offered up another opportunity when it made that big blow off the top there and pulled all the way back down to 40. Remember we were talking about it at the time. We was trading around. That's what y'all see on my screen now. I mapped all this entire trade out and I shared it with everybody. I told you all my plans was, even when we was trading the options around it, and we nailed it. We nailed this trade on both, off the lows to the top, from the top even back down in the puts. True story. We nailed it. That's why I got a dollar sign sent up there. When they call me out, we nailed that trade. we got paid, and we got the receipts to show it.
Now you both have an equity stake and an actual option stake in this.
Yeah, well, I don't have the option in it now, but I got equity now for all my options. I didn't close out, but I'm still, I hit it again when it sets up. But all I need to see is get back outside of this penalty box. It did. Yeah, it cleared it. It pulled back inside of it here. You see, I touched the bottom up, and it got back out. And I had scalped it, in around this time. This is on the monthly chart, mind you. I scalped it maybe like twice. I think I did inside of last month, or this month, if you want to say that. I don't know. I think it's twice, right? But now it's starting to balance out above that, or at or around that gun line. That mean line there. Matter of fact, let me put it on this right here, this chart right here. What's going on, Oba Marquise? I see you didn't creep up in the house. Peace, power, profit, Oba. What's going on with you? I know you're chilling a little bit there, right? Look at that consolidation again.
Peace, power, profit.
What's going on, Oba? You got it. Have you in the house.
What's going on, brother Marquis?
Not much, man. Not much. You are watching the wisdom.
We trying to get it in. We're gonna get this money one way or the other. That's how I keep looking at it. We're gonna get this money.
Hey, you broke this chart down once, and you said, like, from the beginning point, where it's back in a little bit before December, and then it dropped, and then you said it was evened out on the uptrend, about the same price.
It's the same one right here.
You mapped this out on Neo Day.
Yep. I walked it through it, right? Remember, I walked everybody through it as best as I can. Again, walked it through it. And that's why we still got that cut, but we drew that cut before we even made all these moves. We just like, this what's gonna happen. This what's gonna go. This what's gonna happen. It had done nothing since then. And now it's what? It's still within that same channel. We drew this channel here way before all this started happening. It's playing at or around it. Couldn't make this stuff up. Ain't that something? See how the market just can prove you to be a scientist, a tactician, a technician, internet tactician, technician, you name it, you are it. You just dealing with, probability, again, time and money. When time marries money. Look at the moving average here, which is that guideline and grid line. That's what we say. Moving average act like what? Magnets, guidelines, and grid line. Look how I just methodically made it within that move with that cut, and then it went on and made its own own little scenario right there.
What's that, the 20?
That's a 20 on this one here. Yep. Stretching out, and then of course 200 down here at 32. All right. Probability of it coming all the way back down to 200 moving average. Well, they're gonna have to do some messing up. They're gonna do some messing up. not that it can't, but hey. And then you see I got this dotted line right here, right? This date specific here. We mapped this out on March 9th. March 9th, it has the ability to potentially be at what? Up here as high as what? 82? Or maybe somewhere around what? 62 if it just consolidates and just go sideways for the rest of what? That time period. That's why we got that dotted line right there for a reason. It's a litmus test line, so to speak. Guideline to test what your investment value looking like based upon their level of growth, their innovation technology. We get a chance to see it firsthand. They have to disclose this stuff. Do they file it? Do they not? They do. You ain't doing them, but just like open up the Sunday newspaper, like, oh, let me see what's going on with my Neo investment there. That's good. Yeah, pour your dad to some of that lemonade real quick. Hurry up, Margaret, with them vegan eggs. Right? Right? I'm trying to get out here on this boat and go fish. I ain't got all day. Let me check my money real quick. Yeah, we looking good. There you go. I'm out the door. Right? This what's going on. So just within y'all what? Y'all lifetime, right? This is within y'all generation. Would y'all agree with that? It's within your generation. Yeah, it is. It's happening underneath your what? Underneath your generation. Disruptive technology. Convince me that it's not. See how that works? Convince me that it's not. Right? So people like, man, I missed it. No. Man, seriously? It's how you think. Again, I got to go to that meme with that brother that was doing that head right there. Right? You bumping it, right? Tiffany Haddish got one. You got to be smart. Right? She was hitting it. You got to be smart. Right? That don't mean they can't pull back. Yeah, we got our lines there. You see right here, even down here. Ugly case scenario. Come on back down, test 50. Let's go. We break that, then guess what? We got all this to churn out these guys all the way down here to 40 or 39, 40. Let it do that. You think the banks ain't gonna buy this thing hand over fist if it come back down there unless there's something crazy happen with the company? Like the CEO got to do something crazy, right? The company got to do something crazy. But we know, Neo is still what? Innovating. They just got a contract. Matter of fact, recently, I'm adding to the few. They just got a contract extension with what? The government recently. I don't know what y'all be like. Well, yeah, I know you probably know after. Yeah, if anybody know, you know. Well, they just got a contract extension with the government, right, to backstop them. Right. Let's go see. Neil to build industrial complex in the Hayfay City, Hi-Fi City, I already said, boost shareholders, what? Subsidiary, right? So they building out something now. Here they go, making moves, right? Making moves, innovating. Neil to build EV industrial base in China's Hefei for EV R&D manufacturing. Right? Again, sign agreement with China's Hefei. Y'all know them China thing. Y'all don't come at me. Right? City government to build industrial park in Hefei, Hong Kong. Right? For EV research, for EV research development manufacturing bases. Growth. Money being moved. Right? Money being moved. Right? Again, you can come through and see what's going on, man. You can check this stuff. Right? We all know what the delivery numbers look like. We're waiting on them numbers. You see what they did. Right? That was just for the January numbers. But, I mean, this stuff you can go pull up. Right? You can go pull it up. Right? Their growth, whether they doing it or not, you can also say, if I feel like they're acting retarded, I can cash out, move on. See how that work? Right. They just got an extension with the government. Is it in this one? It may be in a more strategic one. You can go pull up, but they got an extension. Right? Government then backstop them a little longer. That's why they're building this base in this new city because the government starting to help them out. Right? We still talking about what? An 8x to a 10x potentiality, right? Neo being up near what? $500-600. Maybe as high as what? 600. Right? Make it 600, that's a 10x. How long do you think it would take probably Neo to get to that $600 mark? 5 years, 3 years, 10 years? Anybody? How long do you think it would take Neo to get $600?
I want to say at least 4 years.
Say 4. Somebody got 4 years. So 4 years, 10x your money in 4 years.
Yeah,
I can work with that, right? See what I'm saying? Right? We just broke down the SP 500 over 4 years with Trump, did we not? That was the whole purpose of that. Show you that Stillwater scenario. That's just a bigger ticker. But here's the what? The smaller one. Here's the ones that's, you can catch them before they what? They get to what? Making their moves. Now you got aggregate value because you can buy what? More shares, right? Cheaper prices. That money turns over a lot faster and bigger at that point. Does it make sense? At some point, you got to get this in your game. You got to get that Stillwater run game, investment game down too, right? Yeah, we can day trade the breaks off the market, but you still got to learn how to put some of that money, those earnings, those gains to work for you as well, right? This is Stillwater's game because the markets have showed you over time period it's going to outperform, right? It's going to outperform, right? It's going to outperform. So there you go. Again, one of many, right? Again, that's why we did the BNG. Of course, that ain't nothing new. I talked about that enough. I ain't gonna keep going back to it. But again, you see what's going on here. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? There was that little fair value gaps, if you want to call them that, whatever. I'm just saying. So I ask you, you think this stock coming back down to $4 this year? See up here near 14
no.
now. If it do, somebody gonna load the boat, right? Because the technology is strong. Innovative technology, right? All right, I didn't talk y'all to death. Let's get on with it then. It's late. It's late, right? So disrupt the technology, right? That's what that's the theme, right? Stillwater's run deep when what? When money marries time and knowledge marries patience, right? Some of the things we've been talking about tonight a little bit, right? Learning how to, make executive decisions, not be dependent upon governments and all that kind of stuff, and feeling like you tied to a ball and chain, working for somebody, and you don't have other means of income to produce, not knowing whether something crazy gonna happen tomorrow. I don't care if the war pop off, a disease, famine pop off, a disease, pestilence, everything that's in the Bible can hit you. Guess what? Everything in the Bible can come into fruition right now, and these folks still gonna keep that stock market open. You think they're not? I said, give me your worst. Give me your worst. What can happen? Right? What would be name me something that's gonna make these people shut down this stock market? Give me your worst. A pandemic didn't do it. It actually made it go higher. Ooh, boy, these people greedy.
atomic bomb.
Right? It gonna have to be a hydrogen bomb. Right? The mother of all, what they call a Moab. You know that's the name they call the military, right? A Moab.
That's the
Right?
new one.
Yeah, mother of all bombs. That's what they call it, Moab. So if you ever hear that terminology, y'all be like, go and pack your lunch, right?
Moab. Moab.
A Moab, mother of all bombs. When you know what you hear something like that, I mean, yeah, you better have a little shelter dig. Go and dig your hole somewhere. It's about to get real. All right.
That's the only way.
See how that work?
Unless they have a tidal wave or something.
How that gonna shut down the market?
Well,
hurricanes and tsunamis and
I'm talking about the one that take out everything.
it's gonna take out the whole East Coast way up into the Midwest somewhere. You have to get soaked that way up.
Exactly.
And they probably still be trying to put some jumping cables to an old generator, cut that market on that, man. Y'all better put the thing up over there. Yeah, get this money. But look here. With these greedy jokers, man, look. Y'all go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna have to sign off.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for coming through, Eva Camille. You always welcome and privileged. As we say here, we honor your time and your knowledge, and we're happy you came in. As always, we hope you took some away from it because you always brought something to it.
I absolutely did, and I always do.
Awesome. Appreciate you.
Thank you, family.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Eva.
All right. See you tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow. See you tomorrow, sweet.
PC over.
Peace.
All right. So again,
can't find my way out.
All right, that knowledge in your head, you can't hit them buttons. So you think about that dollar at it. You're like, I can make this money, boy, I'm gonna get this money. That's it. We be ready to rock come Monday on Sunday's Futures.
For real.
No worries. No worries. So yeah, time and money. Again, patience, right? Still waters run deep. Let your money work for you, right? Learn how to slow it down, right? So again, that's just 1 minute. So, of course, I can go in there. I ain't gonna dig all in the biology on it because I be wanting to. I'm gonna let y'all do some of the work too, right? But we're talking about disruptive technology, right? Innovation values where you think you done missed out. You have not missed out, guys. A lot of this stuff is still jumping off. So that's why I say, list me some of those disruptive technologies, right? So far, we got clean energy, biotech, communication. Brother Obo Joe Smoke said crypto, right? All right. Disruptive technologies, right? It matters, right? So, okay, let's go there. And I'll get ready to shut it down because I know it's late. Y'all know I'll be up with the crickets, boy, trying to get this information down the range. Let's go there. All right. So y'all might want to screenshot this or go back and when you pull it up later, or I would say just, when you watch it later, if you come back and find this little timestamp here, right? Let me hold up. Let me where we at here? Okay, yep. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Where is? And see, I'm weird too because I had this a while too. I was like, I need to do a show on this. All right, beginning of the around January, end of December, January sometime. I said I got to do a show on this because we got to break this down, get going forward to get prepared. And weird too because the picture that I'm gonna pull up, this person just had a little investment. An investment window recently into what's going on, not only with them personally, their fund, but what also to start looking into. And this is gonna ring a bell too, open marquee, even for you. All right. Disruptive technology. The 5 most intricate sectors that I feel like in our generation that we need to be focusing on going forward. At this stage, that don't necessarily mean you still can't invest in consumer staples, consumer discretionary, utilities, basic energy plays, materials. What else we got? The healthcare as a whole. I mean, all the different sectors out there, right? That don't mean you still can't invest in those. Precious metal, again, commodity. But also, when we're talking about disruptive technology, disruptive things that change the status quo, that now brings in large chunks of cash for people who's trying to front run that level of what? Technology to get in somewhat quote unquote early, like same way people doing with these SPACs, right? Disruptive technology, right? So
What about like
I'm
Uber and DoorDash?
finna post it. We finna see if it makes sense, right? We talking about breaking this down on my screen. What do y'all see? What's the first thing you see on the screen? Anybody?
DNA sequencing.
Stop right there. DNA sequencing, right? So what is DNA sequencing?
I heard about it, but I have no clue.
Gene editing or something like that?
That's what it sounds like.
Gene editing, DNA sequencing, right? DNA sequencing DNA, right? Learning how to what? In other words, what? To sequence someone's genes is to what? When you what?
Alter.
Sequencing. See, come on, the key word sequence. So, okay, y'all know how this stuff go. Y'all know we ain't got to be guessing now. We just go in what? Put that thing off in that what? Put that thing off in that Google thing that made them what? 2,000%, some crazy number. Right? That same Google search engine the job, man. Right? Right? You get that ass off that, what it is. All right. I had to stop and go over there real quick. So let me do this real quick.
To arrange it in a particular order.
There we go. Let me do this screen. What that thing right there say?
To arrange in a particular
order,
order.
right? What definition is now you got over here? DNA sequencing. Right over here, it says what? DNA sequencing is what?
Process of, I can't read it.
Determining the nucleic acid sequence, right? That's what DNA is, right? Right?
DNA
right?
Is the process of
the order of nucleotides in DNA, right? It includes any method or what? Take what? See that word right there? We just said about disruptive technology, right? See how the hint, wink, all in it, right? Any method or technology that is used to determine the order of the 4 bases of what? And these are what? Actually, amino acids, right? I don't know if y'all know that or not, but these are what? Amino acids and minerals, right? The building blocks of life is in your DNA is going to be based upon what? You are one big walking what? Amino acid, right? Okay, now you're getting deep, brother. Move on, brother. Move on with all that. So you got 89 guanine or guanine, or some people say guanine or guanine, cystosine, and what? Thiamine, right? Thiamine, right? Those amino acids, right? Those building blocks, 4 basic building blocks within that what? Your DNA, right? Your nucleic acids, right? Within those determines a lot of what? Problems or proficiencies a person may have within their what? Their DNA structure, right? Again, being able to determine what? Diseases, right? Hereditary illnesses, right? Defects, right? Y'all follow me there?
So gene editing, basically.
It's somewhat not this. Gene editing is a little different. That's when you altering it, right?
Right.
This is being able to what? Map it, right? To find those what? Hereditary inefficiencies. So you can now go out and try to what? Correct it later. So I'm saying that's what gene editing comes in terms of what? Correcting. You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
When we sequencing, we're trying to find what? The problems, right? The disease that are plaguing us today is because we haven't found out the way to how to what? Catch them before they become what? A problem, right? We find out after the fact, right? After they done what? Bombarded your body. Does that make sense? If you can catch them early, that means you can what? Treat them early, right? Does that make sense a little bit?
Yeah.
Importance of DNA sequencing is to be able to do that, right? Find that stuff, map it earlier. Then we can go to what? To the editing, right? Then we know what some of the editing aspects are. But that falls in within what? It does fall into DNA sequencing to that perspective, but early on, this is just mainly to find it first, right? Let's be able to kind of find out what's going on within your body from a technological perspective, using these different instruments or whatever. That's revolutionary science. To detect cancer, find cancer before it becomes a problem, right? Revolutionary, right? Revolutionary, right? First layer of defense, right? First layer of defense, right? In that regard, find it before it becomes a problem. right? Being able to, again, track, the epidemiology of these different illnesses or whatever back to their roots, right? Trace roots and all that kind of stuff by proper DNA sequencing, right? So that becomes, and the parent disruptive technology, that would be very important. Would y'all agree with that? Being able to find stuff before they become a problem, diseases.
Yeah.
Find if it's in your blood, if it's, within your, whatever, right? That's important. A lot of money in that. A lot of money in that, right? Disruptive technology. That's why the definition said what? Includes any method or technology. The old ways were doing what? The old school method. The old method took what? A long time. It was a long time to see a person go through what? An evolution, figure out how what? They contract the disease, how they what? Dealt with it, and what they look for. Technology what? Speeds up the process to keep that from being what? Such a lengthy process. Y'all agree with that? So guess what? In comes, you see them go up this here? In comes those kind of what? Right? To see right here? Discovery what? Research. Y'all see my screen? I don't know if it's showing. I know this thing be acting crazy sometimes.
Yeah, we can see it.
Discovery, research. How important is cancer? How important is finding genetic diseases? What's the aspect of genome what? Assembly. Right? That's the aspect of that, being able to connect those dots. Right? This company, of course, I go on somewhere just for a reason. Of course, I'm biased for it to a degree. This company just getting started in this aspect of its what? Excuse me, technology not catching up with what? It's what? It's money. When time marries money. Before it was just a whole lot of, prospective technology, and the money was still kind of waiting to get, catch up with what the level of technology that it was evolving into. Now it's catching up. Hence, that's why the stock done done what? Why the stock done done this? From 25 cents to now what? 14. Right? It's starting to catch up with it now. 25,000, well, excuse me, 2,500% in under a year. In under a year, as you can see clearly right there, in under a year. Disruptive technology. Right? DNA what? Sequencing. Right? Laboratory apparatus, analytical optic, measuring and controlling instrument. It's an instrument that does what? All those things. More importantly, DNA sequencing. To determine and detect cancers and genetic diseases before they become what? A problem. The amount of money that you'll save if you what? Able to do that. Disruptive technology within our time frame. So again, and I'm gonna say some of the other ones later. I ain't gonna go through all of them. It's late, right? We'll come back and do another part of this show maybe tomorrow. But if I was to ask you, all right, do you think this stock got some more room to run? An aspect of that, the fact that it's such a level of disruptive technology and what it could be in terms of the future.
Yeah, it's got a potential to go over 25.
So you think a small time, my brother?
You think more?
Well, no, I said long term. Now we just talking about we just did the 4-year window, right? That was the whole purpose of laying that 4-year window down, right? So 4-year window, 4-year window. Where do you think? Again, 4-year window. Let me do this whole. This stock company only been around since 2018, right? 4-year window. Look at that, 4 years. So we talking about what? 2025, right? So 4-year window.
I think it hit 100.
So you say about 4 years, about 100?
Yeah.
All right. So if it go 4 year, 104 years, that's about what? What's that? 13 now. So you still got additional, nice little what? Basically, if you just You know, that's almost about close to 10x, right? Close to 10x, right?
Yeah.
About 8x, 9x, right? Right. So again, that's a nice bag, right? Again, people live to get a 10x move, right? Crazy things happen, right? Crazy things happen, right? So okay, so anybody else want to chime in on that? Over says what 100 by 4 years, right? By 2025. Anybody else want in on that? Anybody else want in? All right, just like, well, I'm scared to test out never, brother. For you, I don't want to be wrong. But
Yeah,
because like the
they
line
keep
changing
coming
every
out
day.
with the news that they keep coming out with. Then it may well go over 100 in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I say 100 is because I think it has potential to go to 300, but you got to think of the market value. You got to think of pullbacks. You got to think of other people's sentiment about this stock.
so we saying 4 years, right?
Yeah, just 4 years.
4 years right here. Again, January 1st, 2025. We talking about right here on my T, cross section on the chart here.
Yeah.
From base at that point all the way back down here, 4 years, right? With a level of what? Disruptive what?
Technology,
The first thing on that list said what?
DNA sequence.
Is that not the time, the signs of the future right there? Is that not the future? Think about that for a moment, right? I know joke like, man,
That whole list is the future.
I ain't even beginning to go in yet. And that's why I'm going to have to finish this tomorrow, because we'll be here at 6 in the morning. But if I get to really, look at it. Y'all know, when I deep dive, bro. Still waters run deep, right? The only way you're going to get better and learn it at the level. And you learn how to invest your money through this. But by way of doing that, you learn what? About the world, about innovation technology. You come smarter just by you learn how to invest. But people don't see the parallel in this. You learn about finances, you learn about science, you learn about commerce, sales, marketing, you learn about all that just by your level of investing in day trading in a lot of ways. Would y'all agree with that?
Oh, 100%.
You get smarter, and your average peers, they have no clue. Again, those be the ones, like I said earlier, no disrespect, they the one complaining about what the government doing or not doing. Right? And they go right on to being distracted and waiting for what? Something to happen. Build your house with what? Bricks. Build your house with what? Steel. Right? Build your house with petrified wood. Build it now. Why are you gonna wait? You're sitting there telling me that you live within the confinements of your generation, these level of disruptive technology, but you timid to invest in them? Well, Google what? Went from what? Netflix went from what? Apple went from what? Tesla went from what? NVIDIA went from, throw me something. What you got? It went from, Nike went from what? McDonald's. Right? McDowell's, right? We got to go to Arcs. They got to go to Arcs. We got to go to Arcs, right? McDowell's. McDowell's went from what? What you got? That's where the world's riches is stored. Their money is disruptive technology. You getting ahead of the game. See, these people are already what? Planning. Now, of course, that's important. Again, I'm posting that one because I posted in the group, and I've been posting it, but it ain't nothing new. When we talk about best in breed, right? Who got the best technology, right? Of course, in this regard, of course, I didn't, went through this before. I posted one of the, matter of fact, let me see. I think I have it on my, I do have it on my Facebook page. A little something strange for a little piece of change, right? Let's get it, right? Let me see where that article at. Where did I know I posted in the group. I know I did. Yep. Let me see. Okay, this is important. We'll come back to this. But see right here? Breadcrumbs. What did I say? Coming off hitting all-time high. Prepare what? For what day? The 18th, right? They got a little, conference coming up. Y'all get it. Right? Follow the breadcrumbs. This is us getting what? Report cards in real time. What's going on with these companies? Following, right? Where is that one I post? I posted in the group here. I'm gonna find it just for this little case study here. Then I'm gonna move on real quick. I know where I post that thing at. Yep, right here. So over, you said what? $100 by what? 2025?
Yeah.
Now these things ain't 100% always accurate. They just giving you what? An estimate, right?
All right.
So it says what? Somebody, give me that readout real quick, because I'm gonna get used to read. I know Juggle hate to read, right? Juggle like, I ain't got time for all that, bro. Where the numbers at, right? Somebody give me a quick little backstory on this right here, real quick. Anybody want to? I know it's late. Anybody want to chime in and read that for me real quick? If I can catch me a little water break.
High volatility in BioNano Genomics Inc. stock price on Thursday, which ended trading at 1170, updated on February 11, 2021. Buy or hold candidate since January 5th, 2021, gained 136%.
Hold on, that's since January the 1st, right? Yep, but January 5th is already up how much?
136%. 136.36%.
It's crazy, right? Now we know that this is actually that ain't within that time frame, because we're gonna look at the chart. We'll come back to that. I ain't gonna confuse you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, over. It's up more now, but yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, over. You got it. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I kind of got a little noise in the background, so somebody else.
Sorry. I'm sorry. So what's the rest of that there? Anybody want says what? The what now? Anybody? Okay, I get through it. I know it's late. Joking like I can't be up late. They said, but the biogenomic stock price gained what? 2.8%, right? 2.81% on the last trading on Thursday, February 11, 2021, rising from 1138 to 1170, right? During the day, the stock fluctuated 11.05% from a day low, 1113 to 1236. The price has been going up and down, right, for this period, right? And there has been 11.11% gain for the last 2 weeks. Volume has increased on the last day along with the price, right? Which is positive technical sign. And in the total, 4 million more shares were traded than that of the day before, right? In total, 33 million shares were bought and sold, approximately 380.41 million, right? At aggregate value, notional value, right? The stock lies in the middle of a very wide, strong rising trend. In the short term, and a further rise within the trend is signaled, right? Given the current short-term trend, the stock is expected to rise. How much is that?
What are you doing?
999.99% during the next 3 months, and within a what? 90.
It's got to be white and pink.
Right? 90% probability hold a price between 89 to what? 171 at the end of a 3-month period. Now, y'all knows what I know. The probability of going to 89 to 171 in the next 3 months, is it unlikely? Is it unlikely that it can go up as high as 89 or possibly even 171% in 3 months? Is it unlikely?
No, that's very possible.
Right? Someone says it's possible?
Yeah.
Right? Well, how do we know it's possible?
Because of gains they projected.
Market analysts, right? Everybody trying to what? Front load and not miss out what they consider to be possible what? Disrupt technology, right?
Right.
Along with other factors, right? Well, and we saying that from a probability perspective, right? I ain't trying to trip y'all up, but markets, again, markets are crazy, right? When they feel like they got something ahead of what? Everybody else. Well, did Novavax do the same thing though? Y'all follow me here?
Yep.
Yeah,
Novavax,
definitely.
January, the same time, genomics, right? This is the same time. We said what? January the 5th, right? This is January the 2nd, right? We'll use the 5th then. Let's do the 5th, right? This is the month. So we'll just say the January the 2nd. It was at what? $3.99 or $3.65 on the low, right? 3 months, right? What month we in right now? Right? I mean, no, hold on. I'm back. That's the year. We're talking about 3 months. Let me go over here then. 3 months, right? Let's go over here. Here we go. January. I'm tripping, right? But I'm going to show you that time frame and how it is lunch. But here it is. January 2021, $113 a share, right? In less than 3 months, it went up as what? It's just February, right? It went up in here high of what? 331. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
So from $109, $109, 331, that's over 300% in less than what? 2 months. That's over 300% less than 3 months. Y'all agree with that?
Yep.
That's what the stock did. I ain't making this stuff up, right? And over what? You know, in 2 years now. Well, and excuse me, in a year, from January of 2020 to where we at now, it went from $5 or $3 back to $3 and change, all the way to 331. Y'all see how that work?
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, could you consider that like look at that like an average monthly range?
And this is 1 monthly chart. This is the monthly chart we on too. This is the monthly chart. This is month for month. So this is what talking about the 52-week chart, right? Them 52-week charts that we always been trained on. This thing went from $3 to 331 in 1 year. Well, a little 1 year, but y'all get it. Disruptive technology based upon what? Use case. What was the use case? The need to backstop what? COVID-19, the vaccine. You knowing how to invest puts you in a position to what? Trade and invest in around what? Breaking news, technology needs and use cases, or stuff that are already what? On its growth path in terms of our evolution and technology of things that we need to have a what? Better quality way of life, as they would say. Some of it people probably push back against it, but as an investor, we just learn how to be what? Curators of cash. We'll let everybody earn all the other stuff. Again, unless it's just something that's, against your moral code to invest and trade in, because we do know the markets ain't gonna what? Stop for nobody. Death, destruction, despair. Don't care about all that. Hurricanes, tsunamis, vaccines, non-vaccine, pandemic, no pandemic. You name it. What's gonna stop the market? You see what I'm saying?
Nothing.
So I'm trying to really, map this out. Make it make sense in your head, right? Connect the dot, make it make sense. What's gonna stop this money? This is 1 year growth from $3 to $331. Right? It's a part of that reality in a lot of ways. It's a use case scenario anomaly, right? That little article said what? Again, that's why I say, is it probable, right? Is it probable that it can potentially go up that high? It's probable. Canada will it? That's to be determined, right? Here's how it messes you up, though. If you don't see it as a disruptive technology, meaning at a way where it's, this one here needs to be kind of, really put on that microscope, which, is to be debated if you ain't done your research. But yeah, for the case study, if you miss it and then it go up there, right, up to 100, 170, 100, even $100 in the next 3 months from where it's at now, then that means we came in under 25 years We did it in what? 3. You see what I'm saying? We did it in 2 months, 3 months. You see what I'm saying? Idea that these people sitting around utilizing these same levels of investments, or these financial vehicles to hit these targets like that. And we were talking about what, 4 years from now, which would still be a good investment. You see what I'm saying? Curating your money, right? Letting it work for you, right? Set it and forgetting it kind of reality, right? This is $100 way up here, mind you, $100 way up here, right? We talking about this little T intersection way up here, right? That straight line there, that's like a Series B line there. That B line there, way up here, right? To what? Right, 25? Yeah, right here. We talking about from there to there in 4 years. All you do is just climb it in around this area here, and just, go on up, keep going up. 4 years. But that thing, article said it got it got the means to do that in about 3 months. So that means it'll do it like this right here. It'll be something like this right here. That's how crazy the market is. So we'll just say it's February, March, May, June, right? So we'll just say June, right? Just to be safe. Right? We trying to say potential. Hold on, let me go back a month. Right there. There we go. We're trying to say potentially up there at right here. We're trying to say it's gonna do that. Y'all see that? Bro,
That's crazy.
y'all see this here? I ain't making this stuff up, bro. Joe be like, man, you just be talking sometimes, bro. No, I don't. I be up looking at this stuff. I be up here doing the math. I be trying to crunch them. I be trying to get everything I can, because we see this stuff happen every day. Do we not? We see it happen. Novavax just did it. You see what I'm saying?
All right.
I ain't making this up. Y'all see it? Novavax just did it. Okay. Moderna. Right? Some of these same scenarios, right? These jokers just, these stocks is going crazy. January this year, 106, it went up in here to high of what? Dang near almost near 190, right? 183. Crazy. The year, no problem. 19 all the way up to where it's at now. I mean, we got others out there that done way worse than that, right? Worse than that. And you say to yourself, man, like, how is this even plausible? How is this even possible, right? Well, that's what it is. Time makes money, obviously based upon a disrupt technology or a use case that was obviously bigger than, one could have ever thought, right? We have to learn how to front run on the technology, play the technology game, and let that money work. You got other stuff you could be investing into. Matter of fact, this one right here, real quick, right? This one here make you might crazy, right? This is just, let me go back. This one here just crazy here. This one here just crazy. Me and Deshaunda was breaking this one here down, and we were like, how did we miss this one here, right? How did we miss this here, right? Go back to again, you see what's going on here, right? So this is around February 2020, right? So 1 year ago, it was at 138, right? And then it went way up here to 1,300. 1 year, right? In 1 year, right? Okay, the month of January, we'll start here. It went from 416 to 1,300. MSTR. Y'all know anything about this stock right here, MicroStrategy? Probably, man, where this stock came from. Well, there's a lot of them out there like this. Right? There's a lot of stocks out here like this one here, actually, in the crypto space, actually. True story. It's crypto play. It's breaking out with Bitcoin. Everybody ran the Grayscale. Notice that? Did nobody run the MicroStrategy? People ran the Riot. People ran the Marathon, XNet, SRAT, Overstock. People ran to those types. DPW, MAR, again, whatever. And Grayscale. A lot of people didn't even know about MicroStrategy, right? This one here was off the beaten path. It outperformed all of them.
This what is blockchain stock?
Yes, sir. First time meeting today. Nice to meet your acquaintance, sir. That's what the stock's saying to you right now. Nice to meet your acquaintance, sir.
Wow.
MicroStrategy. Underneath everybody's noses. Me and Deshauna were scratching our head, wrecking our brains. Like, how did we miss this one? How did we miss this one? And I know I probably seen it somewhere here and there off the beaten path and kept moving and didn't think about it, like, well, kind of like when you think about Merkel Libra, right? The Brazilian finance company that will rocket it. But this one here was just rocketed it straight up. Straight up. Look at them candles. Ain't no bears in the sight. None. And people ran the grayscale. Now here's where it get interesting. If Bitcoin keep what? Spaz to the upside, you think the stock gonna stop going up?
If Bitcoin keep going up, that's what you're asking. If Bitcoin
if
keep
Bitcoin get up, you think they're gonna stop and not go up?
Oh yeah, no, this going. It's going. It's gonna go.
Low float runner. This thing here just been beasting. It's been beasting, bro. Like, yeah, beast, right? That's a beast. You know the float on this stock? Y'all know how much the float on this stock is?
What's that?
I'm scared to even tell you. That's why I went up. That's why it's going up like this.
So how does the float work again, Over? I mean, I've heard, of course, I know the term, I've heard it, but honestly, I truly don't. I understand it, but I don't understand how it's calculated.
The lower the float is to what? The amount of shares that's what?
That it takes to move the stock?
That's a publicly offered, attached to how many shares that are publicly traded, right? For the stock, right? That they have on the free market. Now, of course, you could, buy buy more, in aggregate, same way we buy like option. That's you basically buying what? Go shares, right? To your own, right? But off the free float on record, they only account for a certain amount of allotted shares on their what? Their book value. Everything in that book value and higher, or in terms of the stock, sales over is what? Allotted share count value and keeps running. That means that money in aggregate just what? Collects a lot faster. You turn the float over faster. That means anybody that's holding an opposing view on the stock will obviously get ran over by what?
The buyers.
All the buyers, right? Again, as we know, a good old fashioned what? Short squeeze, right?
Yeah.
And now stock just runs infinitely. They just turn the shares over what? Repeatedly, right? You turn the float over around about what? 5 or 6 times. Meaning in this case, this stock has a float of 7 million shares on the float.
Okay, and what would be a normal amount?
Right.
Is that
meaning for a stock?
Yeah.
Well, at this price. Oh,
okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying when you say 7 million, you said it like it's abnormal. So like, what would be
very abnormal?
Oh, it's normal.
No, this is very abnormal for a stock at this price.
Okay.
Right, they have a float that low. That means because keep my stock at this price normally have how many offerings? Because when you do a lot of offers, that means you add more what?
Shares to it.
Shares.
Right. You fatten up. Again. You know what I'm saying? The same way with crypto when they what? Add more what? They do. They open up more reserves and add them to the what? To the pot, right? Fatten up a little bit. In this case, the lower the float, the higher the stock can what? Gonna run unimpeded because you want anybody try to get in front of it gonna what? Get ran over, right? Because it's such a tiny what? It's a tiny float. You can move the stock faster when you have what? Less shares available. That means it has more what? Value for what? Less shares on the market. See what I'm saying?
I see. Because
supply and demand.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So the percentage is moving by is more because it's smaller. Like
it's a
not
smaller float.
Yeah.
Let that marinate. MSTR, right? Go with the FinViz. Let's make it make a little bit more sense, right? Yeah. Look at the ATR. What?
$100.
$100. Look at a C. A yard. The ATR is a yard. But look at the beta. It's actually got a low beta. Y'all know what that means? If it has a low beta, that's a decent beta. If it has a low beta, that means it's less what? Beta obviously is a readout of what? Volatility, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Risk factor. If it has a low beta, that means it has less what?
Risk factor.
How? For a stock this look at the float. See the float over here climbed for what? 6.93 million on the app shares float. 7 million shares basically. So who getting in front of this? Trying to short this?
Hedge funds.
It's so flow
Man, no,
just
they
means
won't.
the number of
They
shares.
don't, they don't want that smoke, bro. Bro, like, I ain't want that smoke, man. You got it, bro. You good. You got it.
And so looking at the float is something that I need to start adding to when I buy my options.
It's always a factor. Keep in mind, you trying to learn how to read what? Every schematic, right? You trying to, again, we trying to test every aspect of data point against what? Another, right? To see whether or not it can give you, again, when we talk about the other day with the bell curve, the probability, right?
Mm-hmm.
The probability, that's what we're trying to ascertain.
So how do you determine if a stock got a low float though? Like,
look it up. How else you gonna find out the float, right? Why do you determine the float? FinViz, Webull, wherever you can find it, right? And we know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see right there. I see where it's saying, like short float. Is there a long float?
No, see where the shares float? That's the float right there. That's the long float right there. Shares float. That means that's how many shares are being allotted for on a day-to-day what? Day-to-day trading of this stock. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It says a free float of around about 725 here, 693. Shares outstanding. Outstanding is what? Shares outstanding is a readout of what? What shares outstanding?
Shares outstanding, maybe like shares that are like carrying over or something.
See, y'all remember, y'all know what I'm gonna say. Don't what?
Yeah,
Don't guess.
Oh yeah, I can look it up.
Look it up, guys. Learn your craft. Be stewards of your craft. Get this knowledge now. So when you see things like this, you're like, oh, see, this is how what? I'm only saying this one because this is how who got ran over. GameStop. This is how GameStop roasted the hedge fund. That's exactly what they did. They seen the float. They seen how many shares were outstanding. Then they saw the what? The short interest.
Shares
Right? They
outstanding are all the shares of a corporation that have been authorized, issued, and purchased by investors and are held by them. They are distinguished from treasury shares, which are shares held by the corporation itself, thus representing no exercisable rights.
Right. That's from the actual float itself to any extra that's out there is because they might have what? Issued some shares or sold some to an institution and they sitting out there haven't been what? Bought back quite yet. But that's that little extra allotment that they might have added. You see what I'm saying? On top of what the float is signified for. You know what I'm saying? Or that they're accounting for. But if the closer they are, meaning the shares outstanding to the actual float, the more the stock going what? It's gonna move.
Yeah, it sounds kind of reminds me like the options. When you have outstanding, the open interest, I guess, kind of
right.
similar to that.
There you go. In a lot of ways, yep. And keep in mind, this stock is what? This one here actually is optionable too.
Mm.
And again,
it's high. Whew.
Say again.
The premiums is high.
Oh, they're gonna be high at this point at this price here. You missed that boat there. that ship didn't sail them. That ship didn't sail. And everybody that was in, again, before it rocketed, even if they was buying down here at the 500, back during this time for 600 strike or whatever, they bought leaps anywhere around there. They just crushed it. I mean, look at there. The little green candles right there, back to back to back. Couldn't make this stuff up. And it still ain't what? It's still showing that it's not even really overbought. It's sitting there at 67 RSI. You got to be kidding me. Ain't nobody finna get in front of that float that small. Right? Now, we already can figure out whether or not they worth that, by, true organic growth. Apparently not. They're what? Negative 750 million in income. They book sales is only sitting at around 480 million. Right? Not bad, but they ain't accounted for don't having a 9 billion valuation. Now we know that they're probably it's only that low because what? Because of the what? The float, right? They account for those little bit of float. If they have bigger float, that'll be a bigger market cap, no doubt. But the share price, not even reflective of it. It's crazy. Book to sales at 40, right? Cash to shares is what, 599. Forward P at sitting at 157. Right? Again, all that stuff probably irrelevant at this point. They just riding what? Because it's trading off what? Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin keep rising. This one here gonna keep what? It's gonna keep thriving. Crazy. Right? I just had to throw that one out there because it's crazy, right? Look at see what they're doing. This is what they're doing. MicroStrategy Inc. purchased about what? 295 Bitcoin and 10 million for 10 million in cash at an average price of what? 33,810 per Bitcoin. They just buying Bitcoin, bro. They sitting around buying Bitcoin, publicly traded. Got it. MicroStrategy as of February the 2nd holds about 71,000 Bitcoins that were acquired at an aggregate purchase price around about 1.145 billion.
Hey, Oba, could you go to bitcointreasuries.com?
Oh yeah, over there real quick.
I just want to see how they are in comparison to the other companies doing this.
To the regular Treasury or Treasury News or just Treasury?
Yeah, Bitcoin Treasuries. It's a website. I think
Bitcoin Treasury by itself. All right, gotcha. Treasury.org or Treasury Reserve or
.org, the one at the top.
It's .org, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yeah, it's number one. Bam. 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 I figured it like this hurt somebody. This gonna hurt some feelings here. This gonna hurt some feelings, right? Because they got the biggest holding.
So all those companies on here bought Bitcoin.
Yep.
Yeah.
These are
that are publicly traded. Yeah.
Publicly traded.
That are publicly traded ones.
Wow.
And their holdings. So this one has the biggest holdings in aggregate. So how many Bitcoins out there in the world? 21 what?
21 million.
21 million only allotted on the entire planet. Right? Mm-hmm. This company owns how many of them?
71. But I don't think it's 21 million in it. Well, it's not not 21 million out there right now.
No, it's not. But I'm saying how many been mined hyperbole they say or speculative. Only 21 million been mined. They also have a reserve too. That like I was saying, some of them sit in reserve. You can't touch them. But the free float, as they say in this case, that's different. That's good. That's good knowledge because the free float in relation to the what outstanding. That's that. See what I'm saying? That's that difference. That's that reserve. There it is.
You're right.
All right. So they sitting on about 3 billion in total value.
Satoshi got $1 million sitting in their wallet.
And they wallet somewhere locked up and can't find the key. Yeah, no, they probably find. They'll be losing their keys. Right. Stuff is crazy, guys. It's crazy. So Galaxy Hold, you see that now. TSC, obviously in that case, that's the TSC is Canadian, right? They got and they actually on TSX as well, right? Mm-hmm. They got the Hut 8 mine, and of course you're gonna know obviously makes sense for them. And then of course you see down the road from there some of their so-called quote-unquote OTC market exchanges that they have in the other nations. Even in ours, so Coin Citadel, of course, that a few people know about Coin Citadel. Ain't nothing new with them. But yeah, I mean, there it is. They go marathon right there. Square, obviously Square. Y'all know it ain't no secret with Square. And they finna up ante on that. Square actually finna buy more.
Yeah.
Right? PayPal late. They copied Square after they figured out they couldn't beat them. They tried to. They had to join them. PayPal late. Square. Jack Dorsey been tearing up Bitcoin. And guess what? They finna buy more. Did y'all see the latest headline?
Yeah.
Y'all didn't see that latest headline? Oh, I'm finna drop game. Y'all know me, boy. Y'all know I be on it, but I don't play the radio. But y'all seen that latest headline? Anybody in the back chat seen the latest headline?
By who?
Huh?
Headline from who?
About Bitcoin. Who finna get add a little more?
Oh, PayPal?
Well, they probably gonna do something. This is a specific person, two peoples. They finna merge and make a play, right? They finna buy. Cause keep in mind, we just read that article with them, right? They bought how much? 10 million in cash, right? 295 Bitcoin, right? At 33. Somebody finna make about a 23 million play.
23 million. Oh, Jay-Z
And come through.
and
Come through.
Jay-Z and the guy from
And
PayPal
Jack Dorsey.
or
And no,
yep,
Twitter.
yep.
Our homeboy that owns Square, which is Jack Dorsey owns Square and he owns Twitter. Jack Dorsey finna link up with Jay and they finna buy 23 million. They finna put a little fund together to get 23 million.
Wow, that's big. That's what's up.
You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. Let's get it. Right?
He said, I ain't a businessman, I'm a businessman.
Man, look at jokers ain't finna miss out no more than they already felt like they done missed out. Because people gonna ask themselves the same thing I just asked y'all with that biogenomics, right? That bio-nanogenomics. Do you think that stock done? Do you think Neo done? These are the things, disruptive technology within your what? Your generation. Now convince me how you sitting there convincing yourself that your money is not necessarily what? Worthy to be in those same what? Greedy for the soil. Be greedy or worthy not. These people ain't gonna let this market make look.
You see their basis price? For example,
Yeah.
you know that's crazy. You know, they got a million, 1.1 million as far as my kind of strategy, their basis price.
That billion. That's 1.1415 for a billion. That billion.
Yeah.
That's their base value. And
then their today's value, wow.
They already gained $2 billion in aggregate value.
Wow.
That's a $2 billion. That's what? How much percent gain is that?
Ooh, that's over. Well, that's about 100.
That's $2 billion. About two. That's 200%. 200%.
Yeah.
That's 200%. You know what I'm saying? That's 200% aggregate gain. See, when you got that kind of money, see how it turns over faster and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So $1 billion brings you 3. Are you what?
Well, in this case, they're happy right now, and they still low key. Like most people don't even know about this. I didn't know about this company.
I just showed you the stock. See what I'm saying? I just showed you. Look.
They over there, boy. They celebration party was crazy, boy.
Look at this craziness. This is the first time, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm
they
saying?
Probably cashed out on that when they first came out and ran up and they got that bad.
But they were doing something else back then, but just showing how crazy it was. But this was way back. No, this is 2000.
So they was doing something different back then. Yeah.
Back then it didn't want, but now I'm hot. They all on me.
You're right. That's 2000. Yeah.
What that Mike Jones? Who was that saying that song? Back then it didn't want.
They done came back in the game.
It went from $67 all the way to it was like something crazy. It was like 2,000 something, or 3,000 plus something, right? And a value was obviously 3,000. It went to 3,330.
Woo! Somebody got that super badge.
Basically came all the way back down like an inflated inner tube. Right, somebody bust a blow up doll, right? Yeah. You had to get you a new one, get you with that new material, that good Teflon material, right? This one ain't gonna bust him. We have a party.
Yeah. Somebody, I'm pretty sure they were low right there in 2019. I know some people loading up.
Consolidation, you see it right there. I'm not making this up. You see the consolidation there. That's what we're trying to look for.
Wow.
We're trying to look for that.
So I wanted to can we tell what day they actually started investing in Bitcoin? Like when they?
Well, you can go to their filings. You go straight to the company, go to their filings. It's gonna be all there, right?
Wow.
That's the great thing I love about it, because this one here to show you one of the latest filings, of course. In this regard, you see what's going on here, right? In terms of their performance date and all that, but this gives you like a small window, into basically, what they're I guess looking to get out of the the whole investment value, right? Performance management, up to date management. So Rougher Investment Company Limited, right? I guess that's the parent company, right? Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So these people, I mean, they ain't playing the real. They finna go straight for the jugular, I guess, and they finna submit. Hold up, this is Rusker. Hold up, this ain't the same one. Settlement Bitcoin. Yeah, so they doing both, right? So they playing what? have reacted economic. More recently, economic sensitive equities have reacted to the so they benefiting out the market coming back, but they
Yep.
use it as a hedge basically.
The
Yep,
hedge, yep.
yep.
They was
That's right. What they
hedging.
doing? Hedging.
Coming up doing the whole thing. You went in spring, went crazy. There was a gold in, inflation linked bonds performed well. Recent addition, it's primarily a defensive move. One made in November after
So
reducing the company exposure to gold.
yep, this they doing. They plan. They man, this is an inflationary hedge, a really killer hedge. Publicly traded company.
Mm.
They playing off what disaster or you know well they playing the antithesis game or whatever getting crushed. They run into the other side and loading the boat right and benefiting off of it, eating right.
Wow.
And so this is a German company too. Famous. This is German. I think this is German actually.
Wow.
If I ain't mistaken. That 40 plus 44 international number. London, yeah, London, yeah. I know UK somewhere over there. London, yeah, London. Yeah, so London.
London Stock Exchange. Yeah.
Over there on London Stock Exchange and providing UK, but I think that plus 44 is I forgot. It's one of it's been a military mess. But yeah, so yeah, man, the joking right here, getting it, getting it. And so I know we kind of off top, but on topic because I want to show you that when we talking about markets don't care, markets done stranger thing, markets do crazy thing, whatever. This is what we're talking about. So it ain't far fetched, but we talking about even disruptive technology. Well, Bitcoin is in that list, right? We didn't even get to that. I know it's late. I finished it tomorrow. I can say that's down here on what? At number 5, blockchain technology. Well, micro strategy already did what? Beat the brakes off that that topic.
Yeah,
Right
they
underneath
won that
your
race.
nose. Once again?
I said, yeah, they won that race.
Man, before you jokers even got out the gate.
But I'm just, what I'm saying, I am glad I'm seeing this because I mean, just me personally, I'm pretty sure you and a lot of other people was just was positioned to reap the benefits of this. I just I didn't know enough about what I'm saying, trading. But that's why I'm glad that what I'm saying, we beating the drum, getting battle ready for the upper opportunities.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, that come to be positioned correctly. I knew these things to be true. Like I was telling people these same things in 2013, like these other businesses gonna take over the institution. Like I'm telling people all these things.
Front load.
But I didn't have the financial literacy to know how soon it could happen and in the ways, to capitalize from it happening.
That's everything we've been talking about all night long, to getting ready. So you don't have to worry about staying ready. When time marries money, patience marries knowledge, still waters run deep. At some point, you got to understand within your generation, the technologies that are afforded to you going to carry you one way or the other. And the market's going to make sure it's what? Provide you that platform and pathway to do it. If not, show me what else out there that can give you such a return in aggregate form in that little bit of time. Anybody, go. Convince me. Start your own business, inherit the bag, hit the mega millions. What you got? Because you ain't gonna work hard to get it. Break your knees and elbows in your back to trying to. And if so, why would you want to submit yourself to that?
Yep.
Only not that you can't do it and be professional, have professional skill set, but only no. That will be ludicrous.
Like you say, but you got to find that path of least resistance. Like why you trying to do why you trying to do something, go the hard way when you can find the least path of resistance.
Many people then fail trying to prove that they don't need what or they don't care about this and this. Again, like I said earlier, they're gonna be either complaining, right, or they're gonna be taking the complaints. Think about it. You're either gonna be complaining or you're gonna be taking complaints. Most people sit around and complain about what? Government all day, every day. We talked about it earlier. Sit around complaining. Then you say, well, what are you going to do about it? Well, I got to wait, I guess. You got to wait. No, you don't. Go out there and make your way. Find your path. Usually path of resistance. What's the most turnkey business model on the planet? GameStop. GameStop. Joker don't want this work, boy. I'll be hitting much as I can, but Joker will still be sitting like they be scratching their head like, I don't know, man. But again, they said y'all then watch y'all make all that money doing 2020. And they still was trying to convince themselves, naysayer. They were trying to be naysayers and convince themselves that no, I'm gonna wait on Mr. Charlie, I'm gonna wait on the government. I'm gonna wait on Uncle Samuel them. Uncle Samuel like, man, we put all your money in the stock market, bro. What you talking about? You ain't got no money. What's them to check? What? I'm saying, bro. Backstop these corporate companies first. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's like the like innovation is just like one big short squeeze. Like constantly, if you position yourself where the innovative technologies and markets are, you're gonna constantly be positioned for a short squeeze type of situation where the money is gonna have to run out of where they at and come where you at and catapult you forward.
What do they call it? They call it a crowded what? Crowded trade. During the pandemic, everybody ran to what? Apple, Google, Amazon. See what I'm saying? There was what? Crowded trades. But people dare not get out of them because they were the only ones that they seem to have what? Value, better moats, bigger books, even still good technology disrupt and a mixture mode. There were some other players underneath that was waiting to get discovered too, but right now they were all inside of that, just what festering. And then when the pipeline opened up or the money spigot opened up with the feds and the treasury, that money began to flow what? Upstream, not downstream, upstream.
Yeah.
Right. And then it just fed all those little ones that were just waiting to benefit. Again, we showed you that with Plug, right? We showed you that with many others. We can go down the list. Like, again, Novavax and all the many of them. I just down the list, it just makes you like, like, who is he joking? And we were sitting there watching them, right? Because, like I said, I'm in Plug, right? I'm in Plug on the long term play, right? I'm actually in Plug on the long term, right? I just got, well, I know said serious, but I already knew there was going to be a beast because I can find you old posts when I'm going hard for Neo. I can go show you old posts way back when I was going hard for Neo. At that time when Tesla was, not even where I was like, man, Neo gonna be that one to, come get it. I was stay my case. And for the love of me, I just day traded in around. I was moving around, and when it was around $1 or something, I was trading it instead of what? Like, man, go ahead, man, drop a brand on it, and man, if nothing else, open, right? And, drop, maybe two. Add, look, keep ahead. I was too busy trying to do a whole lot of stuff. I was like, man, they finna just try to kill it. Because at that time, the only reason why I was still, hesitant is because it was Trump. He was messing up the game. He was fighting China. Everybody was fighting China stocks. Even Wall Street was fighting China stocks at the time. Remember, it was that anti-China movement. And they were killing Baba. They were killing Baidu. They were killing Neo. They were killing Huawei. They were killing Huya. What was the other? VIPS. It was killing Billy, right? All those Asian stocks were getting crushed. And it was good, JD.com. They were killing them. I was like, but I mean, I should have known, but I knew better. But I was like, man, look, I'll go put my money somewhere else. But I said, man, I know I should have dropped at least, a stack when it was at $1 change. I knew it because I was like, Neo gonna be that one. It's Asia, it's the demographics. I mean, I laid these out perfectly in my head, and like many scenarios, I just said I just trade around it. But I missed great interest, and now I had to suffer and end up being in and had to play it a hot live price for up in the 30s now for a long-term position because I was, whatever. And did pretty well on Plug though, because we was touching this in the teens. Even though I was trading it in around when it was down here, in the 3s and the 4 Plug old school. We were trading Plug way back. Even way back in 2017, we were trading Plug. Right? But same thing. I was like, this is disrupt technology. At some point, this thing gonna blow. Well, it took us really getting serious about what clean energy for it to really take off. But those were the scenarios where people were accumulating, consolidating, right? They just kept adding. These people kept adding down here, $3 and $2, $3 and $2, $1, right? They just adding. And now this thing went up like $67, $73, somewhere around there. Crazy. Went 75, whatever. And I was like, ooh, okay. So we just in there, we made a big issue about, well, it ain't an issue, but I'm saying we just, in our mind, we're like, man, this ain't possible, man. This pop thing ain't possible. But the thing just told you the probability, right? So here it is, disruptive technology again. Look at it. I can't even get the line in there, boy. That thing's so way up there. These people talking about thing probably can go to what? 100 by what? In the next 3 months. That's what 100 would look like on this stock if it did it within the next 3 months. This on the monthly chart, mind you. Look
Did
at
you
that.
put that? You didn't draw that line, did you?
Yeah, we just did it. Remember, we were just doing it together. Like this is the probability that we just read on that chart, on that readout right here. See, right? The stock lies in the middle of a very strong range in the short term, and the further rise within the trend is signal. Given the current short trend, the stock is expected to rise 999.99% during the next 3 months, and with the 90% probability, hold the price between $89.35 and $171 at the end of 3-month period. Again, it's speculative, but we've seen a lot of stocks do it to the point where it's like, how can you even doubt it? But one thing you ask yourself, is it going anywhere back down from where it came from at a point where their technology will be any less valuable than what it is now? And if it's disruptive technology and better than everything out there.
It's 3 months from now, May 21st, I'm looking on Webull. You can actually get a options contract for $310. It's a $25 strike price.
Well, that's a year out.
I'm
Just 3
looking on
months.
Webull.
Now you're doing the 3-month one. But again, that's market value. When people start to, again, put that into play, right? They're seeing all these different things, right? See, right? They don't even look. They don't even got out to the field. They even tripping on that, right? But that's good enough, right? Right. So it's in around, a little bit around there. You talking about the end of May, or in this case, the 21st. Then after that, you go way into August. But in the same breath, look at that. There's 23 up. Let me see what's near the money. Let's see all of them. All right, on the 25, gamma squeeze. They banking on a gamma squeeze. They think they slick. But they ain't. This is why I already seen this here, but I'm sitting there thinking about this. Like, you know what? Because that little article came out just this past Friday, right? But everybody was like, man, at some point this thing can catch up with some of its competitors in turn, and I'll show you their competitor. But they bank on the gamma squeeze. That's $290 on the 25 strike price, right? Look at that. 629 people bought that Friday, bro. Look at the open interest. It's starting to build. 1,030, right? 1,030. Everything inside of that that's in the money. They paying that little 2%, 2%. That $2 premium differential there, $2-3 premium there. They ain't worried about that. In the money value, 14 strike price, 3 months out, 549 came in Friday, 671, 905, 233, right? 705, even 500 at the 10, right? Deep in the money. They pay that little 650. Look at the open interest. They loading the boat. Right? People will trade in around it as a potential, catch out trade. All right. So again, this is what they be doing. I just connect those dots. They stretch out, man. Look, bro. And all right. I mean, that's the Greeks chart. I'm on the Greeks chart too. I just thought about that. Right. But they're just trying to tell you that, okay, at this juncture, they talking about a 6-7.8, all right? It's volatile, right? Obviously, clearly it's volatile. Look at the IV. That's why the delta all over the place, right? It's a volatile stock, So of course it's going to be, inherently eaten into the delta perspective. But this is in the money, 67 cents, on the dollar. At that in the money at this point where it closed Friday at 14, $13.95, but $14, 3 months out. Of course, if this thing moves anywhere a dollar into the future, it's going to obviously the delta obviously going to increase, right? The more it move up, the more delta is going to now start picking back up in aggregate value within that time frame, right? So I mean it's just crazy. It's just crazy. It is crazy, right? 100% crazy. But this is stuff I'm talking about. So Yeah, let it run to 100, right? Let it run to 100 if they want to. But somebody front loading though. They front loading for that disrupt technology, right? Now, like I was saying earlier, or like somebody was alluding to, now I would be thinking, further they can go, further they can go out is what, in the 8th, right? Which is what the August, right? August the 20th, right? August the 20th, right? Look at the prices. That's $6.30 for the 14 in the monies. Let's get right at the money or in the money, at the money. $13.660, 30 cent difference from a whole dollar, a 30 cents difference. Look at that, loading up. People loading up. Them jokers loading up, bro. 440 for the $23 strike price. They loading up. It ain't a ton, but I'm saying for this level of a stock, from where it's at, from where it came from, it started to attract that kind of level of attention. It's pretty decent for a little small, aggregate build in terms of where it potentially can go. If a person got that to sit on and wait on it, just sit on it, right? Because if it goes up, to the point where it picks up $2-3, four, maybe whatever, who knows? That looks really good. That's 660 now, right? If you want to cash out, exercise the contract, you take that 100 shares for a $1,300 stock, right? You end the go, right? I mean, you didn't pay what? Was 100 shares times $13? Right? That's $1,300, right? That means now you got to start a position at $13, right, for 100 shares for a stock that has good potential to go a lot higher. That's why people out here buying the 51. This one up here at $4 strike price. They took up here buying for $1,000. They bought this little $4 strike price in the money. Again, whatever their break even is, if it crossed their break even value from when they bought it, they own that $4 strike price in the money now for 100 shares, which would be $400, right, for 100 shares. And the contract itself costs $1,000. That's basically 200 shares they can buy easily and own outright just by being able to exercise to get a lower entry price. That's what option gives you. That's what I love about it. You can buy that and take ownership at a much lower price, even though the stock didn't bypass that area and moved on. Right? But yeah, so y'all see it. Crazy, but markets are crazy. I didn't want to just focus on this one only, but it was a good case that already has some good information up. But y'all see what I'm saying there? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, but did you just say like once the strike price, well, once it crosses that break even, that gives them the ability to like exercise and actually own the shares?
Yeah, you can exercise that, right. You can exercise it at that point.
So like basically, you've made the money to cover how much those 100 shares would actually
Well,
cost?
I mean, in this case, it would be more than what it is anyway, because it's only what where I'm at. $4 strike price is 100 shares of what, $400. But the price to get into this trade, as you see the bid, ask, and what they cost, only what, $1,000. That's $10, right? So it's $1,000, right? So in aggregate value, that's basically what you can get. What, two lots at $4, right? For the 100 shares, that's what, $800, right? Or 800 shares, or excuse me, $800 for 200 shares.
How do you get the bid price on the options? Every time I buy an option, I'm always paying what they ask.
That's why you got to pay what the market is showing in that moment. This changes. This fluctuates. This fluctuates based upon how many contracts coming in, and then also again volatility, all that stuff. But then it adds up when we talk about the groups. But they already got a set price based upon what the SIBO or the CME obviously selects for that particular strike price, right? Based upon, again, underlying value, volume coming in, open interest carrying into it, and also that again the value of how the Greeks are turning over too. But whatever they offer, that's basically being set by the SIBO them. So they ain't got nothing to do with we don't get to decide that way. That's one thing. Whatever they offer, for those strike prices based upon that aggregate value stuff I was talking about, that's what you're gonna be paying in around that area, right? So if you got a bid of 10, meaning that's what you're trying to get in at, right? They may be trying to get you feel that 30 cents early or more or 60 cents. You still can set your bid. Sometimes you may find a person that'll accept that contract. Keep in mind, if you buying the call, you can probably get somebody to what? That's selling the call to give it to go, to fulfill your need, right? It happens. I've seen strange things happen in the option market like that. A person will come down there, actually and accept it. Unlike just buying a bid, trying to get a bid filled on an equity trade outright. Contracts, people like, I'll take it. Just get out my hand. Here, you can get it. You get filled, you in the game. The person right behind you could have came in and the stock might have been up only maybe like 10, 20 cents, and they get offered at 10.60 and they actually buy it. All right, you buy and get filled. They don't give you that undervalue. You can pay 10.60 or 60 cents more, excuse me. But that's how that, they're set through the CBO there, and them in the market makers and whatever. But yeah, man, so this is interesting when you think about it, but hey, the market is weird. It's bat crap crazy a lot of times.
Hey, one more question, real quick. I wanted to ask. So essentially, I could, let's say get an option contract. When I go to my break even, I own, exercise on those options, and I could, essentially turn around and write contracts myself at that point, right?
You write contract anytime, but yeah, if you want to write that, it's going to, of course, if you write a call, basically when you write a call, that means you're you're trying to sense to get a lower price, right? And that's if you write the call, you're banking on the stock obviously going lower, right?
Mm-hmm. Don't you have to own those shares?
Say again?
Write calls, don't you have to own the shares first? Like 100 shares to write that option out?
Potentially, right? But they'll give it to you in the margin form because, in most cases, most people they'll try to always do a spread on it and do another side of it where they just try to balance out to get the profit. Most people try to take profit of it, or the idea that the stock is going to be volatile in that moment to find, to get somebody that want to purchase at a much lower price to get into the trade. So they're just trading against the volatility, right? Because at that point, the theta is not necessarily a big issue when you're writing calls or writing puts, right? Of course, writing puts, that means you're just trying to get a chance to short it at a higher price, right? Which is it's crazy, right? You're writing the put for the stock to go to a higher strike price, so you can turn around and short it up there, right? And the same would be the opposite if you're writing the call, right? You're trying to get at a much lower price to start a new long position at a much lower price, but you have to own, like I say, at least a certain aggregate value and margin, whatever, to cover that call. Because that's kind of like when you have like an open tab, right? Like it's like an open tab that can tally against you if you don't have an exit strategy or a stop loss, in play. Kind of like naked shorting, right? Or going aggregate long, and then you have the stock is tanking on you, right? That window be open long enough to the broker to say, no, we got, shut you down, close it out. But, technically that's a good strategy that people use when they're trading again, especially earnings. Like people write a lot of calls when they think about an IV crush may happen when the market makers kill the move, the volatility or the implied move. They'll just write the call, right? Or write the put, right? They think they're going to beat, in that regard, and the stock is going to just kind of sizzle out and go, sideways and possibly even, down a little bit, but not necessarily a whole lot to kind of cover any massive strike price that may be on the put side. You just write the call to take advantage of that little, that little small level of volatility and be safe, right? Because at that point, you just, hoping the stock gonna come down, and you're just feeding it all that IV crush and volatility that's gonna get wiped out, right? And the IV crushes be nasty, right? They be messing up your whole trade. But yeah, so that's another strategy. I'm gonna get deep into that. Obviously, some of the training. I always tell people, it ain't complicated where you can't learn it, but you got to be, number one, have adequate money in your account, and you got to be very, directional bias when you do choose to write that, write that option, right? And you write that option as opposed to just buying it outright. Right? So it's just another strategy. A well thought out one that hedge funds use a lot too to kill trades if they can too. Right. So the market is, like I said, it's wild. It's a lot of opportunity within it. You got to, trade in around it. Like I said in the initial conversation, just again, trading around those values of interest. Again, as you see, robotics, energy storage is very simple. Of course, there ain't no rocket science. The artificial intelligence, no rocket science. The blockchain technology, no rocket science there. Right? And that could be somebody else have a different list, right? You don't have to necessarily have every single thing that obviously in this case, what Kathy speaks about, that's what it is there. But these are the front runners. They are the front runners, right? And I say, if not, convince me different. What are the, convince, insert your level of disruptive technology at that level. Because obviously in this case, man, Tesla hit actually at least 3 of these in its own value: AI, energy, and robotics, right? Because what does Tesla has in terms of robotics value to a degree? Right? Let your energy value,
Electric cars like a robotic car.
autonomous driving,
Yeah.
and that's also integrated into what artificial intelligence, all that,
Yeah.
and the robo taxis that they're trying to come out with. I read an article just today when talking about Elon Musk. He believed that say he would like to integrate a hovercraft technology inside of the new Tesla Roadster. This dude did a
Wow.
and it's gonna be hard to doubt against him because he didn't prove everybody so wrong so much. This joke already talking about having a hover, like literally, hovercraft. Where the vehicle can hover off the ground for a certain little bit, right? Man, some thrusters, basically some thrusters on the new Roadster. Some thrusters, bro.
That's gonna be crazy.
Man, Tesla, Elon finna hit them switches on y'all, bro. He finna hit them switches. That thing go, boy, look at him. Disrupt the technology. All right. So, yeah, but that's it. I'm gonna come back and hit these here too. Oh, dang, right. See, you can't get back in. But yeah, I'm gonna come back and hit some of these other ones here because it's late. We'll finish up on them. We'll hit some of the robotic ones, see what's out there. And robotics, always keep in mind, that's across all spectrum. Now, some of the basic robotics we know about, again, this kind of, when the AI integration to that robotics, when they're doing most of all the work than you are, because robotic arms, when it comes to work, flipping a burger at McDonald's, right? Boston Dynamics, right? With these new robotic dogs, right? That's surveillance, that's police, that's a lot of other things, right? Unmanned drones, right? That's robotics. Y'all feel me there? Y'all see where I'm going with that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Drones is a big market. That's robotics all day, every day. Again, them little dogs that the people starting to see out on the streets now from Boston Dynamics, that's y'all get it, man. You got to stop and think it all the way through and walk it through. Even medical robotics. How important is that? Very, right? If you can reduce human error, right? Now that's gonna be very fine line because if a robot could beat out of a human eye and human, patients in the operation room, well, there's already companies that got technology in that space, right? One of them that I've been a big proponent of like forever. It's just not starting to break out after getting bludgeoned, right? We call it Trixie.
Walmart now they got those little floor cleaners that clean the floor now. They don't need humans.
Run on itself. I'll just set that thing and let it ride, right? Robotic surgery. Waiting to get back to this point here. It's finally starting to get its just due. Robotic surgery. They got a machine called a Seahunts. Right, this is one of my old long school players. And I had to sit and wait through all that foolishness but I'm gonna show you this competitor, and y'all gonna see exactly what I'm talking about. But robotics, right? Robotic surgery, robotics as a whole is finally starting to wake up out of the right? It had basically went down to basically almost like 10 cent almost, boy. But they were trying to kill Trixie almost. But it's not starting to make its move, right? It got beat up and left for dead, right? Left for dead, right? So we talking about now. You see what I'm saying? 30 cents. It was down here in that 30 cents area, volleying around that almost close to 20 some odd cents. And then the dead has arisen. They finally started catching the bid. They finally started getting their stuff right. They got the game right? It got beat down 2019. And here we go. So from 30 cents to now $6. From November, basically, October, November to where we at now. So you talking about 6 months, 5 months, you up bro? Killing it. Multiple percents, right? Hundreds of percents. And that little bit of time. Robotic surgery, Seance is the machine, and it's better than its competitor too. That's the sad part about it. But its competitor got a what? Bigger market share because it has more clients. And so now you got to get in and disrupt it and steal some of the client base. Now I'm gonna show y'all their only competitor. The only 2 companies out there that got exactly full standing robotic surgery machines on the entire planet. It's these 2 right here. TRXC and then ISRG. Intuitive Surgical. They have a machine called the Da Vinci, right? The Da Vinci is bad, but it ain't better than what Trixie's on. Because Trixie has haptic feedback. Basically, you can feel like the robotic through the user machine, like in another station in another room. You can feel bump it up against a piece of soft tissue inside of a body, or cartilage, or a blood vessel. It's that fine tuned where you can feel it like playing a video game when it vibrates. Y'all playing them games. That's what Trixie got, right? And they patent all this stuff too, so they got a little bit better. Anyway, long story short, short story long. Y'all know I am. I need nerd stats. This is his nearest competitor. This is his only competitor. Look at the price of that stock. That's his only competitor. It's only competitor. Like for a straight pure play on robotic surgery, only competitor. The stock, killing it. A lot of people got this within their long-term portfolio. A lot of people. I got some smidgens of it out there. It's a killer play. It's a killer trade. Disruptive technology, robotic surgery, here today, here to stay. And they got a one out there that's in this has better technology than what even they got. And it's just not starting to what? Get its just due, apparently. Took forever after they legend to death. And there's a lot of it's management fault. The management, that's why I was so frustrated with these companies. The management like straight like garbage. Like sometimes you have a good product and bad management. Well, if there's ever a scenario like that, guess what? It's this company. Now finally they starting trying to finally wake up and get their trash together after killing the stock and all these dumb offerings and stupid stuff and just killing the stock. Now it's starting to catch up, right? Because it's starting to what? People starting to realize the importance of their technology, right? And then people starting to load up now, right? They starting to load up now, right? I mean, insiders and all that kind of stuff like that, right? So as you can see here, just offerings and offerings, and I mean, people been doing like a gazillion offerings. But they just recently what got them back popping again. Everybody was waiting until just waiting to get their CE mark, their clearance mark in Europe, right? They're gonna do really big in Europe. They have a big international European market that they're gonna capitalize on. That Da Vinci don't even have access to that level. As you see, they just got their CE mark. They just got it. That's what called the stocks are breaking out. So yeah, long story short. So that's 2. I could name some more, but I'll save the rest for tomorrow. So robotics, right there. We can go into some drones. We can show that other stuff. We talked about Boston Dynamics. Y'all know the deal with that. They're gonna have them pit bulls, them electrical pit bulls out there. Right? Y'all gonna be at the club acting up. Y'all gonna be at the club acting up, and they're gonna sick one of the robotic pit bulls on y'all, right? And that's all I'm gonna say. It's gonna be lights out, right? They'll be out there complaining with it. It's gonna be barking at you and sirens. They're gonna tase you and everything. A robotic dog, right? That thing funny when you watching the videos of them too. They be out there. I was like, look at them dogs. Yeah. So that's, y'all see it. So screenshot that little list, if you will. Do you some research? Again, this is how we hunt. This is how we fish, right? This is how we let's say whatever. This is how we get it in, right? So not outside you guys' playground or your modus operandi, that you can research around, because again you have to be on point, right? So they got the pistols. They got the pistols. They got the dogs. They got the robots. This is like, what was that movie, District 9? Yeah, District 9. That District 9 kind of stuff with the robot.
Yeah,
Y'all remember District 9?
Yeah, that was with
True
the aliens,
story.
right? And the robots.
Yeah. Right. Then the robot just went, man, look.
Yeah, they coming out with a lot of little stuff I've been watching that just kind of foreshadowing that reality.
Yeah.
How this stuff is going to, catch up, from like Black Mirror and stuff like that.
Yeah. We're there. Equilibrium, another one. What was the other one? There was a few other movies out there, and a lot of you got test AI test prototypes in some of those movies. People didn't know about it, right?
Yeah,
They utilizing it for that same purpose. That's how you again marry art with I mean, real quick.
exactly.
Let me show this right here, real quick. Jump right here, man. They ain't
Yeah,
everything
like
about that life.
with these movies, they be calling in the real specialists, and they want to make this, as
Yeah,
realistic as sci-fi as possible. So they'll actually bring that stuff in.
it's coming, bro. Again, I saw on the list. Disrupt technology, right? Robotics is here now. We back in the early 2000s, we were like, man, it's coming at some point. It's gonna be like this, right? That was a primitive robot. Even though back then it was like, man, this is hot though, right? You see that old school stuff, especially back in the 90s. But now, man, this stuff like, okay, they didn't really merit the one component that was waiting to really catch up with the infrastructure, hardware technology is to what? The AI.
Yep.
They was waiting on the AI to catch up. It wasn't the mechanitry. They needed the what? The virtually integrated, the neural connectivity aspect to be that of a human being at all facets of being able to make what? A lot of calculated decisions in a what? Real time, right? A
Yep.
supercomputer. That basically what it was. The supercomputer obviously was still in this evolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's starting to catch up with that level of what? The aspect of the actual technology robot in itself. And so, look, these people ain't playing around. They ain't playing around. So again, robotics. A lot of these things in that file list I showed you, a lot of those things gonna be what? Integrated. Robotics and artificial intelligence, definitely integrated, right? It's no brainer. No brainer. See, that's how you're looking at it. It's like a no brainer, right? So, real quick, see right here, y'all don't want that word. Y'all be putting all your money on LeBron James. I'm gonna put my money on Lil Rusty here.
Hey,
Lil
that thing
Rusty Rain.
dance. It dance.
Yeah. Lil Rusty. I'm gonna call him Lil Rusty right. King James. Y'all got King James. I got Kane Wayne or something. I don't know what your name is. That's exactly what he gonna be, right? I ain't gonna play the music with him. Yeah, I'm putting Lil Rusty. Right, Lil Rusty about that life, right? Joker playing around. Lil Rusty about that life. All right, where you at? Look at that. Look at that. Boy, look at that. Look at that precision. Look at that precision. Boy, that you're gonna come up in your house one night. You're gonna be in there with that little pack, your little loud pack, and he gonna come right on. Hey,
Come in just like that.
They come in just like that. They on your Joker. But you gonna be like, boy, look at him. Look at him. Look at that movement. Look at the precision. Look at that precision.
That's
Killing
crazy.
Barry Sanders. Killing Barry Sanders. Ooh, boy, killing Barry. Look at that precision. Look at that. He got a little bit of Simone Biles, all of them. Look at the squad. Look at the
That's
squad.
crazy.
Look at the squad. Y'all see squad?
You about to start pop locking? Nah.
Boy, look at the squad.
I'm not running away.
Go right on out there and write somebody a ticket. You know if you ain't never to snitch. You know if you go snitch. You go right out there and snitch.
Like he about
I
to go
seen him
tell
over there.
somebody right now.
You already know it. Look at him out there in the snow. Look at that.
That's crazy.
Y'all see the importance of that? See how that's important. That's a good test. See how it's moving in snow? Whether that it can what? Keep its what? Center balance, right? It's equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
Look at that's why they're testing it through all them different ways. See how they bending the knees to see if it can hold its what? See? Think about that when it comes to finding people out there on the what? In a blizzard, in the snow. You think humans can go out there and deal with that? They're gonna sit in Kane Rusty here, right? They can't send Rusty right on out there and go get him. That's the future. Look what they did with that 10-pound bar.
Took your little warehouse job.
Already. You can't complain about that little dollar. Now you ain't gotta work the overtime. Don't worry about it, Tyrone. We got you. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, we're bringing a little Rusty.
You walk into work and see one of them things, you gonna be
run off straight energy. Power by Elon. Elon gonna hit him with that, Look at that. See? Center of gravity. 3 steps. Look at that. Jokers ain't about that life, boy. But he joking around talking about some $15 an hour. All right. You gonna build more robots. Like, gonna build more robots.
Those robot like, look, why you playing? Like,
Yeah,
stop playing.
trained on it. He trained on it. See, that's mission. See, that's focus. That's see. See, him would have been gave up. Like, man, I ain't got time to play around. Robot said, "Oh, robot like complete the task." Right? Look at that. Yeah, got it. Look at him. Watch it right here. Look at that. Boy, look at y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't even ready.
Yo, that's crazy.
Got this here. y'all been getting them. Hey,
robot quit.
You know what I'm saying? They're gonna take that job. They're gonna take that job, one with the other.
No.
Look at that.
He ain't playing.
Killing them verticals. Killing them.
And he gonna do a backflip? Nah.
Look at them verticals. Look at them verticals. Killing LeBron now. Killing LeBron now. That's gonna be your NBA. For another 10 years. Look at that.
And he hit the backflip. No.
Nailed it too. Nailed it too.
Cut it out.
He nailed it too. Look how he hit that landing. See, look at that.
Human that looks though, like that.
And on the wobbly board. And they did it purpose on a wobbly board just to show you how it stick. Right? That was 2017. And they just getting bigger and bigger. All right. They just getting bigger and bigger. I mean, the technology is getting better and better.
Yeah.
Look at that. See? Look at that. See, that name was struggling then. Now the joke is just what, look at that. That was all that testing, right? Now they got that joker what? Landing. Look at the stork, right? I think that's what they call like a stork or something like that. Crane or stork. It's crane, something like that. That's the little AI name for
crazy.
It. Yep. It's like a crane. The crane or the stork or something like that.
They got wheels on that. It's skating.
Yep. That's a whole conveyor belt. That's assembly line. That's the rate of packages that they can move than that of a human, right? In the time, crushing it. Crushing it. Crushing it. I'm just saying, jokers around here playing around like, you finna try to compete against that, bro? What? You finna be out there trying to compete against that? No. All right, go right on out there then. Go knock yourself out. I'm gonna put my dollar right on in the Boston Dynamic. Go get it. Go get it, Kane. Just makes no sense to try to compete against that level of technology. It's odd because that's the moral aspect when they say about people scared of that, but they welcome it, right? You worry about robots taking your job. Well, if you ain't gonna build it, maintain it, or monitor it, what else you gonna do? What else? I mean, what are your other alternatives? So you either got to get invested and just let I mean, it's crazy when you think about it, but that's where we headed. Look at that. Look at
that. Yeah, you better learn to build some robots, man.
It's happening. It's people out there doing it, man, and they just trying to get discovered by a bigger player.
Oh yeah, Amazon is looking at them already. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, drones already on it.
Smooth. That guy right there, smooth with it.
0 turns almost a 0 turn. That's basically what it is. The 0 turn.
Because
they got lawnmowers like that right now. What they call them 0 turn lawnmowers.
Yep.
The ones that turn. Yeah, that turn literally on a. Like man. Technology's gotten them. Look at that.
Yo.
Look at that. Look at the endpoint control. They got that thing locked at the endpoint control, and it's holding it.
Oh, not down the stairs.
Like it ain't nothing. Like it ain't nothing.
Wow.
Like it ain't nothing. And in the snow. Right on out there and write your ticket. You finna get somebody. somebody finna get one. Right on out there and write your ticket. That's where they going. They ain't finna be fighting with jokers out there no more on the street like that.
Tony Hawk ain't got nothing on him.
Nothing. Now you gotta hope they don't, they don't invent no racist robot. They're trying to light up black folk. Like,
Goodness.
if you can't even cut a break on the robotic side, boy, y'all done trained the thing to be racist to God, dog, boy. Let a man live. Let a man live. No, but seriously, that's again, y'all see it, right? Y'all see the technology, man. Again, it's where look. We been talking about. I ain't even got the energy store and the artificial technology. We'll hit them tomorrow. I'm gonna go, man. I'm gonna get out of here. It's 3 o'clock. Disrupt the technology, DNA sequencing, robots, energy store, artificial intelligence, blockchain tech. Blockchain tech already showing you what's going on with that. And that's man, next level, right? Integration value in payment systems and use case values of bookkeeping, ledger keeping. Obviously, one of the most best things that obviously crypto, amongst many other things that it has, utilitarian values. Are just phenomenal, right? Just phenomenal. So those are the generational technology within our time frame that at some point we're gonna have to solidify a thesis behind you know you know finding those so-called diamonds in the rough that has a good value of growth potential. Let them and get after them, right? At some point you have to get after them. So uh, it ain't hard for us to say to yourself, okay, this one gonna be it. This gonna be it, right? This gonna be the next one to blow or whatever. This one has the potential to do this, that, and the third. Well, that's what we're trying to ascertain. Getting in somewhat at the ground level, right? Again, the nearest competitor to the bingo is PAC-D at the end there, obviously. Same scenario. Right? From $3, it went from $3 in July of 2020 up as high as like 53. That was like $53, $53. Right? And that little bit of time just spazzed into the upside from 16 to basically 53. Right? Stuff like that. So there's opportunities out there. You got to find them. But those are the things I want to leave you guys with. We'll pick up the rest, tomorrow or today, later in the day. We didn't kill some good time, I like to say. Although I ain't got a chance to really go in on all the topics, that's all right. But of course, Bitcoin doing this thing, the impeachment stuff it is what it is. COVID, interesting. They got new strains popping up, which we know that was coming. We've seen this coming. We've had that conversation too. Spoke about it. Nothing new in that regard. Prepare, of course, and just realize, they're gonna find a way to balance that, right? They're gonna find a way to balance that before it's all said and done. They're not gonna let that be the end all be all to their market. Money that they've been able to kind of, take so far, and best believe everything that's Bitcoin laden, at this point, of course, it being the quote unquote hedge, but it's obviously been trading in convergence with the SP 500 recently. But at some point, it's going to diverge like it always does. It parallels in it where it breaks away. Once one of them can remain irrational, then the other can remain solvent. That kind of scenario, chances are probably end up being crypto being irrational, and while the other markets can remain solvent at some point before you actually have a drawdown in the SP 500 after they hit certain key levels. Right, we already know the famous Warren Buffett indicators now starting to reek that of what overbought assets, which we posted that article or that readout. So at some point it's going to have a pullback, but that's healthy. We spoke about that. That's the whole point. I was sharing that about having market, healthy market corrections or healthy market pullbacks, right? A correction to that of a pullback, right? Or pullback to that of a correction or a crash is like as some would like to say. Don't run from it. Welcome it. That means that's cheaper prices, right? Learn how to discount shop. Right? Learn how to discount shop. You want that. You get, you can get in the lower prices. Right? It doesn't change the technology thesis. Their disruptive technology thesis. The growth aspect of their asset is a cheaper price, broader market pullback. That's all. Right? So Bitcoin spazzing back above 489. Again, if it's a time for the market to hit potential, try to go get that 50 grand, right? It's this weekend. I was telling that somebody Thursday. I said we got the 3-day weekend coming up. They're gonna make a push. They're gonna try to make that push in Bitcoin, at least tap 59,000 before at least equity markets open back up. Come Tuesday. What do you see right here? We already hit what 49.3, 49,344 so far, right? And you see what's going on right now is up back up to 48. They're gonna try to hit that 50 before at least Tuesday. We'll see, right? We'll see, right? But yeah, it's it's getting real in the fields. They say it's getting real in the field, and they just riding that linear regression band. Look at that, riding that linear regression band. Top peak, drop, right back up again, right? Right up into that 50 grand. You know, exactly why. Man, look at that. We'd be making up stuff when we be calling out these numbers. There it is, right there. Clear as day, 50,000, right there at the top of the band. And you know, you definitely in the rising wedge, but you what? It's strong, right? It's flagging. It's still flagging. And it's low volume melt up. Look at the volume how it's going lower. Right? Low volume melt ups are always signified by potential what? At some point you're gonna have one more good but blow off top, and then you will have that kind of level of correction. You know, it could be, of course, it's on the daily here, but it could be by tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see. But the volume is definitely what? Downtrending, right? That means there are more, you know, hodlers than there are what? People who are short against it. When you require more of that of the supply, than that of those who are trying to anti-trade it, at some point, it's going to become a crowded trade, and you have no other people out there trying to short it, which will cause, you know, it to not short squeeze anymore. Then you going to start people taking profit. But I think they got one more good valiant push or gallant push to try to see if they can hit that 50. Right, and RSI obviously sitting there on the daily. It's up here, of course. It's market still irrational. You got your TTM squeeze, seeing that peak value here clearly. You can see it here, that aggregate value, the peak squeeze momentum. It's getting to that point where it's getting ready to kind of what, you know, slightly, you know, apex and then maybe pulling back here if they can't get this thing to push that 50, the 50 here. But I think it's going. It probably got a chance to hit it at least 90+%. You know, probability could probably hit at least tap it by Tuesday, unless something crazy happens, right? Which can happen, but that's all people waiting to see. And then you have the altcoins coming in right behind. So as soon as he hit it or pops it, tap it and pull back a little bit, right? Them altcoins gonna wake up and they're gonna run, right? Give you another little joke behind them, and that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, there's been some easy money, man. Just especially I've been on just cracking 2-3 times leverage, just easy bullish money, you know.
Yeah,
easy on these alts. Oh man, Chainlink, Polkadot. I've been
IOTA, a lot of it. Yep, Zeliquel. Man, there's so many of them out there now. Of course, I've been posting my little horseman ones. I've been showing the group, man, updating. I've been them same little, batch of them, the little 4 or 5 of them over the past month. There was, some of them was at 20 cents, some of them was in the teens, no more than 30 cents. Now, they up there 89 cents, $1. Actually, Algorand was the one that really broke out. Algorand went up as high as like 170 something. It was just 30 cents about a month ago. It hit like 170 the other day. That's that same little Algorand, Ren, Loop Ring, right? And then District, and then of course you can throw in Doge, but I was even trading those before I was playing all that Doge hype. They actually got a use case, right? Doge just joke coin, but Algorand or Algorand, Ren, however you want to use case, Ren, use case, Loop Ring, use case. Loop Ring is actually ERC20, so they're attached to Ethereum. That's why I like them.
Yeah. That's how my Wise token is.
Yeah, right. So that's one there, and we already know they're already saying that Ethereum eventually probably gonna get to a point where it probably gonna overtake Bitcoin. And I'm saying overtake Bitcoin, meaning in terms of steady money inflow in terms of institution. They like the use case that of Ethereum that of what they were feel like they I don't know, missed in Bitcoin. I don't know what I just but they favor it more. They favor Ether more. So eventually it's going to make the more bigger moves, dynamic moves, than that of what Bitcoin can make in itself, and a more faster rate to probably try to catch up with it.
Yeah, I think definitely too, when people start hopping on those, when it become easier to use the smart contracts, I think that's definitely going to be big.
That's where they're going to win, right? That's exactly what they do. They like the idea of that in that perspective, and that's one of their advantages. That's literally one of the advantages, obviously, what they have in terms of Ethereum, excuse me, Ethereum. Like I said, and then LRC, obviously, kind of within that space a little bit too, right? Loop ring, whatever. Right? So again, off the beaten path, but again, slowly contracting, and then making this move, right? This one here just came to in session that same frame, and now it's breaking. So this was,
Yeah,
past
and
two.
I've been making a beautiful little 10%, passive off my stable coins.
Yeah.
Staking my stable coins. It's crazy. Yeah, that's beautiful. Just automatic 10%. Just staking some some
Mm-hmm.
true USD. Some stable coin. That's been
Feeding,
beautiful.
straight feeding off of them. So all these little junk, 30 cents.
Mm.
Good thing with 30 cent December.
Yeah.
Oh, then tan it up, right? Around in January, December, tan them up. Got right on in there and played them, right? This joker here went from 30 all the way up there. Obviously, you clearly see it now. And you got
Yeah.
sorry, nice little bump in that little bit of time. Right? So these two ones that pin on the dollar, it's other out there just done way more even than that. But that one, I mean, some of them were like killing it. Right? You go ran crypto, where we at Coinbase. Look at that, same way. 28 cents, whatever. 20 cents, it went up there and went over $1. Right? Runs like that. And again, these just one of many. Uh, is
Look
it
at that.
OS?
Look at that ADA real quick. That's been
Yeah,
my most.
Cardano, man. Yo, that's old school. I'm killing them. Oh man,
Yeah,
that old
that been
school.
that been my most beautiful
Yeah,
bag.
I've been killing them. Like I said, but at that point, they was the ones that made those moves, and they finally started, somewhat, get back on the radar. I've been hadn't traded for so long. Oh, man, I forgot did they take it off here? The Coinbase when they did. Well, I don't remember. I used Kraken. Uh, man, but yeah, they did take it off. They did. But yeah, so same way, 15 cent, it made that big move, finally woke up, finally got some traction underneath it. You got a high about 98 on that one. It's just been on fire lately. Finally, Cardano kicking up some
Mm-hmm.
dust,
Yeah.
and didn't
That
need it
staking,
though.
man, that ADA staking was big. That 2.0
Yep.
upgrade was big.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So totally, uh, that level of, again, expansive value within the infrastructure that they needed. And again, a lot of these little companies like the or companies, these little, little tokens like this in this regard that are just not starting to, their little use cases are starting to play out, so to speak. They start to get that attention, especially with Bitcoin going up. So you got people trying to find these little off the beat path ones like this and get, get their feet wet in them. So again, just more expansion coming. Like some of them are yet to really, get that real big,
Mm-hmm.
that big run that people waiting is that they were waiting on for so long for stuff like, even Ethereum, like even Ethereum Classic. Y'all know I've been in Ethereum Classic for like forever,
Yeah,
right?
it's up
I've been,
30% today.
yeah, I've been railing on Ethereum Classic for like forever. You go back and look at my point, I've been
Mm-hmm.
way back when Ethereum Classic was, down in like the dollar range, $2 range, $3 range. I was just beating the drum on Ethereum Classic. Right?
Yeah,
Cause
man.
they're like they're gonna kill it and throw it to get rid of the mics. No, they're not. So they kept that point, but they're like they were gonna pull it, but it's like nah, you can't, can't do it. Then we end up getting that little fork. Then it's like they got serious about it, and here we go. Because again, Ethereum controls, it controls a lot of new, uh, you know, I don't know, like it's a lot of new, interests all of a sudden,
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's just
so
a lot of infrastructure is built off of this infrastructure.
it is. And so people feel
And
like
I
it's
kick
here now.
myself in the butt, man. I had over 1,000 original Ethereum tokens,
Yeah,
at
yeah.
one point.
And just moving around, right?
Uh-huh.
Moving around. So again, this stuff is just awesome, man. Just think about either one, just waiting on even district, and just out of the blue path, a little district. Again, this was like 16 cents, 4 cents, 4 to 5 cents. Went up and hit around that area around 12, 13, 14, 15. Then, then it broke, finally broke. But again, 4 cents, and when it's high up here, obviously in this case, around about 45 cents. Big game for a 4 cent a penny. Right. Now, everybody want Dodge do that. Now Dodge did it way back when it was way back here, of course. Yeah, the whole idea of 008, right? Whatever, Dodge came a long way to even get to where it's at. But it's still yet to get that way. Right? Climb above that level and get on up there, right? At least above 10 cents, so a lot of people going in and getting in it, of course, in that regard. But I'm like, shh. It's a good little novelty trade. I get it. People are excited about it. But I'm like, man,
To be one of the
be
ones I feel
careful.
like I'm gonna get my biggest bang from is IOTA.
Yeah, I've been out IOTA drum for a long time too. I got some old posts on IOTA. I mean, I still like the value what IOTA is, but
that Tango network. People
yeah,
sleep on that Tango network.
I'm old school with it. Like I said, man, and I remember when they linked up with Microsoft, right? The whole idea, I got old posts on IOTA, old posts on IOTA, and their times are just like I said, like a lot of them are just starting now. Their use cases starting to come into fruition, right? Finally, it took forever, but everybody was like, man, this is just come on, man, come on. But they were killing crypto at that time, man. They were killing crypto. They were actively trying to go kill the crypto market. Well, a lot of the altcoins, a lot of them got weeded out, but some of them still remain. But here, now their technology is starting to catch up, so I'm excited to see them now finally get the shine that they deserve, right? All right. And like Uniswap, yeah, that's one I know I'm mad about because I traded it, I held it, I made a little bag, and I sold it, and I didn't mean to sell all of it. And I'm kicking myself now because even that airdrop they did with Uniswap, man, they dumped a lot of tokens. A lot of people came up overnight and got a ton of tokens off that drop because it was positioned properly. That drop alone, they didn't have to put no money into it. They already up. They up man, bag.
That's why I tell the family get that airdrop.io, put it on notifications. Every time they have drops, it'll pop up. Just go through and do it real quick. Just go ahead and sign up, blah blah blah. Make your wire, do whatever they say to do. It don't hurt you.
Yeah.
It only help you.
Yeah, I keep them on my little keep them on my little site. You see, I see them over here. Is it showing my screen? Oh, it's not. I'm on the screen still. Yeah, I got them up there. I got them sitting keyed up as always. On my little screen. Yeah, man. So between that and also like I said, DeFi is another one. Keep an eye on DeFi guys. But that Uniswap was one that I just know I sat there and watched it. I watched it. I mean, I was in it. I took advantage of it, and traded when it was down there too, and then got that breakout, whatever, and made that little nice little move, right? When it was like 2, then when it made that spaz out up in there 4 and chain, and then most people kind of took a little bag and sat on it, and other people, whatever, wrote it all the way out. Now it's sitting at 22, $2 back in November.
A lot of these platforms where I just signed up where you get free coins, a lot of my coins sitting over $100. I might have just got $10, $20 and they sitting up all over $100.
See, that's the good part about it. Because I'll tell people, add a little bit here and there. If you got it, a little mad money as they call it. But somebody wants, obviously, in terms of that, they're going to make their move eventually, of course, not only just for the fact of the use case, but they're still trading under that broader market energy. And, people still try, okay, well, how many lot of coins do they have, sitting in their reserves? Some of them are obviously low floats, quote unquote, on the crypto side. Same way it is with stocks, and they'll front run those trades to try to find a way to overrun the little, people who trying to short them. In the same way they do equities, right? And it ain't easy to manipulate them, obviously, in this case, because you don't have to worry about market hours and all that kind of stuff. You just go hit it, right? Everybody just go run and hit them, right? And just run it up. But once they, get a little, feet, a little, stability underneath them, they just kind of keep building on this little gains that they get, So eventually, they are still gonna move, with that level of the market, the broader market in terms of Bitcoin going up. Eventually, they're gonna kind of all just kind of trickle in right behind it, just keep making their move. So it's a lot of them out there, but so get excited, disrupt technology. Even though I didn't break down the blockchain technology one, but that's on the list. It says blockchain technology. We'll hit that, like I said, later on today. All right. Uh, the blockchain aspect of it, I should say, within Bitcoin, obviously, clearly a disruptive technology, but so much so the fact that uh, African markets won't end on, their fail-safe mechanism, so to speak. It's coming. It's definitely coming. Ain't nobody can stop it too. So it's within our generation. Get excited for that, right? That's it. So that's it, guys, man. Long night, long night. We went in about 6 hours, right? Started at 9. It's 3. It's 3 in the morning. We're getting it, boy. Like we always do.
Appreciate you over.
Anytime, man. Hope y'all got something from it. As always, we always look try to connect the dots, right? Make it make sense, dollars and cents, as they say. Because it's important to your growth, guys. You got to put that brain, let it supersede you guys. Trust me, this is the greatest thing we have working in our favor at this point. Where now we're gonna get paid, to use it thoroughly, right? To find again, these little plays that we've been sitting there posting all night. Again, as they say, the numbers don't lie. So this ain't nothing that we making up, right? The numbers don't lie. Go look at them, right? Go back, do the backstory on them, right? Go do the back research, and see exactly what's going on, right? So now going forward in the future, you're not sitting there confused whether or not this is what solid asset, right? A solid play or whatever, or potential disruptive technology that you can benefit from financially. So the same way, like $20 in there, $100 in there, 1,000, whatever, right? And you're looking for 1x, 2x, 3x, anything can come about. I mean, it's phenomenal opportunity just within that regard. So don't fight it. Find a way to get involved with it. Again, still waters run deep. Time merits money, right? Knowledge merits patience merits knowledge. Slow yourself down enough to kind of read the tea leaves, right? To find those investments because they're out there. They're definitely there. Use your think tank, right? Use the people around you, right? Share those ideas. Get excited, right? There's no competition amongst us, right? It's only us against the market. GameStop. I gotta keep saying it. GameStop. Well, I just know funny about that video, right? Matter of fact, I should end on that and just watch that junk and just bust out laughing. Man, but that's it. So, just make sure you guys again aware of that. Study, obviously. Don't cheat yourself, right? Realize that your growth is going to be evident of you realizing how to utilize the proper due diligence, right? Of course, in that regard, and from there, let the chips fall as they may, right? Let the chips fall as they may, right? Don't be afraid to use this craft in a way that is designed that you should, use it, right? Let that money work for you, in other words, right? Don't try to day trade every single thing. Let's leave a little bit of shares in some of them stocks that may have a good use case, right? And so eventually they'll turn over. All right. So when you do get that killer play, right? When you find that killer trade, y'all know, hey, bruh, all right? I got several of them out there, that's banging it here and there, but when it happens, you like, see, this is why, all right? This is why I'm in this. All right, this is why I'm here. So keep that in mind. Don't like I say, don't cheat yourself. All right, don't cheat yourself. All right, don't cheat yourself. So in closing, you find that bag play, right? You find that bag play, and you get that when you hit that call, right? That put that gives you about 700, 800%, right? And you like, man, right? This is it. I finally made it to the big leagues, right? Some of you guys be at your house, right? Anybody around? You had that moment, and you like. Jugger didn't hit that lick. Like, but you out like, I made it, but I finally got it, but I got me one. That's exactly how it's gonna be. All right. So just keep in mind. So stay hungry, stay humble, And again, let the market work for you. So on that note, I end out on the GTA. And I'm gonna log off after that. So peace, power, property, everybody. Thank y'all for tuning in. And of course, we'll see you guys on the next one. Peace,
Peace
power,
over,
property, everybody.
Marquise.
Peace over. Peace
Peace
over,
over.
man. Peace,
And
power,
peace over,
profit.
Brandon.
Peace, everyone.
Peace over,
Peace
man.
over, African Emporium.
Peace, family. Peace.
Hey, bro, what you talking about? Hold on, my diamond hand. Ooh, let's go. Diamond hand? What are you talking about, man? Stock market, man. You ain't heard, man. The mother shooting up, bro. GME, GameStop, man. It's going to the moon, bro. All you gotta do is put your money in there, guarantee double it, triple it, quadruple it. Oh, slow down, man. What the hell are you talking about, man? Hold on. We're going to the moon. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. I just made $10,000 in 4 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Hey, bro, this mother just shooting up. Like, it's crazy, bro. Hey, y'all better get in this. This has never happened before, man. Oh, this is like free money, man. You better get that. What we got to do then, man? All you got to do is download Robinhood app, man. Then you put some money on there. Then you got to, hold on. Oh, man, I should have bought some more. I should have bought some more shares. And then what, man? What do I do after I get that? Put your money in GameStop, AMC, and you just sit back and watch the money rise, bro. You good after that. You got to know anything about the stock market? What the hell is that? No, bro, you ain't got to know nothing. You know how to count, right? That's all you need to know is how to count, bro. Well, all right, I'm going to check it out. Good looking out, man. Appreciate that. No problem, my brother. To the moon. Here we go. Let me go grab my phone. GameStop, Hey, OG, there goes that man right here. Look at him. Here you go. What's up? We at the moon. What's up, bro? Damn, check out the drip. Okay, I see you. Gucci Louis Prada, Bro, whose car is this? Mine's, thanks to you. Huh? Thanks to me. That GameStop. Oh, what? You got the GameStop? Bro, I'm like a stock guru out here now, man. Been looking up some Chris Sane videos, you know what I'm saying? I found out, when they put rocket emojis, that mean that mug going up. Oh, yeah, and I got that doggy coin. You mean Doge? The what? The Doge? What? You got your money already? No, my mama co-signed for this car. Told her I'll pay her when the check comes. That's a $300,000 car, man. You must have bought a lot of shares. I mean, I only had $500, but I met this chick named Margie on there. She gave me $300,000. Homie, she was feeling. Margie, you mean Margin? Oh, you know her, man? I knew she was a thought. No, bro. Margie on there. She gave me $300,000. Borrowed money from a broker, man. You got to pay all that back with interest. But so how much did you sell your stock for anyway? Sell my stock? What you talking about? Hold on. You know you got to sell the stock to get the money, right? You said buy. Watch the money go up. Yeah, but then you got to sell it with, you got to take profit. You know what take profit is? No? Oh, you don't know anything about the stock market? Take profit, stop loss? None of that? You don't know none of. Did you check the price of the stock lately? It did. And it went down. A lot of people take a profit. Nigga, what is this negative sign next to this 150,000? Why is it red? It was yesterday. It was green. That means you're down 150,000, man. Hey, OG, your stuff still to the moon? You still got rocket emojis on there? Yup, and I got the emoji with the dollar sign on the tongue. The emojis don't mean nothing, man. It don't mean nothing. Well, did you get some money? Was you profitability or whatever you said? Yeah, I took profit. The dip triggered my stop loss, and I automatically. The what? The who triggered what? But speak English, man. You don't know what I'm talking about? When I delete the app, I better get a refund. Delete is not gonna matter, man. You still gonna owe the money. It was a pump and dump stock, man. You supposed to pump. You sell when you get to the top end. All right, you got to do your research, your due diligence. You heard the DD or a bubble? You know what a bubble is? I know what a pistol is. Woo-hoo! Hey, OG, go grab the glizzy. On the game. I'm about to take this car back to the dealership. You better not be here when I get back here. Oh no! Oh no! Look at my door. Look at that door. Is that even my car? Oh. I'm gonna have to pay for this. I don't have no money though. Oh no, my mama gotta pay for this. Oh my goodness. Oh, somebody gonna die. Somebody gonna die. Like, no, bro, you paying for this. What?
That's it, guys. Peace, power, profit, everybody. See y'all in the next one. Peace.
Peace.